Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes veteran soldier? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku knew the funeral would SCK the second his mother contacted him about it. He's become familiar with funerals. Attended far too many for his age, really. The aftermath of All for One was a difficult time for everyone, but the never-ending memorials and tributes to the fallen after the country ceased to be a war zone was an exercise in mental fortitude that no one in his generation should have had to bear. He'd prefer it if he went at least a decade without being forced to go anywhere near another one. But his mother received a call, and he couldn't leave her to handle this one on her own. So, he put in for leave. He told his sidekicks there was a death in the family requiring his attention. Put a notice in the group chat that his patrols would need to be taken over for a few days. Slipped out of his agency and dug out a black suit before the media could even catch wind of the great hero Deku taking a break. He'd rather avoid this entire event and drink in celebration instead, but his mother needs him. And for her, he'd be willing to do this 1,000 times over. Wife? Really? Did Amain know? How distasteful to show up, they're making a mockery of this family. He knew this funeral would be the worst one of all long before they got there, so when the whispers began, Izuku didn't bother listening. He's heard worse. He knows his mother can hear them, though, so he does what he came here to do. He puts a strong hand on Inko's arm and guides her forward. Go ahead and pay your respects. I'll be here, he whispers into her ear. He has to bend down to do so, but the discomfort is always worth it. Do you want me to walk up with you? Inko shakes her head, offering the smallest smile of gratitude before the complicated face of grief clouds her eyes once more. Izuku lets her go with his head held high. He has no intention of paying respects to Midoriya Hisashi, so he doesn't bother walking a step closer. Midoriya Hisashi and his current wife, Midoriya Amain, née Yumino, died on a clear Saturday morning in a traffic accident only 6 blocks away from their home in the small city of Kasudaran. A car being driven by a teenager taking his father's company vehicle for a joyride ran a red light and slammed into them at full speed, plowing their car into a pole and killing both passengers. Izuku feels bad for Yumino-san. He does not feel sorry for his father. He doesn't say it out loud. That would be a cruel thing, to admit where anyone could hear that he hopes the man's last moments were agonizing. That he hopes every second of the man's life was spent looking over his shoulder for karma. Good riddance to trash is the sort of thing one doesn't admit idly, and even though Hisashi has been persona non grata since Izuku was a child, he knows his mother is grieving the man she loved once upon a time, so he bites his tongue on the words, "Good, I hope it was painful." He does as a good son would do instead and stays by his mother's side. The call had come from Yumino Miyori, the mother of his father's second wife. Izuku sees her taking on the responsibilities of running the service from the moment they appear. She's a refined woman, standing tall in a black kimono, her graying hair pulled on top of her head in an elegant bun. She had found Inko's name and contact information in his father's address book and added them into the funeral guest roster. Izuku wonders why the man ever bothered keeping that information, but doesn't spare much actual investment in the answer. It's not like he ever called. It's obvious no one knew who Inko was until asked directly about her relation to the deceased. So Izuku feels at least a smidgen bad they've brought this kind of stress forward. Not enough to apologize for it, not in the least, but enough that he feels sorry for Yumino-san trying to maintain herself while the room erupts in frenzied gossip. Inko pays her respects, bowing to the photos up front, before making her slow retreat. Think of the scandal. He walked out on a big-name hero. If this gets out, it'll ruin us all. Izuku leads her by the arm away from the chatter. He glares in the direction of anyone he hears whispering to scare them into silence. But what about Hinata? Are you kidding? Taking her would bring it right to our door. We can't have the child of that kind of person in our house. He notices then, one set of eyes that are different than the rest. There's a child sitting away from everyone else. She's in a simple black dress, ruffled a bit from storage, and clutched in her hands is a framed photo of the deceased with herself happily in the middle holding their hands. She has Izuku's hair. His unruly curls, poking in every direction possible even when pulled back into the tightest bun that could be managed with such thick tresses. The color is different, a bright teal that leans a bit heavily on the blue, exactly the same as the woman in the funeral portrait. She clutches the photo against her chest with a white-knuckled grip that betrays the careful blankness on her face, freckled skin trembling with the effort to hold still. To stay quiet. To stay unseen. Her eyes lock with Izuku's for only a moment, and in them he sees infinite grief. To think her father was that kind of person. She's a smart kid, she'll be able to survive. The whispers become clearer with how each one makes her flinch, and Izuku's grip on his mother's arm tightens. Are you serious? What will people say if you throw her to the wolves like that? What will people say if we take in a child whose parent wronged a top-ranking hero? We have to think about our family, too. We don't want to be shunned for that man's crimes. A face not drenched in hostility finds them not long after Inko finishes. I'm so sorry. Umino Miori bows before them much lower than Izuku feels a woman her age should, shoulders hunched in anxious worry. I had no idea about your relation. I thought you must have been cousins. If I had known. There was no way you could have, ma'am, Izuku assures her. His mother looks ready to help her up but Izuku waves her off, moving to do it himself. It's been 20 years since either of us saw him, and he obviously didn't tell anyone. An understatement. Every face in the room has been some flavor of shocked and scandalized since they arrived. No, he didn't. Yumino-san rises, looking a bit like she's SCKED on a lemon. If Amain had known, she would have never married the man. She would have clawed his eyes out for the offense. I'm deeply sorry for the trouble we caused by coming, Inko. Begins, but Izuku and Yumino-san turn on her before she can continue. You have every right to say goodbye to him. Midoriya-san, you of all people have full right to be furious with our family. Now hold on. We aren't mad, Inko sputters. Speak for yourself. Izuku. What? I'm not mad enough to do anything. Just mad that it took 20 years for his little secret shame to finally come out. His mother looks mortified at the admission, but Yumino-san just sighs. Midoriya-san, you're free to remain here as long as you wish. If anyone gives you trouble, I'll see to it. Yumino-san is the picture-perfect representation of a proper lady as she bows again, and Izuku can't help but admire how well this woman is holding herself together. Her daughter is dead and her son-in-law was a lying piece of shit whose dirty laundry is being aired at their joint funeral, but she only manages to exude grace as she says her piece and retreats into the throng of family members, making her rounds. Izuku, don't be rude, Inko chastises once she's gone. I try not to be, Izuku replies instead of offering an apology. The little girl is even farther away from the crowd now. The whispers had been consistent after he and his mother arrived, but now that Yumino-san came and went from speaking to them, they seem frantic. Something churns in his stomach from it all. He doesn't like this. He was right. He's always right. The funeral goes as funerals always go. The priest chants his sutra. Donation money is given. Izuku takes the time to burn 3 sticks of incense for the woman known as Yumino Amain, to the astonishment of the little girl clutching the portrait. More than likely, she was an innocent person in this affair and he won't hold it against her. Not like he does to his father, whom he ignores the entirety of the ceremony to the point of petulance. He only gives the man's portrait a passing glance when all is said and done. If anything, it's to see what he looked like properly, since Izuku had forgotten his face years ago. He forgets again within 10 minutes. He doesn't care much. The trouble begins once everything is over, and family is called back to the home of the deceased. Izuku and Inko are told this includes them. First they barge into Amain's funeral, and now they come to her home? Grandmother told them to. I don't care. It's disrespectful. The whispers are no longer whispers. It's amazing what things people will just say out loud when they feel righteous. At this rate, the family name will be ruined by tomorrow with our pictures in the tabloids. I better not get fired because Amain can't pick a husband correctly. Fired? Think of the kids in school. They'll call our sons villains for being connected to a man like that. The home his father made without them is nice. Pleasant, even. It's obvious he let his wife do all of it. It's a modest 2-floor home in a residential area, with flowers growing in the windowsill in front of the kitchen. It lacks the high-class decor Izuku is used to seeing in the Bakugo household, decorated instead with plenty of knickknacks and signs of life of the family inside. There are childish drawings framed on the walls. Family vacation portraits. A muted ocean color scheme seems to dominate the common spaces in abundant blues and greens and grays, which matches the town, since Kasudaran is seated right along the Aizu coastline. The little girl's freckled face is liberally everywhere, smiling toothy smiles at the camera. Pictures of a chubby baby with a few wispy curls of blue on her head. Of a toddler excitedly holding an action figure up to the camera. A kindergarten photo of a scowling little blue princess, surrounded by her fellow cranky children in oversized flower costumes in a stage play. Izuku is drawn to a particular photo by a shelf, where the girl is holding up a large trophy. The trophy itself is on the shelf next to it. First place at the Greater Aizu Peninsula Science Fair. Her name is Hinata. The voice comes from his left, and it belongs to a boy who can't be much younger than Izuku. A college student, if he had to guess. The boy looks a bit like the girl in the photo. The teal Yumino hair is similar between the two of them, though the boy's tips are a faded white that gives the impression of sea foam. He doesn't look at Izuku with disgust or anger, but a scared sort of trepidation. She seems like a talented kid, Izuku replies honestly. The trophy from the science fair takes a place of honor on the shelf, with multitudes of smaller trophies and ribbons joining it. Izuku sees titles for science fairs, math competitions, model race cars. Not everyone is a first-place prize, but he can't see a single honorable mention among them, unlike his own childhood, falling into last place in every event he tried before realizing he wasn't allowed to win. She is. She really is. The boy nods, grief weighing his shoulders down tremendously. I'm Yumino Aoba. Hinata is my cousin. Amain was? She was my favorite aunt. I'm sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry for everything you've been hearing today, Aoba replies without missing a beat. I don't know why everyone is acting like this. Auntie would have had their heads over this. Death and stress bring out the worst in some people. It happens, Izuku tells him, remembering some of the absolutely foul things survivors had hissed at him when he was a teenager. He's well regarded now. But the disdain thrown at him for existing while others hurt isn't something he's forgotten. People are at their worst when they're in pain. I'm not really offended. It's not like I know any of them. Aoba slumps, and the fight seems to leave him all at once. You're too good, Hero Deku. We don't deserve you. Izuku snorts. It's not like I'm on the clock right now. I think that would have set everyone off worse, honestly. Showing up in the suit. The thought is comical enough. Izuku almost regrets not doing that. Almost. About Hinata, Aoba starts, almost flinching as he speaks. Izuku sighs. He looks back to the portrait, noting the freckle pattern in the little girl's skin and how her eyes lean toward sea foam green rather than the bright blue of her hair. Her skin is darker than his. He wonders if it's natural or if she spends a lot of time outdoors. I'm not going to smack talk our father in front of her, if that's what you're worried about. Or demand money. I only came here so Mom could say her farewells. She married the guy, so there's stuff she needs closure on. Aoba nods, visibly relieved. It's not that I think you would. She's only 11. She turns 12 in a few weeks. What a horrible time to lose your family. Izuku remembers being 12. He wouldn't do it over again. And I can't do anything to help her. I'm only in college, and I'm broke as hell, and I live in a studio with a discount futon. Aoba runs a hand through his hair, messing it up wildly but not seeming to care much about doing so. This whole situation is awful, and I'm just trying to do what I can. It's good that you are, Yumino-san. A kid in her position needs it. Izuku stops then, realizing something. Is anyone looking after her? Granny is, for now, Aoba answers. Then, with a dark look passing over his face, he leans in closer and whispers, that'll be a topic of discussion today. Granny gave me money to take her out to eat so the adults can talk it over. The conversations around him snap into sharper focus at that, and Izuku thinks about the things he's heard today. His anger at his father begins to spread to more people, and the bare minimum of politeness he's been holding on to all day begins to lower itself. Aoba! Yumino-san calls from across the room. Beside her, Midoriya Hinata waits. She isn't holding the portrait anymore, but the defeated sag of her shoulders is the same. The smiling girl from the family photos seems like a complete stranger with how she folds in on herself at the eyes turning her way. Adults all over the room look at her as if she's dirty, and those closest inch away. Like she's diseased. Unwanted. Aoba takes off, pulling a small bomber jacket off a hook and helping Hinata into it before leading them toward the front door. She keeps her eyes on the floor as they go, her fingers shaking as she ties the laces to a pair of bright red high-top shoes at the Genkan. Izuku watches all of this, and the bare minimum of politeness decides it isn't actually needed today. There are other children present. Their parents send them to the little backyard, ushering them out while a few aunts and cousins emerge from the kitchen with tea and snacks. The remaining adults all seem to congregate in the living room in clusters. Family groups, Izuku can begin picking out, with more than a few of them giving suspicious glances in his direction. He takes stock of the crowd the same way he does when preparing to fight. None of them could touch him. But there's more than one way to skin a cat according to his top sidekick, so Izuku files away every detail his eyes can collect. He takes in the ratio of ocean coloring to other to judge how many blood relations are present. How many seem angry? How many seem apathetic? How many seem bored? He judges the finer quality suits to the slightly worn. The amount of makeup used. He judges how many fall silent automatically when Yumino-san clears her throat, and how many must be tapped or shushed to quiet down. I know it's been a long day, but there are matters to discuss as a family, Yumino-san says in a calm voice that nevertheless claims firm control of everyone's attention. And we will be discussing them now. Many people avert their gazes. Ashamed, Izuku notes. Good. But not everyone has that sense of self-awareness. Can we start with why they're still here? A distant cousin points at Izuku and Inko from his spot on the very edge of a sofa, where he's barely fitting on by the seat of his pants. They're here because I invited them. They're related to Hisashi, so they have a seat at the table, so to speak, Yumino-san replies. One of the closer aunts, unrelated, given her plain brown hair and yellow eyes, snorts. Seat at the table, don't joke about this. It's bad enough Amain is gone. Now her husband's wife is here to bleed us dry of compensation money while we're grieving? Inko's lip wobbles, and Izuku smells the ozone in the air that his sidekicks tell him is him getting angry. We don't need a deadbeat's money, Izuku snaps. The tension in the room is immediate and dangerous. Good. It's good they know how to shut their mouths. We came here today because my mother wanted to say goodbye to her husband. We don't need your money, and we don't need your judgment. If we wanted anything out of you, we would have hunted him down years ago for the child support payments he never paid, but seeing as how my net worth is bigger than his savings ever could be, it would be worse than a moot point to even bother. Izuku is known for smiling in the face of adversity, for kindness, and he makes sure he keeps every iota of such a thing out of his voice as he stares the woman down with the same judgment he's been given all day. The aunt can't seem to take what she dishes out and tenses up. So how about focusing on yourself instead of accusing an innocent woman of being as but backwards as you are? Don't talk to her that way, and uncle, presumably her husband, snaps in a moment of bravery. I'm returning the favor of how you all have been speaking about my mother since we got here. I should note, we've kept to ourselves the entire day. Half the room looks away, shoulders hunching a bit. Did they think he wouldn't notice? He's right, Yumino-san states, drawing the attention back to herself. Which is another matter wanted to speak about. I am ashamed of how you all have conducted yourselves today. The things I've heard fill me with shame, and all of you have dishonored the name Yumino with your behavior. Most of the room flinches, which brings Izuku a bit of joy since Yumino-san didn't really raise her voice at all. Her disappointed frown alone seems to make everyone uncomfortable in their seats. Mother, the uncle starts. No. I will not entertain the petty gossip and judgment I've been hearing. Especially in regards to poor Hinata. Yumino-san cuts him off and glares at him until he settles back in his seat. Oh, finally, someone brought her up, a relative on the fringes mutters. And what's that supposed to mean? Another aunt. Izuku assumes her to be Amain's sister, from the photos on the wall yells in a fit of anger. Her face is red and puffy from the sheer amount of crying she's done today, but her expression is one of pure rage. Hinata-chan is the one who's suffering the most today. Hinata's the biggest problem now that we know Hisashi had a scandal attached to his name, the aunt from before yells back. And what exactly do you mean? Yumino-san asks in a voice that promises nothing good will come from the answer. Izuku isn't surprised the aunt hesitates before she decides she wants to keep digging herself deeper. I mean what I said. The family name will be dragged through the mud now that he's here. She's the affair child. Hisashi walked out on a national hero, and when the tabloids find out about this story, they'll blame Amain for not knowing her husband had another family. They'll blame Hinata for being born. The aunt looks at them all searching for support, and the anger in Izuku's stomach curls when she seems to find some. And if we took her in, it'd be our family on the chopping block by association. So, there's no way I can risk it. How dare you? Good aunt, as Izuku names her for being one of the only people with sense in the building, stands up from her seat to glare at the other woman. After all these years with Hinata-chan, you'd just drop her like that? Like she means nothing to you? Bad aunt straightens her shoulders, shameless. I must think about my family. And my children. They're the most important. Akiko's right, the guilt by association could ruin us. Her husband, bad uncle, decides to join his wife in solidarity. Izuku thinks they deserve each other and hopes they both go bankrupt within the next year. Of course, this just invites the other cowards to join in. Oh, and think about poor Erika, a woman leaning against the far wall lifts her hand to her mouth, deep in thought. What does Erika have to do with any of this? Good aunt throws her hands up. Wall woman's husband stands taller, holding his wife close. She's touring in Russia with the opera. If a scandal broke out, it could ruin her career. She worked so hard to get this far. If she's ruined now, she'll never recover. The discussion goes nowhere. Voices begin joining in, all whatabouts and think OFS that just scream me. In an endless echo chamber of selfish delusion, and Izuku's anger is a pale shadow to that of Yumino-san's trembling form in her chair. Luckily for everyone, Yumino-san cracks first and stands up to remind everyone who is in charge. You all shame yourselves. The noise drops off so suddenly you would think her quirk is stealing sound. Some relatives have the mind to remember to be ashamed, while others seem to try to hold their ground without making it obvious. Suddenly, people who were perfectly vocal 3 seconds ago seem overly interested in the floor. The silence can only last so long, though, before Bad Uncle opens his mouth once more. If you care that much, why don't you take her? I want to. Yumino-san admits. There's a sag in her shoulders breaking the image of strength she's managed to hold all day, and for a moment, Izuku can see the deep well of grief in this woman's eyes before she reels it back in to tuck it away. God knows I want to. But my house isn't fit for her. There are only 10 children in the entire village and the local schools won't stay open past the decade. She'll have no academic prospects unless I send her to boarding school, which is the last place that girl needs to be after such a loss. Izuku's eyes can't help but roam back to the shelf of trophies. Hinata might be happy with her grandmother, but Yumino-san is right about the lack of opportunities in the boonies. Taking a girl like that and leaving her with a dead-end school with no kids in it would be as good as not sending her to school at all. Izuku remembers being 12. He remembers how lonely it was. He thinks the loneliness would break her worse than anything. Yuzuki, you seem all fired up. You take her, one of the cousins off to the side, who had gotten especially loud about how his teaching college would rescind his placement in the class over the scandal, pipes up with a condescending sort of twist to his voice. Yuzuki is apparently good aunt, who looks absolutely heartbroken. I can't. The twins are only 6 months old and they both have colic. It's been a nightmare just trying to feed ourselves every day. We can't look after Hinata-chan properly like this. A tear slips out of one eye and she's quick to wipe it away, frustrated. We won't have the space, anyway. We only live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Izuku feels sympathy for that. Yuzuki obviously wants what's best for Hinata. Izuku sees it in how she glares at the worst offenders of the day, in the way she clenches her fists around her used tissues, how she trembles with the effort of keeping herself contained but throwing a grieving child into a too small household with 2 infants and stressed out parents won't help anyone. It's a horrible situation all around. For every person who loves this child and wants to help her, they simply aren't in a good place to do so. A cruel little happenstance of fate that places a little girl at the worst kind of crossroads. There's a place she could go, Bad Uncle says, in the silence that follows. Everyone looks toward him, expectant, and Izuku feels ice crawl up his spine. He spent his entire childhood enduring the cruelty of others, and he knows exactly how a man like that thinks. Childcare facilities these days aren't so bad, Bad Uncle offers to the crowd, framing it like a generous offer. One of compassion. Of compromise. Not at all like a solution that would allow them to legally abandon a child and wipe her from the family registry. Are you insane? Think of the shame of leaving her there to rot. What will the neighbors think? An older aunt settled on the sidelines fluffs up like an angry chicken at the suggestion. As if their reputation is more important than the cruelty being casually tossed around. I would think the bigger scandal in this room is how you've been talking about a little girl who just lost her parents while you're standing in her house. Have some class. Everyone's eyes snap to Izuku the second he opens his mouth, with the flash of anger tacked onto it fading when the fury baked into his scowl hits them full force. You don't get to claim the high ground over our family's affairs. Bad Aunt pipes up. Izuku sees her type a lot. The I'm not scared of you kinds of people who think they can bravado their way out of trouble. Bravado is never enough, and when the ozone taints the air with his steadily building anger, she seems to second-guess herself. You're right. I don't. But it's also not hard to when you're handling all this like screaming children, Izuku hisses. He can feel his mother holding on to his arm to keep him in place, and it is purely thanks to the reminder she's there with him that he doesn't stalk across the room to loom over the woman. Unlike you, we're not here to stir trouble and point fingers. This is a funeral gathering. Maybe you should take some notes on how to act at one. He knows he hit a nerve. He knows because he did it on purpose, just to watch the way self-righteousness and arrogance in spades build up inside her, and she opens her mouth to fire some kind of rebuttal before Yumino-san takes the reins of the room once more. This is going nowhere, Yumino-san declares. Hinata needs a home to go to. We will not be surrendering my granddaughter to a childcare facility, and that is final. Well, we're not taking her. Bad Uncle crosses his arms. Aoba won't be happy about that, a timid-looking cousin next to the kitchen mutters. Aoba should remember who's paying his college tuition. No is no. I say we leave her in a nice facility, she's smart enough to get by, and when she's of age, she'll be able to do what she likes, Bad Uncle says. Izuku feels sorrier for Aoba than he already did, if this sack of shit is his father. No wonder he stays with a discount futon instead of commuting to school from home. Absolutely not, Yumino-san orders before looking out to the assembled crowd. Anyone? Hinata needs a home to go to. Mine will be a last resort, and goodness knows she'll be alone if we use it. The quiet is deafening. Izuku can see Yuzuki chewing it over, debating how she could make it work. She can't. He knows she can't. 2 screaming babies in a 2-bedroom apartment with 2 overworked adults and 1 grieving child. The stress would compound. Form into worse problems. Become unmanageable. No matter how much they love her, they wouldn't be able to give her what she needs during the time she needs it most. Yumino-san is in a similar position. Love in spades, love in tsunami waves, looking at how she fiercely glares down the room. But all the love in the world wouldn't help the isolation. Being taken away to the countryside where the communities are small and insular and no one else may be around that could understand her. Where her skills would have no outlet. The trophies on the shelf tell the story of a child with too much ambition to settle for such a place. Aoba, for all he shares that love, has no resources. Just a busy college schedule and funds that could be ripped away, leaving him adrift if he stuck his hat in the race. The rest of the room doesn't care. Maybe some will claim they do, but Izuku knows better. They don't. They never will. There's a child suffering in their midst, but it isn't their problem. It isn't their concern. There's a potential social consequence to holding a hand out to her, so they won't take it. There's no consequence at all to washing their hands of the entire situation and claiming it can't be helped. He knows this is exactly what they're thinking because he's been on the other side of this scenario more times than he can count. He's watched mothers at the park ignore their children hitting him. He's watched teachers conveniently turn away when he begged for intervention. He's watched all manner of self-described good people pretend he wasn't there at all. Hinata isn't him. She isn't him by a long shot. She seems to have grown up not having any of the problems he did. A completely different childhood for a completely different child. But he knows exactly what the heartbreak of being abandoned feels like, and he knows it will hurt her just as much. He remembers being 12 and alone. He remembers how crushing it was. How alienating. How much he'd wanted it all to end, even if it just meant getting scraps from the uncaring universe. He can't help but imagine that feeling will be so much worse for someone who hasn't grown up used to it. The words come easily. The decision not quite as easily, but when Izuku was 14, he threw himself into a villain encounter with nothing more than a backpack and pure fear. He's made bigger choices on worse feelings. I'll take her. The quiet in the room is different now, with everyone frozen at his voice. What? Yumino-san asks. In a more delicate voice, one of disbelief. Izuku squares his shoulders and faces her head on. He wants her to know he means it. I'll do it. One of the fringe relatives, who had been staring at a wall avoiding everyone's eyes for most of the talk, pushes themselves forward. Now see here, you can't just. 2 seconds ago, you seemed perfectly fine with leaving her in a facility to rot with the rest of this country's orphans. Now you want to complain because I want to help her? You either want her away from your family or you don't, Izuku snaps. Izuku, his mother reaches out to touch his arm, and he allows her to. She's concerned. He knows she is. This isn't a decision to make lightly, but he can't leave things as they are. I'm an adult. I have a well-paying job. I have a high-security home. I have a support network that can help me. Hinata starts middle school soon anyway, right? She's self-sufficient for daily tasks. By all means, this is the perfect solution for all of you. Especially if you're just so concerned about scandals, wouldn't it be better for the tabloids to camp outside my door while you all get to run away like cowards, without admitting you're involved? He makes sure to look at some of the biggest mouths of the evening as he goes on, each of them sweating a bit in their seats when he reaches them. I'm willing to take her. I have the means to do it. If things were fair and just, we would have known each other already, but we don't, and that's not great. But do any of you have a better solution, or are you just going to keep dodging any responsibility and looking after the child who needs help? No one answers. He didn't expect them to. If that's the case, then from now on this seems like a matter that's purely between myself and Yumino-san. The rest of you can butt out. The decision doesn't feel real until Izuku is standing outside, leaning against the dividing wall of the house with his phone in his hand and contemplating who to call. He can hear the distant sound of waves and the cries of gulls. Kasudaran truly is a beautiful beach city. But the white noise does nothing to help him relax as he chews over his options. He could call Kaken. Katsuki would know what to say to screw his head on just right, even if it's buried under 8 straight feet of cursing. He could call Ochako, who would offer sympathy. And also possibly an offer to murder the family inside. Mostly the second one. She's gotten vicious ever since properly beginning her career, and he loves her for it, but should probably refrain for the sake of her reputation. He could call Yayorozu. Not for any emotional support, but she's rich. She wouldn't think twice about buying whatever companies the shitty family members work for and firing them all. That's just a Tuesday brunch meeting for her. Above all, Izuku knows he needs to call someone. Not a friend. He needs to make up his mind on who to call to bury this. This isn't a story he wants getting out. Not for his own image, he's had people making fun of his situation his entire life. His earliest memories as a first grader were of kids asking if it was his fault his father ran away. He remembers the pity from other mothers when they spotted his doing her shopping and hitting all the sales. He's used to it. It isn't fair, but he is. But this story can't spread for the sake of the little girl who is already having the worst time of her life, and doesn't need the nation judging her for something she ultimately had nothing to do with. He has two options. The first is Hawks. Hawks can bury a story at the drop of a hat. The old HPSC was a rotten corpse of an organization, but if credit were to be given to their little child soldier conditioning program, it's that the skills Hawks took away from it are eternally helpful. The problem, of course, is that Hawks would then spend the next 11 years reminding Izuku every single day of that time I did you a favor. Maybe even longer. Izuku may hit retirement with the former winged hero showing up, geriatric and grinning like a loon, and laughing about the time Izuku contacted him to manipulate the press. The second option is considerably deadlier, but a lot easier. Izuku's top sidekick is a legacy hero. A familial one, to be exact. Tao Damien, of the Vietnam Tao hero family, Los Angeles branch. The Tao have earned a top 10 position in every single country they've sent a branch to, with heroes stationed in 13 countries so far. Izuku likes his sidekick. He's the most brutally efficient office politician Izuku has ever seen in his life, despite requiring an anxiety medication prescription potent enough to tranquilize an elephant. He's a strategic genius on the field before he hits his limits and starts crumbling. He could call Damien right now and the forces of the Tao family could have this entire affair dead and buried with no evidence in less than 6 hours. But then he would spend the rest of his life in debt. There's never been any proof the Tao are anything but a widespread hero family, but, well, hero communities talk. They talk a lot. They especially talk about their big names. Izuku may wake up one day 20 years from now with 2 elderly Tao women at his doorstep demanding his liver in payment for the favor done in his name. So those are his options. A former Birdman who enjoys being annoying on purpose, or the Vietnamese hero mafia. Izuku presses a contact name and pulls up a video chat. What? Hey, Damien, I need a favor. Damien looks anything but happy. It's extremely dark wherever he is, with a very faint glow somewhere in the background illuminating the parts of his face not covered by dark hair in shades of blue. There are prominent exhaustion bags under his visible eye. Are you okay? Izuku asks. Damien blinks, rubbing at his face. I'm fine. I've been doing night patrols with Tsukuyami since you took off. Izuku winces. He hadn't known that. Oh, my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't wake you, did I? Why no. I'm using days to play my way through my soul's collection. What did you need? Izuku makes a face, but decides not to lecture his top sidekick on giving himself sleep deprivation to play games. Even if he thinks it's stupid. Damien has never given a bad performance in his work, so he's free to make poor decisions off the clock all he wants. A situation came up at the funeral, Izuku starts. He chews his cheek a bit, trying to find the right words to sum up the situation. I'm probably gonna be gone for longer than expected. Spread that around the agency. I'm also going to need your specific help with something. What kind of something? Damien's face is the exact kind of wary that spells how well he's gotten to know his superior in all their time working together. Izuku would be offended if he didn't know his usual something was normally 10 times worse than this. The last time he asked for help with something, it led to a gang shootout in Tokyo. The wariness has been earned. Of course, this just makes the situation fully sort of click in Izuku's head, and suddenly he feels much less confident and articulate than he did when he was set off and glaring down a crowd. Okay, so there's a lot that I just found out, so it's complicated, but also not that complicated, but also I'm going to have to put in for family leave, because this isn't an issue I can just jump back into work from, and oh, man, I also need to look into custody paperwork. I've never had to fill that out before. The words tumble the way they always do when he works himself up like this. He's really doing this. There's a lot of things he hasn't considered. Does he need a lawyer? Are there going to be visits by children's services? Aizawa had a lot of meetings when he took in Eri, but considering the shared relations, will the government just not care? Can you translate that into a direct order? Damien asks. He mercifully just sounds bored instead of angry, which is normal for him. He has perhaps the most patience out of all the sidekicks for Izuku's tendencies. The most understanding, too, since he knows exactly how to work around them. Sorry. I'm going to be taking custody of a kid. I need this situation buried deep. Damien blinks. He moves his hair out of his other eye and Izuku can tell he's examining every inch of his face through the terrible picture quality of the phone camera. Did an ex dump a baby on you? He asks in sheer disbelief. What? No. Izuku almost drops the phone. He knows his face has gone red and he sputters for a moment before righting himself. She's my sister, my dad remarried. He and his wife both died, so I have a sister. She's almost 12. I'm going to be the one looking after her now. The blink returns, but the scrutinizing contemplation vanishes and now Damien is back to looking bored. Oh. That's easy then. Give me, like, a day. Now Izuku is the one blinking. That's it? Yeah. I can make some calls. Relax. Damien shrugs. Izuku has always wondered why he's so flippant at the worst things, but Damien did go to hero school in Los Angeles. Cities like that are built different. Thank you. Thank you so much. Izuku slumps a bit in relief, letting his head fall back against the stone wall behind him. What's your price? I want a week off. Not now, not when we're all covering for you, but when you're back. Undoubtedly to play more games. Izuku isn't actually sure if his sidekick has a social life outside of work. But, again, not his business. Done. I'll throw in a bottle of that plum wine you like. Top shelf, Damien demands. Yes, Damien, top shelf, Izuku agrees, knowing he wouldn't accept anything less. Pleasure doing business, sir. Damien gives a mocking salute before hanging up, and Izuku lets his hand fall to hang limply at his side. He's really doing this. He stays there a while just absorbing that. He focuses on the distant blue of the ocean, glittering not terribly far off in the sliver between two houses across the street. He's doing this. He has a lot of things to do. He'll need to contact lawyers. He wouldn't put it past some of the people in that house to try and snatch her inheritance now that he's taking her. He'll also need to make sure her family's assets are properly looked after. He'll need to arrange filing custody paperwork. He needs her school and medical records. He'll need to change her doctors, too. He knows the hospital he uses is primarily for heroes and victims of villain attacks, but plenty of heroes use its services for their families for privacy reasons, so maybe that transition won't be difficult. Izuku? Did she already test into a middle school? Or is she going to have to transfer? If she was just moving up to the local school, then that should be easy. They have time before April, but if she had her sights set on a specific private school, things could get dicey. He should ask Yumino-san. Izuku. Wa? Izuku's head snaps to the side to find his mother watching him. Her face looks far less devastated than it did this morning, but the grief remains. There's a tissue sticking out of her purse that seems soaking wet. You look lost, sweetie, his mother tells him. Sorry. Just thinking, Izuku answers. He tucks his phone into his pocket so he can focus on her. He still has calls to make. He needs to contact management and tell them he'll be gone longer, and to tell them to contact the legal department so he can get the lawyers ready, but his mom is here. He came here for her first. Izuku. About what you did in there, Inko begins. Mom. I'm not saying it was wrong. Inko holds a hand up to stop him. What they were doing to that little girl was cruel. I'm glad you didn't stand for it. He knows that much. She couldn't have any opinion on the matter during the arguments, as the ex-wife. Or just the old wife. One mystery for the ages will be how his father managed to remarry without formally filing for divorce. Either way, it left his mother without a leg to stand on during the argument in the house, so her feelings on the matter had to be kept to herself. Of course, she'd approve of him saying what she couldn't. And yet, she has more to say, so he lets her go. But, sweetie, you can't just jump in and make those kinds of promises. This isn't a person you're saving from an accident or a villain. This is a commitment. Do you even understand what you're signing yourself up for? Izuku sighs. If she was a little kid, I'd agree with you. It'd be stupid and impulsive and I'd need someone to knock sense back into me, because I know I can't drop everything and look after one of those. He learned that much watching Eri grow up. She's an amazing kid, but the level of work that went into looking after her was immense. It gave him a lot of perspective, watching Aizawa-sensei juggle that on top of his regular workload. But, Mom, she's not little. She's not helpless. She can bathe herself and feed herself and use the train, so, I can be the support she needs in other places. Inko frowns at him. There's more to raising children than the basic needs, Izuku. I know. I'm just saying she's not a baby, so I'm not going to go into this treating her like one. He remembers being her age. He remembers how badly he'd wanted someone, anyone, to treat him with kindness and meet him on his level. I won't be perfect at it, but you know me. I never quit when I decide to do something. His mother's frown doesn't leave, but her eyes do turn a bit fond. All I'm asking is that you don't fumble this too badly, Izuku. She reaches out to pat his arm, smoothing the fabric of his suit. Don't mess that little girl up more than this week already has. In the distance, two black dots round the corner on the sidewalk. Yumino Aoba and Midoriya Hinata make a slow-moving pair, with the elder cousin seeming to be leading the conversation as he holds the younger cousin's hand. Izuku watches them, noting how Hinata seems to be giving small answers even as the cloud of misery clings to her like a second skin. I don't plan on it, Mom. I'll be doing my best. He raises his hand to give a small wave as they get closer. Tentatively, his sister waves back. Hooray for one AGC. Midoriya. So yeah. It's gonna be a while before I'm back. Uraraka. Holy sheet? Jairu. Dude, are you like okay? Midoriya. I'm fine? I don't give a sheet that he's dead. Zero. Cold-blooded. Midoriya. But there's gonna be a lot of things I have to take care of. You know. Because there's a whole but child I'm taking legal responsibility for. Ida. We will support you however you need. Mother sends her condolences, also. I didn't want to tell her that they aren't welcome. Todoroki. How's the kid holding up? Midoriya. I'm not sure. She's quiet. But she also just lost her parents and found out her dad was a lying sack of donkey shit. So frankly I think she deserves a bit of time to be quiet and process all that. Kaminari. Bro, our therapist is gonna get so much overtime this week. Kirishima. He'll tell Katsu he'll be covering for longer. He's got the GC muted. Jairu. Again? Kirishima. Denki posted a bunch of those old Ugandan Knuckles videos and he threw his phone at the wall. Kaminari. In my defense, how was I supposed to know I was memposting the same time Midoriya's shitty dad dropped dead? Zero. Could have been worse. Could have sent all those videos after he said his dad died. Midoriya. Great job playing support today, guys. I'm gonna go help pack up my shitty dad's house now. Azui. If you need anything, just call. The house in Kasudaran is less daunting when it isn't filled with people who hate him for being there. It also feels far too empty. He thinks the others feel the same way, with how they look around its rooms desperately waiting for the occupants to walk through the door. It's different now that they aren't all clad in funeral garb. Yumino-san is still elegant, but her clothes speak of a life of working outdoors, with well-worn fabrics and the barest hints of dirt stains on her knees. Her hair is pinned back under a plain headscarf when she opens the door to let them all inside, one by one. Aoba looks significantly more ruffled, with the kind of casual stress universal to college students everywhere, complete with a stained hoodie boasting his university's name. Yuzuki does her best to look put together, but the small smile on her face doesn't reach her eyes. We have a lot of ground to cover, Yumino-san tells them. I've barred the rest of the family from these tasks. They've proven I cannot trust them with what's important, so I'm not giving them the opportunity to let me down further. It's down to them to pack up the lives of an entire family. Yumino-san. Yuzuki. Aoba. Izuku. An entire lifetime of two people and their marriage left in the hands of a pathetically small party. Is your husband looking after your kids, Fukaguchi-san? Izuku asks Yuzuki, who has fretted about making tea for their sad little group since she arrived. She's less of a wreck than she was at the funeral, but the grief weighs heavy on her shoulders and her eyes have the puffy look of someone who only recently stopped crying. We're alternating days. He'll be here tomorrow, she tells him, handing him a steaming cup of hojicha. How's Hinata, Granny? Aoba asks. As well as one can expect, with the circumstances, Yumino-san admits. I got her to eat this morning. It's more than I managed yesterday. Is she going to help with the packing? Izuku asks. That would be too cruel, I think, Yuzuki says. She clutches the serving tray in her hands tightly, seeming to hold back more tears. Forcing her to pack up her life like that. I've left Hinata in charge of packing up her room. Goodness knows she doesn't need other people barging in and rooting through her things, Yumino-san answers. Which is fair. That reasoning is solid. But Izuku looks at Aoba, who chews his lip, and thinks back to the day he moved out of his mother's house. He sips at his tea as he thinks it over, rolling the idea in his mind, before he puts the mug down. If I may. Yumino-san raises an eyebrow at him. Let Hinata go through the house first. So she can take what she wants. Midoriya-san? Yuzuki frets a little, questioning. It's just this was her whole life. And she's lost so much. Let her take what she needs. When I left home, I took things like my favorite throw blanket and the mug I liked the most from the kitchen. My room wasn't the only place I kept my precious memories. Izuku taps at his mug as he speaks, hoping he isn't crossing a boundary. I think it'd mean a lot to her if you gave her that. The room is quiet, with a hopeful sort of tension hanging over them all as Yumino-san absorbs his words. You're right, Midoriya-san. Yumino-san's shoulders seem so heavy as she says it. I was too caught up in other things to consider. It's not your fault, Mom. Yuzuki soothes. We're all doing our best here. You were thinking of Hinata-chan's feelings. Which is more than what everyone else had done, remains the unspoken part. I'll start setting up boxes. You can let Hinata grab things and we'll pack those first, Aoba offers. Maybe after that, we start upstairs and work our way down? It's the harder option, because that will mean going through the bedrooms first. But the kitchen can't be packed away until they're done, since food still needs to be made for everyone. It will mean handling the most precious personal items first, when the pain is still fresh. When it's at its most raw. It isn't the fairest way to handle things, but none of this is fair. Izuku isn't surprised when Yumino-san looks to him and gives him a different task. He'll do it, too, so that a stranger won't see the worst parts of the process. There is a shed outside, Midoriya-san. If you could begin sorting it out for us, that would be an immense help. I can do that. Izuku nods. Have you already arranged for disposal services? Yes. Sort the contents by type, if you will. The appliances and equipment can still be used, so they'll be resold, but everything else will need proper disposal. Izuku finishes his tea and puts the cup in the sink, leaving them all to it. They have a plan now. Best to start the work and keep the momentum going. It's a shame you can't take the mower on the train with you. It's only a year old. Aoba's voice drifts out of the kitchen as Izuku makes his way to the back door. The backyard is nice. Nicer than the one at Kaken's childhood home. Even his parents let their yard spill into a small tree grove that barely survived years of childhood quirk training, and to this day, Izuku can spot where patches of grass never quite grew back right. The backyard at this house is very well cultivated. There's a small plot off to the side with little signs staked in the grass to show it's for kitchen herbs. It's bare for now, with the early March chill permeating the air, but Izuku still feels a pang of melancholy that it won't be tended to anymore. There's enough space besides that corner to tell him this place held many afternoons of childhood play. The shed is a lot cleaner than he expects when he gets the door open. Which he's grateful for. The lack of immediate spiders in his face is worth a sigh of relief as he slowly steps in and takes stock of things. The lawnmower is new. Still shiny after only one summer of use. There's a hedge trimmer and a power washer, and some other tools he'll need to get a closer look at. There are shelves in the back holding canisters gas for the mower, for sure, but what else? He'll have to sort those for chemical disposal. The work is easy. It's hard to really decide if that's a boon or a detriment, how easy it is to fall into the pattern of sorting the items and marching them out onto the grass. Appliances going up for sale here. Chemicals here. Rakes and brooms and hedge clippers here. Old paint cans here. Trash is rounded up and put in piles with recycling in mind. Items of interest are set aside to ask about. In the corner of the shed is a series of bags and boxes. He removes them and puts them on the grass before he opens them to check the contents and is confused when he finds a very new and very familiar camping stove. Kaken has this same model. 2 burners, gas-powered. This one is green, as opposed to the bright orange Kaken had been excited about getting, but it's well cared for all the same. In the carrying case is more familiar items in the form of cookware. There are some small pots and pans, a few sets of non-metal cutlery on a ring, a grill cleaning brush. Oh, wait, this thing has a grill attachment? Shoot, it might be better than Kaken's, then. He's still using the mini grill he bought to get around campgrounds that ban fires without stands. Ah. The noise is soft, but cuts off quick. Izuku raises his head to find Hinata hovering at the back door, unsure if she should come out. She looks different today. The dress from the funeral, he realizes, was awkward on her, rumpled and ill-fitting in the sense it didn't suit her well. Today, she's in shorts that go down to her knees, despite the chill, and a long-sleeve short-sleeve combination Izuku recalls being popular at this age. Her curls are spilling freely around her head with no hair tie in sight. Maybe to hide her face, he suspects, with how exhausted her eyes are. He knows that look well. It's the sort of look one gets when, with no matter how much sleep, they still wake up tired. It's all right. Were you coming out to grab something? Hinata takes a moment before nodding. Is it this? Izuku points at the bag he's going through and it's assorted company. She nods again. It's the last thing I got from the shed. Were you going to add it to your stuff? Another nod, this time with a bit of a pleading expression emerging on her face. Izuku's heart hurts a bit at the idea she might think they intend to chuck all of it. That's great, then. Do you mind if I carry it in for you? She hesitates again, but eventually nods, before scurrying away. He hears her feet thudding on the floors to elsewhere, probably to root for more things. He doesn't hold it against her. He wouldn't know how to talk to him, either. He packs up the stove and makes sure everything is secure before taking it in. It's heavy enough a normal person would need at least 2 trips, but not heavy enough he needs anything but his natural strength training to succeed. Wow, way to make us look bad, Aoba mutters when he crosses into the living room. Is it Hinata's? You can put it down by the couch. There's a pile set aside that's taking over most of the coffee table and the floor surrounding the sofa. Izuku sets his cargo down and takes stock of it all with a curious eye. The very nice beaded lamp from across the room is there. There's a large plastic case with writing on it, revealing it's a sewing machine, of all things. A small box filled with Christmas ornaments. Magnets from the fridge. Hinata runs back in, places a few chunky-looking coffee mugs on the table with delicate precision, and then runs back off before anyone can question her. She's still working her way through. The kitchen's gonna be a while, since she's probably going to want to take all the appliances, Aoba explains. She likes cooking? Izuku asks. Aoba shrugs. Auntie taught her. She's good at it, and they have a bunch of stuff you don't find in most kitchens. I'd kill for half of it, with what I'm eating these days. Hinata doesn't run back in this time, but fast walks with a teacup and saucer delicately held to her chest with utmost caution. She makes sure it's secure and far from any corners before leaving again. She doesn't look at either of them as she goes. Izuku wonders how long it will be before he can manage to talk to his sister. Not for his own sake, he can wait as long as the universe makes him, but because he can't imagine avoiding him feels very good for her. But he can't focus on that right now. He has tasks to do. Is all of this stuff camping supplies? Izuku asks, nudging one of the boxes with his foot. Yeah. Auntie and Uncle Hisashi took her out at least once a year for a family trip, but she also goes out a lot with her club friends, Aoba explains as he makes sure the Christmas ornaments are properly wrapped for transport. Izuku was never taken camping, even when his father was around. Not for a lack of interest, but more because they were so deep in the city they had no idea how to even begin planning that sort of thing. If he focuses, really zeroes in on the early memories of childhood, he remembers a visit to a theme park. And then many, many years of nothing, since his mother couldn't afford to do much more than gift him yearly hero convention tickets. They always had the beach, at least. Well, no time like the present to finally learn. Kaken can catch him up on leisure camping, since Izuku only knows survival camping for work reasons. There's another thing she's definitely going to want, but I want to check over it really quick. Can you help? Aoba asks, drawing him out of his thoughts. Of course. The request leads them upstairs. Distantly, he can hear Yuzuki and Yumino-san packing in the master bedroom, discussing clothes and furniture in low tones. Hinata's door is open, and as they pass, Izuku gets a glimpse of purple walls and a multitude of posters. The very last door at the end of the upstairs hallway is closed. Aoba hesitates before touching the knob, taking a deep breath as he swings open the door. The contents of the other side are unexpected. The only musician Izuku really knows is Jairu. Jairu, he likes to think, is a well-rounded sort of musician who can explain the high and low points of any song, regardless of genre. But Jairu also has a very clear aesthetic about her. She's always had an edge about her, always been so cool with how she presents herself, and that extended to her workspace, which was all posters for groups he'd never heard of and bold colors and instruments liberally left all over. Amain's music room reminds him of it. But more. There are instruments tucked away in every corner. A violin sits on a desk in pristine condition. A cello is propped up by the door. A keyboard, a flute, a clarinet, a mandolin, a shamisen, a koto. His eyes dart from piece to piece, taking in it all with odd eyes. The walls are carefully filled with multitudes of musicians and bands from all corners of the music world. There are framed sheets of music among the posters, and Izuku's head hurts looking at them too closely, because what little he remembers about reading music from elementary school can't make heads or tails out of the extremely busy-looking dots taking up all of the bars. It's Aoba's voice that drags him out of staring at everything like a fish out of water. Auntie was a music major. But not just playing instruments, she studied how music works. The science behind how we make it. So, she has this collection she's been working on since she was a teenager. He leads them both to a display stand against one of the walls, next to one of the biggest record players Izuku's ever seen outside of one of those Showa-themed restaurants. It's all vinyl. This collection's worth a ton of money, if you know how far she's gone to get her hands on some of these. One of the sleeves right in front shows itself to belong to a jazz musician from the 1930s. This collection is serious. Wow, Izuku gestures at the instruments behind them. Could she play all of these? Pretty much. The lute is Hinata's, though. Aoba gestures at a small lute that's propped up against the windowsill. It's so little. For a brief moment, Izuku imagines it in Hinata's hands and he can't help but find it cute. Aoba, meanwhile, is fishing around at the desk that's been left liberally coated in music sheets and paperwork until he emerges with a document in a moment of triumph. Ah, this is the list. Auntie kept a list of all her records so she wouldn't goof and buy the same one twice. Help me check that they're all here. Izuku's heart skips at the implication. You think someone would steal them? He asks. He's careful to keep a lid on his anger, but he's pretty sure he's not doing a great job. He's been at least a little bit set off on a base level for days now. I think some people have no shame. Especially a certain cousin. Aoba rolls his eyes. Sticky fingers. Literally. His quirk is called Sticky Fingers. Izuku blanches. That's the worst self-fulfilling prophecy I've ever heard. Yeah, no, dudes, but his dad was Granny's brother, so we can't get rid of him. Aoba sets the list down and sighs, positioning it so they can both check the titles to the sleeves as they go. Izuku thumbs the sleeve for a Kasuga Hachiro record, thinking over how much Hinata's mother must have paid for such a thing. What do we do if a record is missing? Aoba's eyes cloud over for a moment, and Izuku notices his attempt to rein in the urge to clench his hand while he's handling the vinyl. Tell Granny. She'll go Terminator and get it back before Hinata ever finds out. His tone is light, but his face is stony. Good. It's good he's angry. It means he cares. They work in silence after that. The process of packing up an entire house isn't easy. Or fast. The first day had the shed items hauled away by the respective disposal services and the master bedroom packed, along with all the items Hinata chose for herself secured away in boxes clearly marked for moving. It also saw Hinata herself starting a laundry cycle to make sure no dirty clothes were left laying around to be dealt with, and the house's linen closet sorted and divvied up among those who wanted its contents. The second day opens with a small group of people in front of the house that Hinata is eagerly speaking to, even if her face holds that same expression of absolute grief from the funeral. Izuku almost walks over. There are 2 children, but 1 teen who looks Aoba's age and at least 3 adults. Hinata seems invested in talking to them, but she's also still a cloud of sadness he can't help but want to help somehow. He didn't see any of these people at the funeral, so he has no clue who they can possibly be. He doesn't, though, because Aoba herds him away from the group on the sidewalk and into the house. Don't interrupt, it's fine, he assures Izuku. It's her club friends. What club is she in? Izuku asks. He chances another glance at the group before the door shuts, but all he sees is one of the adults patting Hinata on the shoulder. It's it's not so much a club as an organization? Aoba thinks for a moment. The society? The organization. Oh, man, what was it? Society for Creative Anachronism, a new voice corrects. Sorry to interrupt. Yuzuki filled me in on everything that's happening, I'm happy to help. Fukaguchi Juda, Yuzuki's husband, is what one might call a very huggable man. That is to say, he's very thickly built, and his ears end in tufts of fur, rather than skin. Sandy brown hair bleeds into fur rather easily, and when he opens his mouth, Izuku can't help but notice sharp canine teeth. The Society, or SCA for short, is a living history group. They basically get together to recreate pre-17th century life and learn skills and hobbies that take their interests. Hinata-chan's been going for years now, Fukaguchi-san explains, adjusting his round glasses with hands tipped in little claws. It was an American group to start with. Then the Americans brought it over through the army bases, and according to Hinata, it took off way wider than expected after Quirks showed up. It's a whole thing, Aoba finishes. It's a fun thing, Fukaguchi-san ribs lightly. I'm biased, though. I teach at a university. Aoba wrinkles his nose, but shrugs. It's filled with people from a lot of walks of life, so it's no surprise some of them turned up to check on her. Leave her to it. Well, that's good, Izuku supposes. That she has people checking in on her. Hinata comes inside after a few more minutes, pausing in the doorway when she sees them all before kicking her shoes off and darting away deeper into the house. Should someone go with her? Izuku asks. He doesn't volunteer himself, he knows he wouldn't be welcome yet, but it feels like someone should. I wouldn't. Yumino-san emerges from the kitchen, drying her hands with a spare rag. Hinata-chan has always hated crying with an audience. If you try to go comfort her now, she'll just keep holding it all in. Izuku must make a face, with how absolutely sideways that concept is to him. He and his mother are both easy criers. He's infamous for it. Of all the differences to find out about a sibling, this is the least expected. He can't imagine holding all his tears back the way she must do. Leave her to grieve how she pleases. We still have work to do, Yumino-san says, and that's that. The second day is just more work, at a faster pace. Fukaguchi-san is extremely helpful in that regard. His quirk lets him take on chimeric transformations from a variety of animals, and moving things goes much faster with a man who can decide he needs the muscle strength of a bear at the drop of a hat. The boxes packed up from the master bedroom are brought down and set aside, while the furniture is arranged for the movers who will be responsible for clearing everything. Hinata scurries in and out of sight the entire time. Today, she seems to be making a more concentrated effort to pack up her bedroom. Izuku doesn't envy it one bit. She still isn't talking to him. He won't push, he knows better, but he can't help the curiosity as to who his sister is. Hinata would have been born when he was in middle school. He was in the throes of the worst time of his life when she came into this world. She would have been so small when he met All Might. When he got his quirk. When the war started. He can't help but want to know more about what kind of person she became, when he was off living his life. So, she goes to this SCA thing. What does she do there? Izuku asks when they're in the middle of packing away Amane's music room. Fukaguchi-san is taking stock of what all is there to begin sorting out what can be sold or donated, while Aoba and Izuku carefully disassemble everything and pack it away. It seems a good a time as any. Sword fights, Aoba answers, bored as all hell as he carefully peels music posters off the wall to roll up for the storage tube. Sword fights. Izuku nearly drops the shamisen in his hands but catches himself before letting go, carefully tucking it in the case they found in the closet. Naginata fights, too. Our family has some old Edo-era weapons at Granny's house, and Hinata's always really liked them, Aoba says, as if that's a normal sentence to whip out in conversation. Izuku knows he's gaping because Fukaguchi-san is quick to assure him. The SCA doesn't use real weapons. Don't worry. Fukaguchi-san butts in. They're weighted to be the same, but they're all fakes. You get bruised like no tomorrow, but nobody's getting sliced open. Except for the knives, Aoba points out. Yes, well, they're very big on knife safety, since everyone has to use one. Fukaguchi-san waves him off. Neither of them notices Izuku only looking more distressed at the admittance of knives. But besides that, Hinata-chan's always thrived in the combat lessons, but she's also picked up a lot of other skills. Her calligraphy is the best in her class, Fukaguchi-san explains proudly. Not too bad at pottery, though she didn't care much for it, Aoba adds. The fibercrafts worked out, though. Amane was so happy to teach her. Izuku perks up. Oh, like knitting? Knitting he knows. Knitting he's familiar with, because he would hold his mom's yarn for her as she worked. He can deal with that. He's never really picked it up himself. His dexterity has only gotten worse with age. His fingers seize up and hurt anytime he tries to do anything too complicated, but he does know his way around the yarn section of a craft store for his mother's sake and can talk shop about it. Knitting, crochet, sewing, embroidery, all of it. She's always making things. Fukaguchi-san's smile is one of pride and fondness, and it's such a relief to see. Aoba snickers. Yeah, and that's when Auntie stopped being happy to teach her. Aoba, don't make fun. It's hard not to. Look at this thing. He holds up a small pillow that had been abandoned on the floor near the desk. An item that hadn't seemed terribly important upon first glance, but now that it's being held in the light, Izuku can see it's a hand-embroidered cross-stitch, like the ones his grandmother used to make. Live laugh lobotomy. Izuku chokes on a laugh. Fukaguchi-san doesn't have much of a response to this sort of evidence, so he adjusts his glasses and clears his throat while returning his attention to the inventory he'd been taking. Yes, well. She always did have a sense of humor, the older man mutters. You should make sure she gets that pillow back. It's a start. It's one little piece of a person he hasn't yet gotten to know. While working, Izuku sees a few glimpses of Hinata as the day goes on. She takes a bag of trash and undesired clutter down and hurries past the music room with an urgent pace. She brings up some empty boxes and only spares a moment to glance at anyone else. At one point, he catches her taking a box full of clothes downstairs, a sour look on her face. Like the contents smell disgusting. Or if there were a roach somewhere inside. He only notices because he left the music room to grab a small empty box for the desk papers, so Fukaguchi-san could review them all later. Hinata drops her box by the pile of things to be given away, scooting it further into the mess with her foot before rushing away like touching it burned her. He glances at the contents out of pure curiosity and only finds a fashionable blouse. With the tags still on. Ha! Strange. It's the nice sort of quality item someone like Yaoyorozu likes to wear. He doesn't bring it up. It's not really his business. But it's one more thing to file away. Maybe she just doesn't like the look. She does seem the more active type, if she's running around with fake swords on the weekends. The music room is wrapped up not terribly long after. The vibrant space is rather somber without its decor, and Fukaguchi-san can't help but stiffen up and rub at his eyes when he looks over the barren walls. He gives a parting touch to the case of an acoustic guitar, little claws tapping against the material twice, before something heavy settles over him and he declares the room done. All that's left is for the items inside to be carried away. Izuku never knew Amane, and never will. But he feels the sorrow for the woman that was very much cherished by this family anyway, because her loss is a genuine tragedy. Whatever person she must have been is one who will be missed for a very long time. That's the funny thing about this process, he finds. The whiplash between fond remembrance and immeasurable grief. And he's perpetually a bit stuck on the outside, looking in from far away. Of all the things that become difficult, it's taking down the family photos. Fukaguchi-san and Aoba find they can't do it for very long, Fukaguchi-san because his eyes cloud over with that heaviness once again, his movements becoming lethargic, and Aoba because he immediately needs to leave to take a walk in the backyard when he sees the smiling family photo from New Year's, featuring all of the relatives who are now banned from the house. So Yumino-san and Izuku take over. It's odd. Not because it's awkward. But because Izuku sees his father's face in so many of these frames, and past the initial flash of fury that he never got the chance to shatter the man's jaw, there is nothing but apathy. He sees a lifetime before him. Of a smiling young couple at their engagement party, which apparently took place some years after his father abandoned his wife and son, and isn't that a bit of a relief, knowing for sure he didn't walk directly into another household. That there was time between the two. He sees newlywed photos from the honeymoon. He sees a very prgnant mane, long blue hair pulled back as she holds up a onesie printed with daisies at a baby shower. He sees a baby with teal curls wrapped in a yellow blanket, held by a much younger Aoba, who looks about to cry. Izuku sees an entire childhood he never got. Family photos at the beach. New Year's filled with full tables of vibrant laughter. Hinata, surrounded by a group of children, chests puffed up with pride as they hold out ribbons for their elementary school sports festival. He sees the same group of kids in so many photos, detailing the elementary years in perfect detail as he watches them slowly grow. One of the boys in the photos always has his merchandise. Deku-themed sneakers, hoodies, masks. A few Halloween photos reveal a yearly appearance of his own hero costume, getting a bit more elaborate with every new photo. This boy shows up most of all, arms always around Hinata's shoulders or body pressed right against hers. She never seems to mind, laughing at the contact in so many snapshots. Izuku has the urge to make a copy of one in particular, where both children have matching gap-toothed grins as they hold up tooth fairy money. Maybe a lesser person would be angry, seeing so many smiles. Izuku feels the anger, yes, anger that his father had it in him to actually do the work, but didn't think Izuku or his mother were worth it. Anger that the man could smile the way he does in these photos as if he didn't do something horrible. But also, anger that Izuku's only just now learning of an entire life of someone he should have met years ago. Do you know what hobbies Hinata has? How does she spend her time? He asks Yumino-san when the silence becomes a little too much, watching the way she keeps her spine still as she packs away the wedding photos that Izuku has studiously ignored. Maybe they both need a distraction. Him from the resentment, and her from, well, her from the worst thing that can ever happen to a parent. Yumino-san pauses, a frame held delicately in her hands. She takes a moment to think, gazing down at the photo of her daughter's smiling face. She likes games. Like video games? I don't have much time these days, but I do still play a little. His job keeps him busy. Extremely busy. But downtime, as his therapist has ordered him repeatedly, needs to feature things that have nothing to do with work. So, when he isn't returning to his old online haunts, trawling through the hero forums to see what the fans are talking about these days, he boots up games. He's definitely lost some skills with how little time he can dedicate to it, but it's also peaceful returning to old stories and spending months slowly chipping away at a newer release. Those, yes, but she also likes other games. The ones with the dice, Yumino-san explains. Izuku blanks a bit, because the only dice that come to mind are casino dice. Like gambling? No, it's a storytelling game. The dice has too many sides. She tells me stories sometimes about what she and her friends get up to playing little characters. A new image comes to mind of the podcasts he sometimes catches Damien listening to. Oh, Izuku realizes. Tabletop. Okay. I've never really interacted with those. In theory, he would have been right for those games, but a prerequisite for tabletop games is having a group of friends to play with. Something he lacked for the entirety of his younger years. He was too afraid to walk to the game shop and ask, too, in case he'd only be opening himself up to a new group of people who hated him for existing. Just ask her. She'll be thrilled you're interested. Yumino-san offers a small smile at him, and the thoughts of his depressing childhood drift away once more. He can leave that behind to ask someone who likes these games to tell him all about them. He's always liked listening to people talk about what they're passionate about, after all. It's what he would have wanted most when he was her age, so he'll make sure to do his best to listen. Yumino-san appears at peace for a moment, before her eyes drift back toward the wedding photos in her lap. A thought seems to come to mind. Izuku waits her out as she huffs, straightening herself before she looks at him once more. Since you're here, we should discuss something important. Hinata's schooling. Izuku snaps to full attention at that. Yes? He sets the box he was filling aside to face Yumino-san properly, giving her the authority she's due. This problem has been bothering him for a while now. Did she have a school arranged already? I've been looking into middle schools near me, but I haven't made any inquiries yet just in case. I should hope not. One of the reasons I was reluctant to remove Hinata from the area was because she tested into Tsukayu Oka Academy. Izuku blinks. It takes a moment for the words to settle in his mind, and then he blinks again with his jaw dropping faster than an anvil from an airplane. Tsukayu Oka? Izuku exclaims. Wait, really? That place? Oh, good, you've heard of it, Yumino-san says, undisturbed at his outburst. Of course he's heard of Tsukayu Oka. He's never entertained the thought of going, but Tsukayu Oka is the dream school for parents everywhere. Tsukayu Oka Academy of Math and Science is one of the top schools for STEM subjects in the entirety of Honshu in the entirety of Japan, when one looks at their test scores ranked among the national averages. It's the kind of place where children start attending cram school as early as first grade to try and pass the entrance exam. He's heard amazing things about the kids who graduate from there. He's also heard their standards are impossibly high. Izuku knew of roughly 5 children in his grade who attempted to go there. None of them made it in, and of the ones who followed him and Kaken to Aldera, 2 of them wound up crashing and giving up on academics after their failure. It's understandable, when you hear about what that school offers. Their robotics team regularly wins awards. Their math team has dominated the region for over 2 decades. Missing out on a school that regularly sends its astronomy club to space camp would crush anyone. He's also heard that Tsukayu Oka students are some of the most neurotic messes alive, but having never met a single one, he can't actually verify those claims. Every kid I've heard of who tried to test and failed the entrance exam. Izuku runs a hand through his hair, wheezing a little at the implications. Holy cow, she must be a little genius to manage to get into that school. Yumino-san's smile is a proud one, glad to see that her granddaughter has impressed. I wouldn't say genius, but she is a very bright little girl. She wants to become an engineer. I take it you won't remove her from this school. No, it's one of the best schools in the entire prefecture. Or anywhere else. That actually makes me feel relieved, that she has something like that lined up. Izuku genuinely does feel better now that he knows, but also Tsukayu Oka. He's going to have to do a lot of prep for a place like that. I'll check the trains to be sure, but I think from my apartment, she won't have that bad of a commute. It's up near Fuji. Dayu City, yes. Right next to Fuji City. Yumino-san nods. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Be sure to set aside time to fetch her uniform and class information. She'll need her paperwork filed post-haste. Of course, Yumino-san. It's a load off his back, no longer having that question hovering in the back of his head. The school's security should be good, too, so he doesn't have to worry as much about her well-being during the day, which was something he'd been considering, but still, there's something dizzying about knowing just what school he'll have to deal with. He may never have met a student from there, but he still hears things. Parents of Tsukayu Oka students are supposed to be the worst. But, still, it's a good school. With new facilities, even, thanks to post-war rebuilding efforts and more programs to offer incentives to students seeking these fields of study. Hinata will get a good education there. Izuku breathes, looking down at the photo yet to be packed away. His baby sister's gap-toothed smile gazes back at him. He realizes, right then, with the information about her hobbies and her school floating through his head in fragments, that the child he's taking in is an even bigger nerd than he is. Somewhere out there, he feels like Kaken should be laughing at him. I've been wondering, Aoba begins out of the blue, as they walk to the train station. Up until now, Izuku has made this walk alone. But today, Aoba left the same time he did, and they're slowly making their way through the streets of Kasudaran to reach the station as the sun turns the sky pink. It's a slow sort of evening. Cold enough that Izuku zips up his jacket and wishes he'd swapped out the baseball cap covering his curls with a beanie to shield his ears, but clear enough he wishes he had the time to run along the beach for a while. It's peaceful. Settling, after the difficult work they've been doing. Easy enough to give into Aoba's conversation starter, with a tilt of the head. Yeah? How are you not getting mobbed coming this way every day? Aoba asks. You're a popular hero. People love you. By now we should have been dealing with tabloids at the door, not that I'm complaining. This is a good thing, but... How? Izuku had forgotten that someone might pick up on that. Oh. Izuku blinks. Probably because nobody knows it's me. Aoba looks at him as if he's grown a second head. How? He gestures to, literally all of Izuku, which for a normal person makes sense. Izuku's not the tallest person around. It's hard to claim that title when people like Ida and Shuji exist in his friend circle, but the thing about the pro-hero lifestyle is that it does force you to bulk. He didn't grow exceedingly taller after high school, but he's been described as a walking brick wall, which mostly shows when he's in his costume. He's built now. He's all muscle. He can punch a wall and break the wall, not his fist. On literally anyone else, it would make them stand out in a crowd, but something about his freckled face erases all traces of recognizable features. I have one of those faces. Izuku half-heartedly shrugs. A hat and a face mask work pretty well, but to be honest, all I have to do is dress differently and slouch a little. Earphone Jack told me once that it's Tony Hawk syndrome. Tony like, the old skateboard video game guy? Aoba looks puzzled at that, much like Izuku did when Jairu told him this. Yeah. Nobody knew who he was without a skateboard, apparently. Nobody knows who I am if I'm not in costume. Izuku thinks for a moment back to some of his more notable ventures outside. Or if I'm just alone, really. The second one of my friends is nearby, they recognize me again. Aoba just stares at him. Blankly. No. There's no way that's true. It is. Believe me. No way. I refuse. They make it to the station just then, where the scenery goes from empty to full of life as people make their commutes home for the day. Aoba looks around, frowning, before raising his hand to catch the attention of a woman passing by. Hey, does this guy look like Deku to you? The woman blinks at him in confusion. Then looks at Izuku with a scrutinizing glare. Izuku throws up a peace sign for good measure. As if, the woman settles on, rolling her eyes as she walks off. Aoba is left gaping. Izuku, used to this phenomenon, just pulls out his phone to check his messages. You sly son of a beach, Aoba eventually hisses. I've learned to live with it. It's nice being able to buy junk food like a regular person. Night Eye always said humor was the most important aspect of heroism, and Izuku credits the man's wisdom for leaving Aoba on the train platform, wheezing laughter into the setting sun. Day 3 sees Yuzuki return, tired but a little brighter in the eyes after a day spent with her children. She comes bearing gifts. These were in the master bedroom. If this arrangement is really going through, you'll need them. First is the booklet containing Hinata's medical information. She places it before him in the kitchen with utmost care, almost resistant to let it go. He thumbs through it, gentle when he sees the information written down only days after her birth, and memorizes what he can. She's clear of any conditions and major concerns, but an inhaler prescription? It stands out to him among a sea of medical information spelling out a healthy child, and a pang of worry fills his chest. Hinata-chan inherited her father's quirk. She started coughing up smoke when she was about 4. I remember it scared Amain horribly. Yuzuki touches a hand to her cheek, expression caught between fond laughter and an immense well of melancholy as her eyes drift away to her memories. Nei-san always was a worrier, but Hinata-chan just had the most frustrated look on her face whenever she coughed. Ah, that makes sense. Breath-based quirks have a few peculiarities about them, and one of the biggest issues with anyone who develops one is the 70% rate of requiring an inhaler at some point in their lifetime to counter how their quirk may interfere with their lungs and respiratory system. A fire-based breath quirk would be the worst variant of that problem, logically. Combustion systems are notoriously finicky when they first begin to function, and an internal combustion system would complicate matters horribly. She's better now though, right? Izuku asks even as he mentally files away an order to refill the prescription immediately. Yuzuki nods. It evened out within a few years, yes. She rarely needs it these days. Mostly, she only gets smoky when she's ill and that's a maybe once a year sort of situation. She seems to hesitate, then, biting her lip as she appears to use all her strength to bring out the next item. The other important thing is this, you'll want to put it away. She delicately places a wrapped parcel on the table, hands trembling the slightest bit. It's Hinata's birthday gift. Nei-san had already bought and wrapped it. Izuku's heart drops. Oh, no. It's so small, is the thing. The little telltale rectangular shape of a book, wrapped in shiny paper covered in balloons. It's completely innocuous and innocent, and it's going to break Hinata's heart all over again. It's breaking Izuku's heart right now. It's breaking Yuzuki's, too, from the way her face crumples the longer she stares at it. I'm glad. Despite it all, I'm glad. Because that means Hinata-chan gets one final gift from them. She wipes at her eyes, a stubborn sort of frustration coming over her as she sits up to fix Izuku with an expression of utmost determination. So, please, handle it with care and make sure she receives it properly. Of course. I'll do my best. There are other things here, but those two are most important. Granny went and got Hinata's school records and the things she left behind. She'll miss graduating, but they finished their exams, so it shouldn't penalize her. The thing about determination, though, is that it can only do so much. The trembling finally comes to a head, and Yuzuki's eyes well with tears that spill over as she tries her best to speak. Her voice simply cannot stay strong as the grief returns in full force, and Izuku grabs a tissue box from a nearby table as she breaks. "I'm sorry, it's all happening at once," she sputters through the tears. Izuku offers the tissues but doesn't do anything to stop her. She needs this. They all need this. "Hey, no, it's fine. This is a horrible thing to happen. You lost someone very important and it hasn't been easy," he soothes. Maybe if he were someone else, or had less care in his heart, he would be less forgiving of this situation. He knows most people would let the resentment cloud their empathy. But for all the things that were done wrong, for all the things that harmed him and his mother, in the long term Yuzuki's beloved sister wasn't the one at fault. Yuzuki's just as caught in the crossfire of it all as he is. She's even worse off, really, since she's the one who lost someone she actually cares about. All Izuku lost was dead weight and the mystery of whatever happened to a man he wrote off years ago. Yuzuki dabs at her eyes, a small hiccup escaping. "You're too nice about this, Midoriya-san. How can you be so nice?" He isn't nice, though. Not about this. It isn't being nice to simply put the blame where it's due. It isn't being nice to just do the logical thing and only blame the wrongdoer. It's common decency. If he were being nice, he wouldn't be filled with the rising urge to go find his father's ashes and dump them in a litter box somewhere for his life choices leading to this, to a woman sobbing in her sister's house after her family has been torn apart. But, then again, maybe that's where the bar is these days. The little girl packing her things upstairs is a sign of that. It's a choice. "I choose to be. You and Yumino-san and your sister aren't the ones who did anything wrong," Izuku says, instead of admitting to the rolling sea beneath his skin that is anything but nice. Yuzuki sniffles. She looks at him in a way that strikes him as familiar, the look of civilian seeing him in the field for the first time, truly witnessing his fights up close and not just on screen. The look of someone who can't believe he's real. "God, Amain would have liked you, despite everything. I'm so sorry you only got to know our family like this." Izuku is sorry, too. For all that his father deserves the disgrace, the rest of this family didn't deserve everything else that came with it. Things shift, ever so slightly, near the end of the day. "Are you really done?" Izuku hears Yuzuki ask from down the hall. He sticks his head out of the hall closet to peer where Hinata's door is wide open for the first time in hours. "Is what done?" he asks, walking closer. Yuzuki sees him coming and steps aside to make room. Hinata-chan seems done packing up her room, well, besides the bed, but that has to be left for very last anyway. Hinata's room is sad, now that it's empty. Izuku never got the chance to look at it when it was full and vibrant and would tell him anything about its occupant. Now, it's bare purple walls and empty furniture. Hinata sits on the floor, in front of a box filled with clothes she's taken care to fold. He thinks maybe she'll be living out of that box until move-out day comes. She's already gotten into the habit of wearing lazy clothes, only so the rest can be put away, if the basketball shorts and old t-shirt are any sign. "Is that really the last of it, Hinata-chan?" Yuzuki asks. Hinata doesn't nod. She fidgets, looking up at them both, and something eats at her. Something is worming away at her, making her freeze, and her eyes flicker around the room in a small panic before something gives and her shoulders fall. "Promise you won't get mad." Her voice isn't what Izuku expected. He's known Eri for years. And in all the time he's known her, she's had a beautiful, delicate voice in high tones that's never been anything but adorable. Izuku hasn't heard his sister speak in all the time he's known of her, but some part of him expected something similar. Not the same, but similar. The high tones of a young girl, delicate and cute, just barely inching into the teen years. Hinata's voice is deeper. Flatter. Boyish, with how she rolls her words in her mouth the same way that a much younger Kaken might have. It suits her, he finds. "What?" Yuzuki asks. "Promise." Hinata demands. "We promise," Izuku says. Hinata looks up at him, guarded, but he raises his hand. Scout's honor. She doesn't buy it. But she scoots anyway, moving to her closet. It's empty. It's completely empty and Izuku can't see a single scrap left besides clothes hangers. But Hinata shuffles further inside on her knees, and runs a hand along the wall. And then pops off part of the wall. Yuzuki makes a surprised little noise, and Izuku drops down into a squat so he can watch as Hinata removes an entire panel of her closet interior. She reaches inside the hole, eyes kept low, before she pulls something out and sets it down. It's a box set. Of all the movies of the Saw franchise. Hinata, Yuzuki breathes in disbelief. There are more. Hinata pulls out more box sets and DVDs. A Jordan Peele collection. Titles like Hillbilly Armageddon. The Evil Dead. Corpse River. All the Ju-on films. Several Korean titles Izuku has never heard of, like Gonjiam, Haunted Asylum, Wailing Idol, A Tale of Two Sisters. It's a lot of movies. A few dozen titles wind up being pulled out not just from the closet either. Hinata runs out of room in the closet somewhere around something called Mad Attic and then goes to her dresser, where she pulls a drawer out and reveals even more DVDs stashed underneath. There's an assortment of old Hammer films right next to the bright orange cover of House. She fiddles with the paneling on her bed and pulls out the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. After that comes CDs. Mercifully, it's a lot less of those, but Izuku can only watch in amazement as Hinata takes apart a little ottoman that had served as a comfortable chair to reveal a stack of CDs with names like Slackjaw Conspiracy and glaring parental advisory labels. Hinata looks at them with tense shoulders. Expectant. Hinata, Yuzuki starts. Your mother didn't want you anywhere near these things. Hinata tenses even more. Izuku looks at the pile. At the movies that have been collected over who knows how long, and carefully stashed away. No one hides things like this unless they're important. Cherished. She was thorough in making sure her mother would never find them. Which means she's definitely watched them all. Hinata broke the rules her mom laid out for her. But what can really be done? They can't reach inside her brain and make her forget them all. She's already seen the forbidden fruit and developed a taste for what she likes about it. Yuzuki is obviously churning over the same questions in her own mind, debating if it would be right to scold her when the circumstances are what they are. Izuku winds up making the decision for all of them. Which one is your favorite? Hinata blinks down at him, where he's still low to the floor. He moves aside a few of the DVDs to get a better look at the titles, examining them all with a curious eye. I can't say I watch much horror, but I've seen at least a couple of these. I like this one, Akuma no Ikebana? The one where the killer's quirk can only summon flower petals? It was really inventive. He isn't lying, as he taps the case. He did like that movie. Ochako had taken him out to see it and they'd smuggled outside candy into the theater. She'd liked it even more than him, but Izuku had liked it specifically because there had been this weird movie trend for a few years where slashers were quirkless as a plot twist. Seeing a slasher take a useless quirk and use it for inventive horror had been magnificent. Hinata fidgets, twitching her fingers a bit as if grasping for something to do, but eventually, she answers. Alien. Ridley Scott, she mutters. Some people get on my case saying it's not a horror movie, but it totally is. Just because it's in space doesn't mean it's not a horror movie. He has seen that one. It's mandatory, if you know Kaken. Kaken's first love had been Ellen Ripley. Izuku's just glad he knows what Hinata's talking about, because that means he can answer her properly. He can talk to her. Izuku smiles. Ah, my best friend loves that one. He likes Aliens better, though. PSH sure, if you like James Cameron. Hinata rolls her eyes. Izuku pps his head a bit. What's wrong with James Cameron? Guy's a huge tool. Hinata shrugs. I can respect his attention to detail, but he's a control freak who thought the only motivation Ripley could have to make her badass was maternal instinct. What a load. Oof, yeah, that does sound pretty bad. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Would you like a box for these? You're not going to take them away? Hinata eyes him a bit, squinting, as if that will reveal any deception on his part. The lack of trust stings just a bit, but at the same time, well, these are her treasures. He would have felt the same wariness if his mother had ever started handling his most prized collectibles with her bare hands. He can respect the hesitation, as a fellow collector. Why would I? They're yours. I can help you pack all this away and I can clear away space for them when I get home. Is that all right? Hinata considers it. Looks him over again, at the DVD in his hand, at the careful way he's placed his feet so he won't jostle anything if he moves. She doesn't trust him yet. He knows it will take time to earn that, to have her decide he's worth that investment. But she does deem him trustworthy enough for at least this, since she nods her head. Yuzuki, silent for this exchange, seems relieved. That's fine. Izuku smiles. Great. Help me pack them away then, so they'll stay in order. He does not earn much that day, but he does listen to his new little sister as she puts away her collection. She doesn't smile. Not yet. But she does let him ask her questions as they go, and it's enough. Day 4 finds Izuku with a mission. He must clean his apartment. Izuku doesn't consider himself a messy person, he never has been. He's always had a particular way he keeps his things and he's never liked to put excess work on his mother, so he cleans up after himself around the house. But the difference between being a child who lives with a parent and an adult who lives alone is that clutter is a disease that spreads rapidly. Doubly so when he got that ADHD diagnosis when he was 18. His apartment had been a disaster zone before he started medication. It's still a disaster now, but it's a disaster in smaller doses. Specific areas where the mess blooms and just sticks. Clutter blindness is what his therapist calls it. He genuinely won't notice the mess as it builds up until someone else points it out to him. Or the pressure to clean for guests forces his hand to re-evaluate the room. He would say a child coming to live with him is enough pressure, because when he looks over his living room, his entire chest seizes up in panic. The house for the most part can be completed without him. Yumino-san is starting the process of finalizing all the paperwork and setting the last bits of legal work to rest, so there isn't much to do until then. It had been her who had brought up, on his way home the previous night, that he should take some time to get his own home in order. As he stares at the veritable mountain of clutter on the side table next to his sofa, he cannot be more grateful for the wisdom of his elders. I'm gonna need trash bags. Lots of trash bags. He does wind up needing trash bags. Tissue. 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 A magazine he cut up so he could scrapbook an article about one of his friends. A fork? When did he leave that here? A half-eaten bag of Skittles he doesn't remember opening. A picture book of cats wearing hats that his mom gave him as a housewarming present when he moved in. It's cute, it's adorable, and he doesn't hate it, but he isn't sure what to really do with it. Are those loose pills? They're small and red. When was he given something like that? They're definitely not ibuprofen. Are they candy? This is a dangerous game he shouldn't be playing. Pills or candy is the kind of game all those terrifying public TV service announcements play to scare kids into not touching their parents' things. He's gonna have to play this game, isn't he? Fine. Just touch the tip of his tongue to its neither. It's those dinosaur sponge capsules. Kirishima gave him some ages ago for some reason. Just gonna throw those out. Oh God, a blood-soaked weight. No. This is Damien's. He remembers now. He let Damien pass out on his couch and had to wrestle schnapps out of his drunk little hands. This is just used equipment of his. A blueprint of some kind scribbled on a napkin. Looks like Shudo's handiwork. God knows what it's supposed to be. A note written by Kaken telling him to clean, from sometime last spring. Kaken's winter gloves. Ochako's missing sunglasses. An invitation to last year's Christmas party. And that is just the first table. Izuku's back crackles as he sits up when he's done, wiping the surface of the table down with a lemony-scented cleaning wipe and feeling an intense shame for how full the bag next to him is. His mother would be so disappointed in him. And he's going to have to live with that feeling until he's done, since the other table is worse. Not to mention the coffee table, home of God, at least 7 empty bottles of tea from the vending machine at the agency that he drank and put down thinking he'd throw away later. Day 4 isn't kind to him. The living room takes half of his morning. The tables are his worst shame, which is a relief when he takes the couch cushions off and doesn't find much more than some dust and loose change. He wipes everything down. Vacuums. Dusts his TV stand. Starts moving collectibles to his bedroom so All Might's smiling face isn't quite so present all over the area where people sit. He feels confident after that. Like he's broken past a barrier, and the rest will be easy. This feeling lasts until he gets to the bathroom. The toilet is fine. The shower, also fine. Both are cleaned easily and with practiced motions. The sink is perpetually resistant to his efforts, somehow toothpaste is determined to cling to it, but Izuku isn't one to give up easily. But then he opens the medicine cabinet. The pharmacy of horrors stares at him in utter accusation. It's his own fault, too. The thing about being a pro-hero about his entire life, at this point, is that he and the hospital staff are practically on a first-name basis. He has a thick enough file that he knows they side-eye him anytime he walks in. He gets hurt a lot. He has chronic issues because he gets hurt a lot. His medication just builds on top of itself. Again. And again. And again. A half-filled bottle falls from the cabinet to land in the sink. Mocking him. Alrighty then. Antibiotics he had to drop because he got hives on day 3. Pain meds. Pain meds. Pain. When was he ever on these? He doesn't recall this one. Wait, no, he does. These made him pass out standing up. He nearly drowned in the tub. Muscle relaxer that did all. Allergy medication that made his eyes water so bad he was actively crying for 2 days straight. Something he can't even remember because the doctor misdiagnosed the problem entirely and his usual general practitioner nearly had a heart attack. Vitamin D supplements, from that really long winter a few years back. On and on it goes, sorting through assorted medications and bottles and God knows what else he's crammed into his medicine cabinet since the last time he cleaned it. Oh, hey, the canker sore covers. He forgot he had these. Oh. Expired. God damn it. He's so into the task he almost misses the vibrations of his phone, but luckily for him, it rattles itself into the sink from where he left it perched next to the faucet. It's Tsuyu, to his confusion. Azui. I'm coming over. Midoriya. I'm kind of in the middle of cleaning. Azui. I wasn't asking. I'm coming over. Midoriya. Yes, ma'am. Izuku's confused. Very confused. But he's aware he can't fight it, so he dumps what he's collected so far into the garbage pile and makes himself presentable for guests. Tsuyu arrives with all the blunt tact of a log breaking down his front door. Which is to say she waltzes right in as soon as he answers her knock and doesn't hesitate to dump several bags on his newly cleaned coffee table in record time, somehow managing to ditch her shoes and slide into guest slippers so seamlessly Izuku is left at the Genken still staring outside trying to process what just happened. "Hi," he greets once fully catching up. Not that I don't love your company, but I'm kind of on a time crunch to get things ready." Tsuyu, ever the pragmatic one, doesn't let him finish. "That's why I'm here. I brought things to help." Izuku blinks, then brightens up a bit. Oh. Okay. Thanks. Here." She shoves a notebook and pen in his hand, a soft ribbit escaping as he startles at the sudden gift. "Midoriya, I know you're a good and capable person. You try to do your best at everything you do. But you grew up an only child, so you can't be trusted with this." "Thanks." The hit to the self-confidence is devastating, but he isn't given any time to really think on it. "I raised Satsuki and Samidare for the most part until high school. So I've done the job you're only just now starting. I can tell you just how hard it actually is and how little you actually know about it, so I'm going to help you out a bit." Tsuyu stares him down with ease, her unblinking eyes boring straight into his soul, and he knows, without needing to be told, that he needs to shut up and gracefully accept her intervention or she'll make this a lot less pleasant. He loves his friends so much. But so many of them are terrifying. Hence the bags. Tsuyu nods. Hence the bags. She plunges a hand into one of said bags, pulling out a bottle. "These are children's medications. She isn't sick," Izuku points out. "Yet," Tsuyu says, ominous. "Kids get sick all the time. Even if she's healthy as a horse right now, the day she actually gets sick, you're going to panic and run to the store and not know what to buy because you're terrified your kid is dying. So, you'll buy one of everything. I'm saving you the time. This is one of each standard medication for kids for the type of things they always come down with." She rattles the bottle in her hand, then picks another, slightly different one out of the bag with her other. "This is children's Advil. And this is adult-strength Advil for when she outgrows it. I know all your medications are horse pills. Don't give her those." Izuku blushes, since he was in the middle of dealing with his horse pills when this all started. It's not his fault his metabolism is the way it is. Or that his pain tolerance gives his doctors stress ulcers. This is a shower caddy for separating your bathing supplies. She's going to have more things than you do, so start setting up space now so your shower doesn't turn into a mess. Tsuyu ribbits again as she pulls more items out, lining them up on the coffee table as she goes. Izuku frantically begins jotting down notes as she talks, since she doesn't seem like she's going to stop anytime soon. These are snacks kids love. Keep them around. She's at an age where she's going to be hungry all the time, feed her and don't ever say a word about gaining weight. These are quality chocolates. They aren't for you. Tsuyu rattles the bag a bit before he can even ask. You're getting a girl right at the age where we become psychopaths. Put them in the fridge. The next bag is neatly assorted and separated from the rest. These are PRD supplies. I already have the box in the cabinet, Izuku points out. He hadn't gotten around to checking on it yet thanks to, well, all this. But he knows it's there. That won't be enough. I don't know if your sister has started hers or not, but she's not going to want to ask you for anything. There are teen pads, packaged wipes, pantaliners, and a pouch to carry things to school with her. Why a pouch? Izuku asks, curious. God punishes us by making pad wrappers crinkle like potato chip bags every time we touch one. This is to preserve our dignity, Tsuyu tells him with a completely straight face. There's a beat of silence as he debates if she's being serious. Also, middle school boys SCK. They scream every time they see anything about PRDS and it gets exhausting after a while, Tsuyu admits in the exact same tone. Ah. That's a lot more grounded. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Izuku nods, and scribbles some notes down. Tsuyu deems this satisfactory and continues. House slippers for kid feet. You only have guest slippers, and she isn't a guest. Make her feel welcome. It's overwhelming. But helpful. Izuku wants to say he realizes how out of depth he was on this, but from everything Tsuyu says to him in her lecture long and full of ribbits and tales of how he will never actually be prepared for the reality he thinks he's still out of his depth. Improbably out, even. But he's aware that he is, instead of feeling too confident, which might be what Tsuyu was aiming for. Which is helpful. Cockiness kills, they learned that much years ago. But staring at the sea of supplies and the notes he's been frantically writing for so long his hand is starting to cramp, he's besieged by the reality of what he's done. This kind of responsibility is completely foreign to him. He isn't going to have anyone holding his hand. There is no higher authority he can pass it off to when he's done. And he signed up for it without even thinking twice. It's easy now because he's still by himself, but in a few days. Azui? Izuku asks, staring down at the notes. Tsuyu ribbits to let him know she's listening from her place on the couch, where she's removing the tags to some of the items she brought over. Am I too impulsive? Doing this all of a sudden? He expects the stare he gets. He doesn't expect the eyebrow tilt that's subtly calling him an idiot. Of course you're too impulsive. You've always been too impulsive. You're lucky you aren't dead from it. Tsuyu, in her infamous blunt manner, fires her arrow swiftly and cleanly through his chest in a way that hurts immensely, but he knows he can't complain about. He did ask. If you're asking if you're screwing up by taking in the kid, then probably. At least a little. Most people sit on it for longer before making that kind of choice. Izuku winces. It felt like the right thing to do. Because it was. Objectively. He blinks in surprise at that. Tsuyu's stare softens, just the tiniest bit, and she reaches over to pat his hand and put the notebook on the table amid the piles of supplies. Your heart's always in the right place. You're a little idiot for jumping the gun the way you did, but knowing you, you'll do your best to not make a total mess of things. That's why I'm here. I don't really want to see you fail, Tsuyu admits, and, well, it warms his heart a bit. To know he has that kind of support. You're doing the right thing, for stupid reasons. Just accept it. Trying to act like you aren't won't do anyone any favors. It doesn't remove the weight. The heavy truth of responsibility is still hovering just over his shoulder, ready to drop. But he feels a little less like Atlas, trying to hold the whole world at once. And that's better? Thanks, Azui. Tsuyu. Thanks, Tsuyu. She leaves him like that, just a little lighter even with the weight soon coming. He thanks her for her help. Tells her he'll call when the situation needs her. He's so caught up in how much he loves his friends and their support, that when he goes to put away all the foodstuff he's been given, he has a small heart attack when he flips on the light. All this cleaning and he forgot to touch the kitchen. It takes roughly 2 more days to get everything settled. 2 days that pass far too fast, and agonizingly slow at the same time. Izuku keeps working on his apartment. He goes shopping and stocks up the kitchen best he can, knowing it's probably best if they avoid going out for a little while. He fetches and begins filling out the paperwork for all the legal changes that will be taking place. He completely restructures his merchandise placement so All Might's smiling face bears down a tad less in the common areas. He also calls Mina, because it occurs to him mid-kitchen tidy up that she is quite literally the only person he knows who actually understands how to keep curly hair healthy, and he should probably get a head start on that before the child is in his home looking at him with a comb in her hand. He clips his sides for a reason. He only manages the bare minimum as it is for himself. And hadn't that been a fun conversation? Ashido, I was using a hairbrush when you found me and put me through curl boot camp. Do you honestly think I've gotten any better since high school? He had asked, and could perfectly imagine her dismayed horror on the other end of the phone when she had replied she'd be there in an hour. Much like Tsuyu, she'd barged in with a full bag and left supplies on his table. Some of which was for him. She spammed him with care guides for the 3B curl type by the time she was done and skipped out the door with firm orders to give himself a conditioning treatment. He's still not sure if she was insulting him by the end or genuinely a little endeared by his ignorance. All of it leads up to perhaps the hardest part of this entire journey. Moving day. The scene is an incredibly melancholy one, when he arrives at the house. Hinata stands outside her childhood home, staring up at it with the carefully blank expression one only finds on someone using the most iron grip humanly possible on making sure they don't let their feelings slip. Izuku knows that face well. He'd spent quite a bit of time on the run doing it every day under his mask. He hadn't really liked seeing his reflection, back then. There's something bittersweet about the efficiency of movers, he finds. They descended on the house like ants, and before he's even close, he knows they're emptying the entire place like a well-oiled machine. Hinata won't have to lift a finger, which would have given her something to keep her mind busy. Being left listless as someone else handles the hard part only gives her time to think. Gives all of them time to think, from the looks of their tiny party also watching the house. Izuku doesn't say anything. There's nothing to say. Not for this. Instead, Izuku stands next to Aoba, nodding in greeting, and allows the family next to him to have their final goodbye. It's a closure to things, for certain a definitive end to this entire ordeal, an act that can't be undone and will permanently change their world just 3 steps to the left, but, Izuku knows, it's also just the start of what comes next. That's always been the worst part. Dealing with life going on in the after. Watching the world turn as if nothing was ever wrong in the first place. Things will be okay eventually. But for now, it hurts. It will continue to hurt. And the only way out is through. Yuzuki and her husband are the first to break the silence, when the double stroller at their feet begins whining. "Oh, dear, I'm sorry," Yuzuki starts. "Don't apologize. They're just saying the quiet part out loud," Aoba mutters. Fukaguchi-san pulls back the sun cover for the stroller and unbuckles a baby to pick up, and were it any other occasion, Izuku might have made a noise at the sight before him. The Fukaguchi twins, 2 babies with shark mutations, garble at the sight before them in disgruntled annoyance. Izuku's hand twitches for a notebook when he spots the little dorsal fin poking out the back of a onesie. "You should go soon. They're not gonna like being out all day." Hinata's voice is small and mechanical in DLVRY. She's still watching the house, but her eyes are far away. "We came out for a reason, Hinata-chan," Yuzuki says. "We're not going to leave that easily." Hinata doesn't answer. The silence weighs just a bit heavier. The thing about life is that the endings are often anticlimactic. They watch the house for a long time after. Until it's empty. Until Yumino-san locks it up for the last time, patting the front door with her hand as if bidding it farewell. The movers leave in 2 different directions, with one set taking their load to storage and the other heading for Shizuoka City. Hinata receives crushing hugs from her family. Yuzuki begins to cry again, kissing her head with a sort of desperation about her that no one can bear to comment on. Aoba's hands tremble and he doesn't let go until she does. Even the babies, too young to know the occasion, receive a sign of affection from their cousin in the form of forehead kisses and a little handshake, allowing them to grip her pointer fingers in their tiny hands. Yumino-san, ever the caring grandmother, holds her granddaughter with a stance that says 1,000 words. She makes eye contact with Izuku over Hinata's head, and Izuku nods to the plea left hidden for him to make sure he does his best. And then it's over. It's always felt like a bit of a rip-off that the most momentous occasions in life have nothing to mark them. No swell of music. No dramatic lighting. There is nothing for this either, just the somber and hesitant expression of a little girl gripping her suitcase as she looks up at the person who will be in charge of her for the rest of her childhood. Izuku can only offer her a smile that can't quite meet his eyes, and his hand to lead the way. It isn't much. It isn't the nostalgia-colored memory of Yagi holding his hand out to a crying middle schooler at the edge of despair. But his new little sister takes his hand, sets her shoulders, and matches his pace as they walk to the train station together. It isn't much. But it's a new start. Katsuki thinks he's been super FING patient with this entire situation. His therapist would give him a gold star and everything. Like sure, he's beached non-stop about it since it started, but he hasn't texted Izuku any of his complaints. Once. He's just unloaded all of it on everyone else. Like a good and thoughtful person who cares about other people's feelings or whatever. "Katsu, that's not how it works," Eiji told him when he said so, but Katsuki was already flying out the door for another day of kicking but on all of Deku's patrol routes, so Katsuki could pretend he didn't hear that. And thus, Katsuki thinks he's totally earned his reward for all this stupid patience. Eiji mentioned it was all settled and things could finally go back to FING normal. His exact words were, "Looks like everything's settled and Midoriya can bring her home," so Katsuki spent the whole day relaxed as all hell, looking forward to this evening. He scrubbed himself nice and clean in the agency showers. Ignored Firecracker beaching at him to do his paperwork before leaving. Went to the nicer liquor store where the good sheet is. And now, here he is, making the trek to Izuku's apartment, loaded down with the finest, get so smashed your brain goes into a blender, drinks he can carry. Katsuki had wanted to do this the day he got the call the deadbeat was actually dead. They deserved it. But knew, Izuku wanted to be responsible or something. Loser. Whatever. Better late than never. Too bad they never got to beat the shit out of the guy, but toasting his death and maybe getting a location where he can PSS on the grave is just as good. He's kind of insulted he hasn't gotten a text yet. But maybe Izuku's just wiped out. Katsuki doesn't know what possessed that a-hole to stick around settling his SPRM donor's affairs, but knowing him, Izuku would insist it was the right thing to do, so he'll need these drinks more than anybody. Katsuki doesn't ring the bell. He hasn't bothered since the nerd moved in. Instead, Katsuki whips out his copy of the key and lets himself in. "Hope you're ready to get crunk, loser." He kicks off his shoes far past the Genkan, as he's done for years just to be a little sheet because he knows the nerd won't call him on it, and waltzes in with all the swagger of a man who knows it's the last time he'll walk straight until noonish the next day. He hopes Izuku knows a half-decent place for brunch. He's not cooking his own hangover breakfast. He throws his jacket over a random chair, flops onto the couch, and reaches down to grab and wrench open a bottle of Jaeger. Just in time to make eye contact with a random child staring at him from a chair. She's holding a juice pouch. Katsuki blinks. The child raises her eyebrow at him. This is weird. Did he walk into the wrong apartment? Katsuki glances around. No, this is definitely the right one. Sheets been moved around and it looks like the nerd finally cleaned his side tables, but the Golden Age All Might switch stand is still right there next to the TV. The throw blanket Auntie made is still on the couch. Mentally, Katsuki reviews all the children he knows just to see if he's met this one before. Yeah, no, he doesn't know this one. Eri isn't blue. Well, DMN, if this isn't a mystery. Time to whip out his investigative skills. Who the F are you? Katsuki asks. Kaken. Oh, good, Izuku's here. Who the F is this? Katsuki points, bottle sloshing around in his grip. Izuku looks sad, crossing his arms and doing that face he does. The one where he's appalled and offended and does that little eyebrow twitch that Katsuki's mother does when she's at her limit and about to throw something. Izuku never follows through with the threat, though, so Katsuki doesn't bother moving. That's Hinata. Izuku says, like Katsuki would know what that's supposed to mean. Wait, did you not check the group chat? Why the F would I check that? Katsuki asks. He never checks that thing. He shuts it off every few weeks and AG forcibly adds him back in against his will. It's been an ongoing game since they moved in together. I've been messaging it for days. I've been updating everyone there. Izuku throws his hands in the air, fully exasperated. Well, now Katsuki's just offended. What the hell? Why wouldn't you just text me that? I'm your best friend. Whoops. Big mistake. Now Izuku's smug and angry. Oh? HM? You're what, Kaken? Deku asks. I didn't say anything. No, really, what did you say? Why's the kid even here? Katsuki, who refuses to get mushy about feelings until alcohol has been properly consumed, points at the kid again. The kid is now glaring at him. And Izuku's right back to regular angry. You would know that if you checked the group chat. Izuku makes an aborted motion to strangle him, furious, but settles for grabbing Katsuki by the back of his shirt and frog marching him to the balcony door. Like he's some kind of stupid toddler when the kid in the room is right over there drinking juice. Hinata, stay put. I'll deal with this. Katsuki is pushed onto the balcony, and the door shuts behind them. Just the two of them and the shitty balcony chairs. Then Izuku grabs the Jaeger bottle, opens the door again to slam it on a side table, and shuts the door again. God. This is not the night Katsuki thought he was getting. The outside perspective of the argument on the balcony is an odd one, since for all the two men participating gesture like they're screaming, they keep their volume down to a whisper. One Midoriya Hinata watches from her perch, unimpressed. They go at it for a while. The blonde man the girl recognizes as Dynamite looks pouty as he stomps his big stupid feet around like a baby. At one point, he makes a jerk-off motion real classy, that one and sits down in a balcony chair with his arms crossed, making a surly expression that wouldn't be out of place on a kindergartner. Her newfound brother throws his hands up, exasperated, before coming back inside rolling his eyes. Are you going to make him leave? Hinata asks, curious. Behind her new brother, the balcony door opens and Dynamite grabs the bottle from the side table before going back to his chair to sulk. No, he came all the way here. Said brother rubs between his eyes like he's developing a headache, exhausted. He reaches into his pocket and pulls something out despite it, waving it a bit. I did steal his wallet, though, so he's paying for dinner. What kind of pizza do you like? Oh, that's impressive. She hadn't noticed him doing that. Chicken bacon ranch? Hinata asks, hopeful. You can get an entire large chicken bacon ranch to yourself. And garlic knots. Go nuts. Out on the balcony, Dynamite sees his wallet and flips the bird. It's with his bad arm, though, so it's only half-mast. The great hero Deku shuts the curtains in his face and goes to get his phone to order. Thus begins the first night in Midoriya Hinata's new home. The reality of having a child living in his home is a slow one to set in. Not for the usual reasons. Most parents have trouble getting used to their child's presence because the disruption of it all barges into facets of their life they didn't consider or completely underestimated the power of. For Izuku, it's slow to set in because, understandably, Hinata isn't exactly energetic enough to make her presence very known. He wishes he could do something about it. But this isn't a problem he can solve. Which is the worst feeling someone like him can sit with. There aren't exactly guides for this situation. Izuku's been checking. The closest he's found have been articles for raising children of ugly divorces, and while some of the advice is absolutely not applicable to their situation, Izuku is grateful for the wise words of one Dr. Chizuki for at least giving him a small stepping stone on what the hell to do with the world's saddest little girl. It's not much of a stepping stone, but it's something. Izuku thinks he's totally winning at therapy, something normal to want and possible to achieve, for how he packs away the sheer fury at his father for leaving this entire mess for everyone else to clean up. At how his bullshit has ruined 2 children while he got off clean. Izuku is not repressing. No, sir. He is putting a pin in it, to tackle an undetermined amount of time later. Much later. Maybe even never. He's so winning at mental health. The dire need to beat someone into unconsciousness is a sign he is the best he's ever been. Hinata is like a ghost for much of those first few days. Izuku can tell she isn't quite present. The glaze in her eyes when she comes in for meals says enough. It worries him. But he also isn't going to press it, just yet. The thing he remembers most about this sort of despair was the pressure to move forward. To push past it. He can't find it in him to repeat those sentiments when he remembers how much he'd wanted to break. So, he decides to give her this much. I know you must feel. Well, there isn't a word for it I can think of. Not one that really gets just how bad it is, he tells Hinata, the day after she arrives. He threw Kaken out before she got out of bed, with firm orders to stay gone until further notice, and cleaned up the mess his closest friend always leaves behind so he could make an actual breakfast to wash away the sins of greasy pizza. Hinata doesn't answer, but the look she gives him with her mouth full of rice and egg says enough. Honestly, I'd give you permission to just say it's sheet. It's absolute sheet. You of all people have earned the right to say it, he admits, which earns him a snort. You have a few weeks before school begins. I'll be here the whole time with you. He keeps his voice gentle and even, devoid of judgment or any kind of command. Just like the guide said for how to communicate with tweens. So for now, you don't need to be strong. You don't need to push forward. Take as much time as you need to be as messy as you want. You don't need to be a person again until school starts. Melt into the couch for all I care. Just take the time given to you. I can handle the rest. I'll be here. Can you do that? She nods, slowly chewing her food. And that began the days of a listless spirit in the form of an 11-year-old occasionally wandering within his eyesight. Izuku elects to follow one of the guides and simply chart the experience in tallies of good and bad. Good, she turns up for mealtimes. She hasn't rejected food, which was a concern. Some people respond to grief and traumatic experiences with deprivation. Izuku is one of them. His own therapist's words linger in the back of his head for the first few days, only calming when Hinata does appear at the table when summoned and eats her share each time. She's dressing in new clothes each day instead of wearing the same pajamas until forced to change. Bad, she's not all there when not given something direct to do. He can only tell because Todoroki was the same way for a while. He'd never talked about it very deeply, keeping it to himself, but the suspicion grows when Izuku sees her and her eyes are too far away to see what's right in front of her. She's dallying on doing anything with her new bedroom. Izuku's pretty sure she stopped doing her hair routine, from the way her curls have gone limp on day 3. He's giving her the time he promised. But he can't help but worry himself sick in the meantime. The first few days are quiet. Slow. Hollow of life, from how little he sees of Hinata. The schedule she seems to settle into consists of waking up around 9, eating, vanishing until lunch, eating, and then vanishing again until dinner. Shower, then sleep. Izuku watches her at each mealtime but nothing seems to change. It's twisting up his insides a bit. At the very least, he still has things to do to keep himself busy. By day 4, he's cracked and started doing chores. He's moved most of his office items into his bedroom. Not the desk. The desk is 2 dm big and is now in the corner of the living room, with each drawer locked, but his filing cabinets and other extra sensitive materials have been sequestered away and he's hoping to lighten the load by finally sorting through old materials and shredding what he doesn't need anymore. He's not used to being on leave without an injury keeping him distracted, and the boredom has finally pushed him to tackling one of the more tedious clean-outs. He's shredding old case notes by the dozen. There's a relief that comes with getting rid of them, even if part of him wants to keep them in case they're ever relevant again, but Izuku forces himself to remember the official notes are in the official files under lock and government key. He doesn't need this napkin where he sussed out a serial killer's MO after 2 boxes of takeout at 3 in the morning in the bullpen. Especially when he can't tell if that's coffee or dried blood on the corners. Who let him walk out of the agency with this? It's a potential biohazard. He pauses his steady rhythm when he finds a page with contact information on it. Mineta's. HM. Should he keep this? He doesn't really talk to Mineta. At all. But he did have this for work reasons. He'd needed Mineta's consultation on a case a few years ago where the villain had been in his territory first. But then again, that was a multi-agency team-up, so someone else could always call him. A small knock draws his attention, and Izuku looks up to see Hinata standing at the doorway with her socked feet just barely inching past the boundary line. She looks so small. Her curls are spilling everywhere once again, an oversized t-shirt nearly touching her knees. He can just barely see the shorts underneath. It's sad, and it makes his heart clench a little, and abruptly he remembers this little girl is going to be in a middle school uniform in a few short weeks. Izuku drops the paper into the shredder without a second thought. Hey there, did you need something? He keeps his tone light, but not jovial. Casual. I've never really lived in an apartment before, but I heard they don't let you hang things on the wall. Hinata frames it as a question, expression furrowing a bit as she thinks. I wanted to ask before I screw your walls up. Depends on what you're trying to hang, mostly. Can I come take a look? Izuku asks. She nods, stepping aside so he can exit and follow her to the room that used to be his office. It's a mess. Not the mess of a slob, but the mess of someone who hasn't quite decided how to unpack just yet. The movers set up the furniture as directed, but the decorations and everything sans bedding was simply left in the boxes for Hinata herself to sort through. She hasn't seemed to do much yet, but one box is open on top of her desk. I have a display shelf set for all my minifigs, but back home we hung it up with nails. I don't know what your apartment allows, Hinata explains in a toneless voice, gesturing to the open box. Inside, Izuku can see a boxy display shelf, and a lot of bubble wrap that seems to hold multitudes of small items he can't quite make the shape of. He plucks one of the shelves out of the box to weigh it, eyeing the wood with a thoughtful eye. There is a back to it, luckily. Not too heavy. You're right, we can't use nails. But I do have something you can use. One sec. Izuku sets it down and then makes his way back to his bedroom, rooting through his nightstand until he finds what he's looking for. He returns with his prizes clenched in his hands. You might have noticed all the merch on the living room walls. I don't think anyone could not notice, Hinata mutters. Izuku dutifully ignores it. And I figured out the secret years ago. This is double-sided tape. The good stuff. I've never seen it fail. But it's so good it rips the wallpaper clean off, so you need to pair it with some masking tape to spare the poor walls. It should work just fine keeping your shelves up. He waves the two tapes a little for emphasis, and Hinata seems to accept the explanation just fine. He really does have faith in these things. The last time he tried to pry the double-sided tape off of a wall, he ripped 2 feet of dorm wallpaper off and started crying over how mad Aizawa was going to be at him. He's learned, since then. Did you know where you wanted them? Izuku asks. Hinata looks at her wall in consideration, frowning. I was gonna put them right above the desk. It's where they were before. That'll look nice, he thinks. The desk is a bit big for someone her age, but he understands that a hobbyist needs room to thrive. The shelves will match things nicely once they're up. Oh, that'll be easy then, Izuku assures her. Did you want help? Hinata shifts on her feet, returning to the uncertain sort of air she had when she sought him out. You seemed busy. Oh, that wasn't me being busy. That was me being bored. Normally, I'm only ever on leave for medical reasons, so I at least have an injury or something that's eating up all my attention. But now I don't really have anything, so I finally started clearing out my filing cabinets. The shame tacked on at the end is legitimate, but he needs to admit it if he wants her to let him help. He wants to help. He wants to do literally anything that will let him interact with her outside of meals. How long were you putting it off before that? Hinata asks. My last clean-out was 3 years ago and I dropped it halfway through because a new case started, Izuku admits. His sister gives him some kind of considering look, as if evaluating what she's learned. Your work office must be a real garbage dump, huh? Izuku sputters. Hey, I'll have you know I am the speediest paperwork guy in the business. Other agencies quiver before me. Ingenium wishes he had my efficiency. Hinata blatantly doubts his claims, which, okay, fair. He's been told he's a freak of nature for actually staying ahead on his paperwork. But she does step aside and allow him to help, so he's willing to accept her doubts and roll with it. She takes a seat on the bed to give him space to maneuver around the boxes, and it's with the years of practice of being a collector who slaps every surface of his space with his findings that Izuku gets to work figuring out exactly where to stick these shelves. There are three boxy shelves with segments inside for display purposes. Izuku eyeballs it, snatching a pencil off the desk to lightly mark the wall, and sticks his tongue out in concentration as he begins carefully laying tape down. He works in silence only for a bit, since Hinata's eye seems to catch on something when he grabs the thick double-sided tape. Do your hands hurt a lot? The scars on his hands are a little less stark these days, having had years to heal and a regular dose of prescription cream per the demands of his doctor. But with how Izuku is pressing against the wall, he knows they stick out. He knows they're an unusual sight for civilians. He also knows, from experience talking to kids on the clock, that they're nothing to be ashamed about. So he answers the question the same casual way he's always done. Oh, all the time. He laughs a little, pressing tape a little firmer on the back of one of the shelves. I take a lot of medications, and a good chunk of them are so my pain stays managed. The rest are because my brain is a filing cabinet with rats in it. Hinata hums. Thoughtful. It's not painful to do this now, right? No more than any other task where I have to use dexterity. The thing about chronic pain is that people don't really understand the chronic part. His body always hurts. And it always will. But there's pain he can live with without much effort, and that's the pain he mostly deals with. He's on the lucky end. He knows that. He also knows he has to be honest with her about this, because if she's going to live with him, she'll need to know the ins and outs of living with his condition. If my hands ever really hurt, you'll know. I don't really hide it anymore, since they swell up real bad whenever a storm front moves in and everybody notices, Izuku tells her, pressing the shelves up against the marked spots on the wall and putting as much of his body into it as he can. He has to hold them there for at least 30 seconds each. I'll always be pretty achy, but if it's bad enough to actually be a concern, you'd be the first to find out. Is that why your gauntlets look so tight? Hinata asks and, Izuku didn't think she'd even notice that. Most people don't. Melissa had always been concerned with how One for All destroyed his limbs, so from the very first draft of his support suit, the gauntlets had been built with stress relief in mind. There were so many features packed into the underlayer to negate pain and prevent further damage that the first time he'd tried them on he'd started crying. Izuku hadn't been on pain meds then. It was the first time in months he'd felt relief. Oh, yeah. Compression helps. Feels like a dream when the weather turns bad. He keeps it casual as he releases the shelf and steps back, waiting to see if it holds. It does. There we go. This is a good height, right? Yeah, it is. Izuku smiles at a job well done, and picks up the tape to start on the next one. Thank you. For helping. Hinata's voice is small. It's small, and unsure, and it breaks his heart hearing it. But he wants to hear more of it, so he smiles anyway. It's what I'm here for. I told you I'd take care of the rest, right? The secret, Izuku finds on day 5, is to give Hinata something to do that requires her to actually think. For a brief moment in time she'll be pulled out of her own head and forced to return to Earth, and he can breathe a little easier. The great thing about this is that since she has so many boxes still laying around, he has plenty of ammo to work with. I cleared out space for all your movies like I said I would. Izuku happily shows off the open space directly underneath his own collection of movies and the games he leaves out for his days off. You have free rein to figure out how you want them to go. Hinata eyes the open space with hope, but still hesitates to sit down next to the box where her movies are waiting. You really don't mind that they'll be out in the open? Nah, not even. Not like anyone who comes here can judge you worse than they judge what I have. Izuku gives her an assuring smile, but what Hinata does is eye his own movies for a few moments before looking back at him with an incredulous expression. Are all you own just hero documentaries? Izuku's cheeks warm up. No, I have regular movies, too. But these are my comfort movies. I like having them right next to the TV. Easy access. That's a 6-part documentary on the history of heroics. Hinata points to the box set, which proudly has a blurb right on the front about the amount of hours of runtime the series contains. Izuku refuses to feel shame for this. And it's a comfort movie in my eyes, he defends. It's just enough that Hinata doesn't question him further, though, since she sits down and begins rifling through the box to sort through the contents. He watches her for a bit. She pulls everything out so the box can be set aside, and then starts stacking cases where the spines face her for easy reading. Izuku watches the covers come and go as she arranges her piles, humming to herself as if complaining over something or other. She looks like him when she's focused. There's definitely an emotion happening right now, but he's not going to deal with that until later. He can cry a little bit over the strange connections of blood in the privacy of his own room where she can't see him. So, why horror movies, he winds up asking. She stills, just the tiniest bit, and he rushes to fix whatever judgment she heard in his question. Not judging, genuinely curious. All the girls I knew at your age were squeamish about that stuff. Hinata twists her mouth a bit as she thinks it over, avoiding looking directly at him as she rearranges the movies on the floor and considers each title. She takes her time to choose her words carefully. Izuku waits patiently every second of the way there before she answers. Horror gets a lot of flack. Because it's cheap and gross, and it's supposed to make you uncomfortable. But there's a lot going on with stuff like that. There's a lot of things to say about what scares people and makes them feel like they need to look away. Her hand hovers over a movie, contemplative, and something in her eyes softens. I like other things too, but horror's got so much going on that I can always find something new. I'm glad you have something interesting to dabble in, then, Izuku replies with an honest smile. Are you into it much? Not really. I don't hate it, but I'm not really a person who seeks it out. I'll probably learn a lot from watching you, though. It happened with all my friends' hobbies. He knows a fair bit about a lot of things thanks to his friends. He can't help it. He loves listening to them talk about what they love, and this probably won't be any different. He knows about Kaken's hobby magazines and Shudo's favorite book series and Tenya's stationery. He learned about wrestling plotlines for Kirishima's sake, so frankly, he can handle whatever absurdity his sister throws at him. With that, he leaves her to it. He has half a mind to start prepping lunch. But, when he opens the fridge, he finds that the cold tea is low, so he winds up making a detour to make more of that instead. He ends up pouring a second glass topped with ice to take to the living room, where he finds Hinata hunched over the movie pile. Oh. She does it, too. Izuku's friends have made fun of his muttering storms for years. Good-natured fun. But teasing nonetheless. He's been poked and prodded for years about it, by everyone from his friends to his mother to fellow heroes who spot him gearing up for one and prepare like it's an incoming tsunami. Every last one of them has pointed out his tell is how he comes to rest his thumb against his chin. And Hinata seems to do the exact same thing. Izuku can't help but watch for a minute in amazement, as the exact pose he's unconsciously done for years is recreated in smaller scale on a child who never met him once. Hinata doesn't mutter like he does, speaking to herself in regular tones far too fast for normal speech, throwing titles and numbers around as her eyes flick from DVD to DVD, judging each film with a critical eye. Something bubbles up in Izuku's throat that nearly chokes him before he swallows it down and blinks his eyes a few times to regain control. He clears his throat to announce his arrival, and to give himself plausible deniability over how choked up he feels, and sets the second glass down on a coaster before pulling a cushion to the floor to oversee the progress. Having trouble? Izuku asks, like he didn't just experience a spectrum of emotion he doesn't feel okay dissecting right now. Mercifully, Hinata doesn't notice. She's too busy staring at her collection with her thumb still in place. I'm not sure what order I should go in. Izuku hums, ping his head to look the titles over. What are your thoughts so far? An orderly way to do it would be by release date. But if I do that, then all the movies in a series will get separated from each other. Another is to do all the series first and then do release dates for all the single films, but then I have to decide an order for all the franchises to go in. Hinata points a finger to a side of the spread-out collection that Izuku realizes must all be franchises and sequels, grouped together for convenience. And then you have to take into account the pre-Quirk versus post-Quirk movies, which actually does interfere with some of the franchises, since some resumed production after the upheavals and just added quirks into their established universe. Izuku nods, following along. That does sound complicated. And then one idea was sorting them by theming, so all the movies with similar vibes can stay together. I tend to pick movies based on my mood anyway, but again, the franchises. Some of them change tone pretty wildly. Hinata wrinkles her nose, sitting back to cross her arms. Ugh, I have all these Saw movies. Do you not like them? I mean, I like them fine. For what they are. I don't watch them because they're good. Hinata shrugs. Izuku blinks, a bit confused. Isn't that why people watch things, though? Most of the time, yeah. But I watch these because I need ideas for traps for my games. There's a beat as Izuku contemplates that before he remembers what Hinata's grandmother told him about her hobbies. Right. You play tabletop. He's heard things about dice types. Absolutely demented sort of gamers. Do you play with your friends? Hinata takes her time answering. Something uncomfortable lurks behind her eyes before she nods. Yeah. Izuku tries for a gentle smile, not knowing what button he's pressing on and treading carefully. I saw photos of them. They seem like a good bunch, if you've spent so many years with them. Yeah, they are. She keeps her eyes on her movies, fingers idly playing with the sleeve of that day's oversized t-shirt. Seigo is your biggest fan. The admission is tentative. Merely dipping a toe into things. There's something lurking under the surface that Izuku doesn't quite know yet, but he follows the lead she's setting. Seigo, huh? He smiles. Was he the little green one who keeps wearing my suit for Halloween? That's him. Abayama Seigo. He's my best friend. Hinata nods. There's something fonder in her voice now, and her eyes gain a little bit of spark back as she thinks about the boy Izuku saw in all those photos. He remembers glimpses of a little moss-haired baby in the earliest photos of her a lifelong friendship, if he had to guess. She's known this boy since before she could even remember. He's been a fan of you since we were really little. When the war wrapped up and we came home, you were all he could talk about and he never stopped. He's always showing me clips of you in your fights, Hinata tells him, and for a very brief moment her lips twitch upward before pulling tight. I get why Dad didn't want him talking about it in the house, now. Ah. That was it. There is a dangerous thing lurking in the water, here, and its shape takes the form of their father. I wasn't going to press on it, Izuku says softly. He gives her the out if she wants it. How their father got away with what he did for so long is something that will haunt every person he hurt. That's an unavoidable fact. How he was able to cleanly cut Izuku and Inko out of his life. How he was able to marry Yumino Amane without tipping his hand or getting caught up in the legalities. How he was able to look his daughter in the eye, playing the part of a dutiful father, and lie to her face so thoroughly. How he managed even one little scrap of it is something that Izuku knows will turn over in Hinata's mind for God knows how long, and he wishes he could answer those questions for her so the mystery would leave DMN well alone. But he can't. So instead, Hinata is left recontextualizing her entire childhood. Turning back over old memories that meant nothing just a few weeks ago, but now have an entire rotten tinge to them that will spoil too much of what was once a happy time. That's a horrible thing to do to a child. He gives her the out because she deserves all the time in the world to look at those memories on her own time, at her own pace. But, for better or worse, she's a Midoriya. She doesn't take it. You're thinking it, though. I'm thinking about it, too. Hinata shakes her head, frowning. Her hands clench and she puts them on the floor to avoid digging her nails into her arms. He always hated hearing about heroes. Banned us from talking about them. Mom and I thought he was just messed up from the war and didn't trust you guys anymore, but that wasn't it at all, was it? The guides Izuku has been reading have been very clear on these difficult questions. Most parents, Dr. Chizuki had written, are tempted to preserve their child's innocence, and lie. To allow them to live in a world where these subjects cannot taint their worldview just yet. But to lie to your child is to set them up for heartbreak later. It is a refusal to allow them the tools to understand the reality of their situation. You must tell them the truth. Even if you have to dumb it down, to trim the fat so that it's age appropriate, you must allow them the dignity and security of knowing what is happening around them. The truth of the matter is that Midoriya Hisashi was a coward. The truth is that he was a man who was so affronted by his firstborn being quirkless that he felt perfectly justified in starting over elsewhere. The truth is that he lied to his second wife and his only daughter and intended to do so for the rest of their lives. The truth, that Hinata has realized for herself, is that her best friend was making their father sweat every time he talked about a video of Midoriya Hisashi's firstborn son, and came dangerously close to ruining the elaborate lie he'd spent years crafting. No, it wasn't, Izuku admits, with no hesitance at all. He's gentle, but he's firm. I'm sorry. Hinata's expression is stony. She stares at the floor, not at him. It's not your fault. You're not the one who SEKS. Still. She sorts her movies in silence after that. There's a new set to her shoulders that wasn't there before. Izuku stays by her side until she's done. The great thing about being Izuku is that he has amassed an illustrious list of contacts from his chaotic lifestyle. The other great thing is that he knows when he makes his way to the balcony for the emergency phone call he needs to make, he knows the people on the other end won't actually be all that surprised he's in this situation. He just attracts trouble, after all. It's usually how he meets everyone. If you got accused of murder again, I can't help you unless you can jump really, really high. I'm flying a plane in half an hour. Rody is perhaps the best example of this. Hi, Rody, Izuku greets. I'm not that deep. Yet. I kind of need to pick your brain on something. Well, now I'm concerned. There's really no way around the topic in anything resembling a delicate manner, so Izuku elects to tear off the band-aid. So, my dad just died. Oh, sheet. I'm sorry. That SEKS. No, don't apologize, we weren't close. Izuku waves his hand, ignoring that Rody can't actually see him do it. Actually, I hated his guts. I'm not torn up about it. Rody snorts a rather ugly laugh. Harsh. Yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is that my dad and his second wife died, and I now have custody of a very sad 11-year-old girl. Izuku hopes the desperation in his voice isn't leaking out, even as he knows his face is doing something very distressed as he stares at his balcony chair. You raised Roro and Lala. You're kind of the only guy I know who's really been in this position, even if it was different. I could use any pointers you've got. There is a long gap of silence after that. Izuku only knows Rody hasn't hung up on him because he can hear the distant sounds of the airport in the background. Different is understating it, but I get what you're putting down, Rody eventually admits, his voice carefully even. Jesus, man. I know. Only you. I know. Okay, Rody starts, sounding exhausted, and Izuku can somehow clearly imagine him rubbing his brow all the way over in Atheon. So. When I had to take over for Dad, it was rough. It was real rough. We lost the house, I was way too young to really work, and nobody wanted to help us. You're way better off than I was, so there's that. Count yourself lucky. Izuku doesn't feel lucky. If he was lucky, he would have spotted his father on the street long before this, broken every bone in his face, and informed his poor wife of her husband being a deadbeat quirkist coward. If he was lucky, he wouldn't be cleaning up the man's messes. But, then again, things could have been far worse. So as unlucky as he feels, he probably is lucky that this shitstorm he's in is all he's got on his plate. The thing you're gonna want to focus on is stability. Kids need it. They need it real bad. That kid of yours just lost every scrap of hers, so it's gonna be up to you to make sure she knows the other shoe isn't going to drop anytime soon. Roof over her head, food in her stomach, and the knowledge that you're not going anywhere. I make sure to call Roro and Lala every single time. I might be even a little late so they know I'll be home eventually. Losing Dad was really sudden, and, well, that makes kids real nervous, you know? Everything was gone with no warning, so it could happen again. Yeah, Izuku winces, remembering the report of the car accident. This was definitely sudden. It's all on you to make sure you're the most solid rock she's got. How's she holding up so far? Izuku heaves a sigh. She's like a ghost, Rody. She's so quiet. I'm letting her have until school starts again to be a mess. God knows she needs that right now, but I'm worried for what happens after. Roro was like that too, Rody admits. Kids feel everything way bigger than we do. And they don't even have names for all the stuff they're feeling. He was super quiet, and he cried a lot, and then he pretended he wasn't crying because he didn't want to worry me. It took a lot of time for him to even out. It just took time. A lot of time. That is not the answer Izuku wanted at all. I hate time. Too much waiting. SCKS to SCK, then, 'cause that's all you've got. Rody's smirk is somehow extremely apparent across the planet, because Izuku can hear it loud and clear over the phone. Things will probably be better once school starts again. Steady schedule and all, returning to something normal. I'm hoping it will. Izuku looks upward at the sky. He wonders if it's partly cloudy on Rody's end as well. I asked my therapist about grief counselors for kids her age. I'm gonna send her in as soon as I have someone cleared. It's good you even have that option, man. I'm sure she'll be fine, Rody assures him. He's gotten a bit better over the years at sounding less like a shady car salesman when he says things like that. You should call Melissa, too. She's probably better at the mushy emotional stuff. Izuku blinks, looking away from the clouds. Since when do you and Melissa talk? Are you kidding? We have a support group. You cause sheet everywhere you go, we have no choice but to band together. There is a PRGNNT silence on that balcony where Izuku finally understands why some heroes take up chain smoking. Rody, it is only by the grace and strength of our warriors bond I'm not buying a plane ticket to slap you. Love you, too, my precious little green bean. There's that FING smug grin again. Izuku can feel it. I gotta go fly my plane but I'll call you back. You're staying home with the kid, right? Until school starts, Izuku affirms. Good. Do that. But you should probably also, go outside with her. So she doesn't get separation anxiety when it's time to leave the house again. Parks work wonders, Mr. Hero. Rody makes obnoxious smooching noises as he hangs up, which Izuku regards with both annoyance and fondness in spades as he tucks his phone away. Every conversation with Rody feels like some wild goose chase. Fitting, considering how they met. Still, though, the exasperation must show on his face when he walks back inside, since Hinata looks up from where she's getting a juice box out of the fridge and suddenly looks cautious. Did something happen? No, Izuku assures her. My friends are just really annoying. Rody's advice to go outside echoes in his mind a bit, and Izuku's eyes drift back over to the balcony door. It is a nice day out. Do you want to get some fresh air and walk to the konbini? Are your friends bad enough you need a drink to recover? God, where are they teaching kids comebacks these days? No, but I definitely need an ice cream about it. Izuku JRKS his head toward the Genkan. I'll buy whatever you want. My treat. Hinata considers this. Then she puts her juice back in the fridge, and makes her way to the door. The advice is good. Izuku will milk the walk for all it's got to keep Hinata outside in the fresh air. But he's definitely going to have words when Rody calls back over talking about his sister like a new puppy and not a human child. Izuku has to remind her to treat her hair. Her curl type requires maintenance washes twice weekly, conditioner treatments, oils. Things Izuku has always been terrible at remembering to do for himself, but Mina drilled into his head so that his incompetence isn't passed on to someone else. He sees her limp curls falling down her back and asks her if she's been remembering to tie it up at night. Hinata blinks, then takes a stray curl between her fingers to look at her own hair like she hasn't seen it before. I guess I haven't. I forgot where I put my scarves. There are still multiple boxes in her room that haven't been opened. Izuku doesn't scold her for it. He sees how she's rubbing the hair between two fingers, feeling the texture has gone wrong. He sees the small frown tugging at her lips. He pulls a scarf from the bag of products Mina left him and reminds her to do a wash that night. He leaves a conditioner treatment and a bottle of avocado oil on the counter. She forgets again 2 days later. Hinata's birthday falls at the end of March, a fact that haunts Izuku immensely both for the terrible cruelty of the universe and the horrible timing of trying to decide what to do about it. March 26th looms on the calendar with a bright birthday cupcake sticker that outright mocks him with every passing hour. Some might call him dramatic. They are right. After the initial despair passes, he does have enough of a sound mind to text Yuzuki about it. She gets back to him so fast he jumps a bit, with a nice little convenient wall of text about Hinata's birthday traditions. Most of which are easy. She's apparently never been a very complicated or demanding kid, and since her birthday always came at the tail end of the school year when everyone is busy, she's gotten used to smaller, more NTMT parties at home. The one complication is the cake. Opera cake. Izuku did not know what opera cake was, and had to search for it online. DMN, his sister has fancy tastes. But it does sound delicious. He can understand why her mother made it from scratch every year. He's never made anything more complicated than box brownie mix though, so he needs to call a professional about it. Sato's response is not nearly as eager as Yuzuki's. Get out of the kitchen. I'm not in my kitchen. He made the call to Sato while putting out the garbage for the week, taking advantage of being outside the apartment where Hinata can't hear him. He's both glad he did, for how loud Sato yelled at him over the phone, and confused. He's not that bad in the kitchen. He's been cooking for himself for years. Good. Keep it that way. Sato yells at him, and Izuku grumbles while holding the phone away from his ear. Opera cake is a very technical cake, and you are a novice. It's one of the hardest cakes to make. Why are you even trying to make one? Because apparently Hinata's mom was good enough to make one on her own every year for her birthday? There's a beat of silence. Christ. That woman must have had the skills of a god. Not the point Izuku was making. Sato, come on, I just want her to have something nice. She just lost everything. The least I can do is give her birthday cake, Izuku begs, just a little, hoping he sounds appropriately pathetic over the connection to nudge Sato's heart in the right direction. And she will get her cake. Not from you, though. Keep your paws out of the kitchen, Sato orders. I'll handle it. I couldn't ask you to. Izuku tries to protest. If the cake really is that technical, then he can't just ask someone to do it for him. Not another word. Midoriya, I respect you and all, but you're not a baker. You'll burn your building down trying to jump right into one of the most technically challenging cakes out there. I do this for fun. Sato's voice is firm and unyielding, and brokers absolutely no arguments. I'll text you later for details, but don't let me catch you reaching for any mixing bowls. He hangs up, then. Izuku is left holding his phone and standing next to the building's garbage pile, completely steamrolled over. But he's getting the cake. Mission failed. Successfully? Maybe. Maybe he should just worry about gifts instead. The konbini run starts being a staple. Every few days, they wander out, pick up snacks, and meander back while soaking up the early spring sun. Izuku tends to draw it out as much as he can so that they actually breathe the fresh air and get a good look at the greenery starting to grow in. Hinata doesn't look any brighter for it, still giving off a general aura of not even noticing what's going on around her, but any time spent outside is better than being cooped up in her room. The second part of the staple has become dumping their goods on the coffee table and snacking away without even bothering to go to the kitchen. Izuku never quite bucked his childhood addiction to choco babies, and he hasn't really had the open season to indulge like he used to in a really long time. He's taking advantage of this while he can. Have you had any questions? He asks after one run. He's flopped on the couch, shaking chocolate pellets into his mouth every few minutes and savoring the taste like the grown adult he is. Like, in general? I know your grandmother talked to you about things, but you probably have a lot of questions about stuff nobody even brought up. What kind of questions? Literally everything that's happened has been weird, Hinata points out from her seat on the floor. She changes up her snacks with each run, he's noticed. Today, she got a box of Apalas, which she's cracking open with deft hands. Okay, fair. Izuku nods. He shakes another mouthful of chocolate out and chews for a moment before shifting a bit in his seat, sitting up straighter. I mean more like, if I was in your shoes, I'd have a million things I'd want to ask. And I don't mind answering if you actually do have a million things to ask. He knows that the grief is overwhelming, and that this is quite possibly the worst month of her entire life, but he also knows that there are likely so many unanswered questions about this entire scenario that could be looping in her mind on repeat. He can't imagine how talking to her about this entire mess went. How much might have been trimmed for ease? Or how much might have just given her even more questions? Don't you have a million things you want to ask on your end? Hinata asks with a more critical face than a girl her age should have. I'm a whole kid who got dumped at your house. You did not get dumped. I invited you, Izuku reminds her. Rather pointedly. But also, yes, I do have questions, but I have enough tact not to throw those terrible, getting to know you, packets teachers like so much at your head. I hate those things, Hinata mutters. Everyone does. She pops an Apollo into her mouth, staring off at the wall for a moment in thought. She spreads her legs out on the floor before looking back at him. I guess I've always wondered, why do you live in Shizuoka? All the big league heroes go to Tokyo and you stayed here. That's an odd question to lead with. He thought for sure she'd maybe start with something relating more to the situation. But, she did ask. So he answers easily. Total accident, actually. Shizuoka Prefecture is where Muzutafu is, which is where UA is, so a lot of damage happened, back during the war. Izuku shudders a bit, remembering some of the carnage. A lot of damage. I just sort of wound up sticking around, after? To help? Everything was so destroyed I didn't want to just run off, and before I knew it, my career was based here and I couldn't dream of leaving. I like it here. It's not like his career is doomed if he stays here. Endeavor lived in Muzutafu and managed to do just fine up until the end. It's not like Tokyo is required to be successful. Izuku doesn't acknowledge another major point, which is that rent in Tokyo is hellishly expensive and that what he pays for his current apartment would barely get him a shoe box. Adulthood warps your priorities. His reasonable rent keeps his feet rooted right here with no thoughts of leaving. These aren't the things you worry about when you're 15 and still bright-eyed about heroics as a career. Do you feel bad about not working in Tokyo, though? It's always got a lot going on, Hinata follows up with, seemingly thoughtful about his answer. Izuku snorts a bit, rattling his candy. I'll let you in on an industry secret, Tokyo is overstaffed. Hinata quirks her eyebrow at him. I'm serious. It's oversaturated. Every year, high school graduates looking to make a big name for themselves flee to Tokyo, and they're all competing with each other, and you can't swing your arm without hitting a newbie hero trying their best to rise up the ranks, despite competing with hundreds of other people. Tokyo is fine. Tokyo will be fine forever. I'm not missing out much because I wind up in Tokyo all the time anyway. Shizuoka isn't the most active place, but there's a lot of heroic history baked into the entire prefecture, so I fit right in. Izuku actually winds up annoyed DMN near every time he gets dragged to Tokyo, thanks to the sheer amount of competitive nonsense he has to deal with. He doesn't fault students for going where the action is, but he can absolutely fault them for treating their jobs like a contest and not a deathly serious occupation that requires focus and consideration. It's shameless and goes against everything he and his peers have been working to fix since the war. But that's a rant best saved for the hero bars where his sidekicks can agree with him and beach about their own experiences. Yukiana especially. Her hero school had been in Tokyo. She's still furious over how badly they ed her at graduation. Could be worse, though. He could be dealing with Nevada. Izuku would rather take the annoyance of Tokyo being overstaffed than a single day dealing with whatever the hell is wrong with that place. Okay. Hinata eats more of her chocolate, slowly absorbing what she's learned. Do you have stuff you want to ask me? Sure. Izuku shrugs. What's your favorite food? I like Korean food, Hinata answers easily. I like spicy things, really. Japanese food is really weak when it comes to spice, but Korean food at least has a slow burn punch to it. That explains some of her snack choices a lot, actually. The first time they went to the konbini, Hinata had immediately picked up a brand of potato chips that Izuku distinctly remembers making Tenya burst into tears the one time they showed up at a party. She seemed to eat the entire bag with no difficulty. She even liked her fingers afterwards. It's a skill he's only ever seen Kaken possess, and he's a little bit afraid of it on principle. I see. Any specific dishes? I like buldak. Galbi jim. And it's not as spicy as the other stuff, but I really like tekkbokki. The texture is nice. Izuku files that information away for later, considering how easy it would be to either learn how to make it or find a half-decent restaurant that isn't too far away. Do you like mapo tofu? I have a recipe I got from someone else that's pretty hot. Yeah. But I've never found one that's hot enough, Hinata answers with a face of disappointment that says too much about how many attempts she's made so far. Why do you always wear your mouth guard around your neck instead of on your face? God. This question. Okay. So, here's the thing, Izuku has to fully sit up for this, closing his candy up so he can use that hand to rub between his eyes and settle in to answer. He's been asked this so many times. And he gets it. He does. But, God, does it get exhausting. You do not understand how gross that thing gets when you wear it. It's so hot and humid and moist and your breath just circulates in it and makes everything worse and it's so unbearable and I can't take it but I can't get rid of the guard, because in a fight it has saved me from needing to get a whole new jaw. So I let it dangle, Izuku tells her, making direct eye contact and hoping that the desperation in his eyes gets across just how disgusting it is having something like that stuck to your face the second winter is over. Hinata doesn't seem to care about his disgust, though, and instead just looks bored. That's such a normal answer. Seigo always. Thought you just wanted people to see you smiling. Izuku snorts. Sorry to disappoint. I just get grossed out and need to breathe. The back and forth is easy, once they've gotten started. Hinata's favorite color is purple. Her favorite animal is a chinchilla. She likes chestnut manju with her matcha. Her favorite non-horror movie is Galaxy Quest. Her favorite hero isn't even in Japan. You mean Grace? Izuku asks without even thinking when Hinata gives her answer. Hinata's eyes go wide. You know John Henry? John Henry, the fifth, isn't a hero Izuku would say he knows well. But he's in America once a year, since making a point to attend an annual international conference. And John Henry is one of the biggest names in the entire American hero industry. Doubly so after Star and Stripe died against Shigaraki. The John Henry hero legacy has been a long-standing one for years overseas. It traces back to the vigilante origins of the American hero movement, with more than one holder of the title having gotten their start illegally fighting crime before entering a proper heroics education. The current John Henry is the only woman to hold the name thus far, having taken the mantle when John Henry, the fourth, died in battle. Grace had been his sidekick. She'd also been a very close friend of Kathleen Bate. Izuku doesn't know Grace very well. But the first time he ever attended the conference, still getting used to his new suit and life as a quirkless man again, she'd pulled him aside and thanked him for what he'd done. There hadn't been any tears. There were no choked-up speeches. But she'd told him she was grateful for what he did, because it meant Kathleen didn't die for nothing. Izuku hasn't seen her around much since then, but he sees the work she's been doing in Kathleen's name. I don't know her, but I've met her. We haven't worked together officially on anything. Yet, Izuku answers as diplomatically as he can. You're a big fan? For the first time since he met her, Hinata's eyes sparkle. It is quite the feeling, seeing the look of awe Izuku's seen on his own face in photos plastered on someone else. She doesn't make the noises he does, but that wide-eyed sense of worship is plain as day. She's the coolest woman I've ever seen, Hinata says in a voice that's far too dreamy to be fully aware of where she is. Plus the hammer. The hammer? Izuku pps his head a bit, thinking. The hammer always was the weapon of the John Henry line, since it's on theme with the folk legend. The hammer. Hinata insists, finally coming alive. It's the original hammer. It's never busted even after 5 John Henrys have used it on every kind of target. Nobody knows what it's made of, since the first John Henry never told anybody before he died. I've always wanted to see it up close, to see what it's made of. It's been through so much and there's not so much as a dent in it. It's a marvel of modern engineering and it's a total mystery. I have a poster. Dad, Hinata's enthusiasm finally wavers a bit, the memory seeming to ram directly into the front of her head and wiping the smile off of her face. She pauses, just briefly, and swallows before continuing. Dad didn't want hero stuff in the house. Ever. But Mom knew I loved John Henry. So she slipped me a poster once. I had it hung in my closet. Once again, Hisashi's ghost lingers over his sister's life, and Izuku feels the twinge of anger in the back of his head that wants to find his urn so he can dump the man's ashes into the nearest kitty litter box. He wonders what would have happened if Hisashi had found the poster. Would he have panicked at the idea of Hinata being like the child he abandoned? Would he have gotten defensive? Would he have taken it from her, just to keep his secrets intact? You don't have to hide it now. You can get all the John Henry merch you want, Izuku says, instead of asking all that. He means it, too. He'll buy all the merch she could ever want just to make up for any second she felt she had to hide. Hinata shrugs, though, seemingly uninterested. I'm not a fanatic. I've never really been much into heroes, so the rule didn't really do much. I just really think John Henry is cool. The sparkle fades, and Izuku can only watch as Hinata reaches for the konbini bag and pulls out a pack of gummy candies. Hey, so Seigo always wondered about some of your attack names. Izuku sighs, knowing the subject has been thoroughly changed, and settles back in to continue the game of questions. He pretends he isn't still furious on Hinata's behalf. Wherever their father is now, he hopes the man doesn't have any DMN peace. So, Izuku begins as soon as he sets dinner down, a steaming bowl of udon with a side of tempura. We need to take a fun field trip outside. Hinata is immediately wary. What for? Izuku carefully does not do what his impulses say to do, by smiling big, instead staying neutral and calm to meet her skepticism with cold facts. You need school supplies, he tells her. I already got your uniform and things sent over from Tsukayo Oka, but that just means now I have a supplies list we need to fill out. It's not too much. But Hinata's Randasiru is still hanging on a hook in the entryway, and it's a bit of a glaring reminder that she needs to go out and prepare for the new school year. She can't show up like she's still an elementary school student, no matter how much she doesn't feel like going out. Oh, Hinata mutters, blinking. She probably forgot about it entirely. Just like she's forgotten her hair again, judging from the way it's a bit limp in its ponytail that day. It'll be fun. We can take a detour before we do the serious shopping anyway. It's a little too early for the Wisteria Festival, that normally doesn't kick off until late April, but they've already started selling some of the festival foods at Neighbory Park. We can enjoy the place before the annual crowds come in. There are other things blooming this time of year we can take a look at as we go. Izuku swerves away from the big task the trip is for to dangle the prospect of fun instead, pretending he wasn't on his phone all day looking for detours this time of year that wouldn't be too taxing. Hinata's finger taps against the table. Not annoyed, but solemn. Is it okay for you to take me out in public? I'm practically invisible in public, so yes, Izuku assures her. Even then, I'm allowed to take you anywhere I want. Nobody can stop me. He dreads the day the paparazzi actually do start caring, but they have time before that. And plans. For when it begins. But that's not for a little girl to worry about right now. All she needs to do is think about what kind of backpack she wants and if she wants stickers for her notebooks. All right then, Hinata agrees. She puts together her hands for a half-hearted itadikamasu and starts eating without any further commentary. She doesn't sulk during dinner, but Izuku does hope she isn't dreading this. It isn't a hassle at all to actually get her out the door the next morning. She remembers to look after her hair because of the trip, so when she loosely pulls it back, it explodes from behind her head in a wild mane of curls that bounce with each step to the train station. Izuku is still in a light jacket with the way the spring weather can't quite decide what it wants, but Hinata doesn't seem to have any issue heading out the door in a golden t-shirt and a pair of black overalls. Both of them are wearing red shoes. His sneakers with her bright high tops. Neighbory Park isn't terribly far away, just 2 stops on the train, so it's not too much of a side quest to start the day with. Hinata walks a few steps ahead once they reach the park's gates, swiveling her head slowly to examine the bright colors of the flowers available this time of year. The bright yellow daffodils are enough of an eye-catcher that it lures her a bit deeper to get a closer look. Izuku follows behind at a slow pace and allows her to take her time. Neighbory Park is a relatively new one to Shizuoka City. This sector used to be a cluster of busy streets. Used to be, everyone knows, until Shigaraki himself disintegrated the entire area into dust. Residential buildings and small shops all gone in an instant. The lives of people gone with no fanfare, if they hadn't managed to evacuate beforehand. It was turned into a park when the desolation seemed too much to come back from. In the center is a memorial for the lives lost, and hope for things to be better going forward. Izuku's passed by it plenty of times now while jogging, and every season the park puts whatever flowers are blooming into an arrangement to stand at its base. He's had a lot of solemn feelings for the area since the park opened, but watching Hinata pull out her phone to snap pictures of the hyacinths makes the place feel a bit lighter. The pathways through the park take them the long way around, twisting and turning through fresh green grass and cultivated rows of flowers. Hinata moves from side to side, examining the flowers and a few scant public art installations. There's a tea shop by the park's pond, and Izuku knows Hinata would like it, but they don't have the time to stop and savor matcha the way it's meant to be appreciated. He'll have to save that for later. So instead he keeps his eyes peeled until he spots the first stand with a purple banner before tapping his sister's shoulder to get her attention. Have you ever had wisteria-flavored ice cream? No, Hinata snaps a photo of a cluster of anemones before shutting her phone off and tucking it in the front pocket of her overalls. What would wisteria even taste like? That's what I've wondered. Ochako Uravati, you've definitely seen her, says the ice cream tastes just like lavender candy, but that feels misleading. Why say it's wisteria when it's lavender? They're totally different plants. False advertising. You could sue for that, Hinata tells him solemnly. Emotional distress over lavender-flavored lies, Izuku agrees with a nod. He buys it, of course. The stands aren't busy, since the festival doesn't start for another month, so there are plenty of soft-serve cones just waiting for them. Neither of them waste much time ripping the tabs and cracking off the plastic cover, digging right in despite the slight chill in the air. Hinata reaches her verdict first, staring at her cone with narrowed eyes. She's right. This is just lavender candy. But in ice cream form. It's not too bad. I was worried it'd taste like perfume, Izuku admits. It's sweet, but the lavender taste isn't overwhelming. I'm just glad it's not chalky, like the candy. Izuku shivers. Ugh. Yeah. That's the reason I can't stand hazelnut in ice cream. What's your usual order then? Hinata asks. Rainbow sherbet. Izuku shrugs. There had been an All Might colored rainbow sherbet promotion when he was 6 and he just never stopped eating it. Katsuki has been making fun of him for years for liking an ice cream that isn't even real ice cream, but what does he know? That a-hole only eats the daiquiri ice flavor because he hates sweets. You? White chocolate raspberry. Hinata takes a big lick off of her cone, looking off into the distance at a display of alliums. Or sometimes black tea. There was this matcha brownie flavor released a while back that I really liked, too. She polishes off her ice cream quick, which Izuku chalks up to the fact she's young enough to have an indestructible stomach. He takes his time with his cone, lagging behind as Hinata starts moving faster again to examine the park sites. They pass by a few more stands along the way. The morning is finally becoming full of life and more park guests begin trickling in as the chill gives way to the tentative liveliness of spring. Hinata does wind up getting a stick of Hanami Dango from one stand, which she looks at in a way that has him worried before she bites into it just a little too roughly. The tour of the park ends at the opposite gate, clear on the other side, and once they walk past the walls and the sounds of the city envelop them once more, the leisurely pace dissipates into the air with little fanfare. Down to business. I'm thinking we get your backpack first. That way everything else can go inside it as we work down the list, and we don't get bogged down by bags all day, Izuku explains as they start walking toward the station. Did you have a color in mind? Hinata stretches, arms over her head as she pps her head to think a bit. Purple, I guess. Purple it is, then. Their shopping destination is mercifully not too far. Another train stop away, a few blocks over, and the wide assortment of shops opens right up to them. Izuku and Hinata are a bit extremely late in the season to be doing this, but if there is mercy in the world, it's that middle school students aren't expected to shell out several $100s for a leather backpack, and finding a standard adult backpack is considerably easier to do year-round. Izuku finds that he's actually more than qualified to weigh in on this one. So you'll want a bag that distributes the weight well without digging into your shoulders, Izuku finds himself explaining, looking over the display of girls' backpacks. He points to a bag Hinata was looking at, a standard cheap royal purple bag, and frowns. So, these thin straps here? No good. It'll feel like agony when you have to walk for too long with all your stuff. Don't most people get a standard tsukuba? Hinata asks, putting the bag back and looking for another. Yeah, and your arms will hate you for it because they fall off your shoulders easy, Izuku mutters. He only used one of those for a few weeks before getting fed up with it and buying his yellow bag. He picks up another bag, bigger with a sporty sort of look to it. Something like this is pretty good. The straps are made to take as much weight off your shoulders as it can, and they're cushioned for comfort. Hinata examines it, interested, before opening it up and frowning at the inside. The storage on the inside kinda SCKS. Oh. He can see it now. The storage capacity is limited. Most of the room on this one is reserved for the layers of pockets. You're right. The next few bags go the same way. Bad straps. Bad storage. No pockets. Zipper that doesn't seem to want to zip smoothly. Ugly neon color that's too distracting. But, ultimately, they do find one that's a winner on all counts. A lovely purple color. Plenty of storage. Secure pockets. Cushioned straps. Hinata seems impressed when she puts it on to test how it fits, and Izuku beams in delight. From there, things are easy. Izuku's years of cultivating the best tools suddenly come back around in the most helpful way. This notebook brand lays down completely flat when you open it, so you can fit more information per page and make large graphs if needed. It has less pages than a regular notebook, but it balances out with the added space, he explains while Hinata sorts through notebooks. You'll be writing a lot of notes, right? Fountain pens are a little pricier, but they take a lot of stress off of your hands and wrists, so your hands will cramp up less, he tells her in the aisle of pens and pencils, earning a thoughtful nod as Hinata drops the ballpoint she was looking at to examine the beginner fountain pens. This pencil case isn't worth the money. There's a gap right here, and if you keep it in your desk, it's fine, but if you put it in your bag, your pens just slip right out and vanish into the ether, he complains as Hinata examines one of the trendier pencil bags. Man, you sure know a lot about stationery, Hinata finally comments when they're examining the accessories section. Izuku's eraser commentary may have gotten a bit too heated, but in his defense, the DMN thing had torn directly through his notebook paper and he's still mad about it. The notes that eraser had ruined had been important. I had to get really serious about making sure my stuff lasted, Izuku explains. Not to mention my hands. I had to stop using most basic pens and pencils years ago, and now I have opinions. Because rubber quality is so important. Hinata examines the selection of correction tape. There are a bunch of cute ones for girls, shaped like flowers or hearts or stars, made of sparkly plastic glimmering in the store's lights. Hinata wrinkles her nose at them all and scoots over just slightly to look at the rest. A much less flashy one shaped like an orange cat paw goes into the basket. You jest now, but you'll sing a different tune once you see the workload they pile on you kids in middle school. Yours especially. Izuku pauses, thinking for a moment as Hinata throws a pack of sticky tabs into the basket. Actually, I wanted to bring up something important and totally forgot. Yeah? You'll need a proper computer. Hinata technically had one before. But it was a family computer. One that didn't make the move over with her things. His father had a laptop that Hinata admits she was allowed to use, but it was returned to his company along with his company car. So as of now she doesn't really have anything to do proper work on. You don't need to. Hinata flushes a bit, staring down at the bin of rulers in front of her and suddenly hiking her shoulders up. I still have Mom's tablet. I can use that. A tablet isn't really the same thing. Your school's pretty well known for the work it has its kids doing, and if you don't have a computer, it's going to be difficult to finish assignments, Izuku points out. The orientation paperwork for Sukayu Oka said enough these kids are pushed hard. She'll need the proper tools to survive with her GPA intact. She's Izuku's responsibility, and part of being responsible for a child is making sure they have what they need to do well in school. So, easy peasy. He just makes sure she has a computer. It's not like he hasn't spent more money on things he didn't need at all. I can buy stuff for the tablet, they make keyboards and stuff for tablets so I could write papers that way, Hinata fires back, shoulders still a bit high and an urgent look crossing her face that she's trying hard to mask. It's a face Izuku wore often in front of his mother. Suddenly, he understands how much he probably stressed out his mother when he tried to lessen her burden. This feeling is terrible. He should apologize to her later. Izuku sighs, shifting the basket over to his other hand, and puts his free one on Hinata's head. It's not a problem for me to make sure you have a real computer available. Don't worry so much, he tells her, firm and steady. You don't need to pick one now, but I was going to tell you to start looking for a laptop. That's too much, Hinata insists. Think of it as a longer-term investment. We buy a sturdy one now, and it'll last you through the next 6 years of schooling. You'll definitely need one later by the time high school exams come along. Hinata's denial cracks, just a bit, as the truth sinks in. She will desperately need a computer for entrance exam revision later. With the way Sukayu Oka trains its students, the average exam revision workbook just won't do it for her. She still doesn't look very happy about it, though. It's not a bother. Really. Don't stress out about it, Izuku insists. It's a gift, given freely, and nothing's going to suffer if I do it. I spend more on dumber things. Hinata nods, but it's rather forced. He'll wear her down eventually, but for now, the reluctance still shows on her face and he has to let her go back to throwing supplies in the basket as a distraction. He wishes she would just accept it. But, well, she's his sister. Of course she's stubborn like him. The rest of the trip is mercifully free of struggle. Hinata fulfills her school supplies list easily. They go over to a home goods store and find a new bento for Hinata to pack lunches in. She even finds a rather classy furoshiki to wrap it in, which Izuku admires the pattern of for a while because DMN, all of his were All Might themed growing up and this one looks like something his mom would have owned. He does have to badger Hinata into getting a nice thermos, if only because Izuku remembers the times he screwed up and trusted cheap ones and paid dearly for it. God, he remembers the pain of soup all over his exam notes. Never again. Despite the computer debacle, Hinata doesn't give him trouble over a surprise addition to the list Asuka card. She'll still get a regular allowance, because most places still heavily prefer cash, but the card will be useful for the train, and it will give him peace of mind that in an emergency he can just reload the card with more money from his phone. After that, though, the only thing left to do is eat a late lunch and go home. Hinata chooses yakitori when asked, which Izuku suspects may be because it's cheap, but he can't quite prove it when she matches him even for the amount of chicken consumed. At the very least, both of them are so full that the train ride back home is quiet in a content, sleepy sort of way. Which is exactly what Izuku is hoping for when he checks the door to the apartment. The spare key has been moved. Good. That means Sato got in and got out just as planned. Hinata, being none the wiser, takes her purchases to her room immediately. Izuku doesn't blame her much. One of the joys of back-to-school shopping always was unpacking everything and setting up your bag just right while it's all shiny and new. Or maybe that was just him. Either way, he lets her go and sneaks into the kitchen to check the fridge. Perfect. Everything is as planned. It's not a lot when he tries to set it all up. The cake is a small one, since there are only 2 of them. The present he's had hidden in his closet since Yuzuki gave it to him sits out on the counter, breaking his heart all over again the longer he looks at it. But he dresses it all up anyway. He puts candles in the cake. He puts out the happy birthday letter banner on the table. He's in the middle of setting out nice cold Ramen bottles when Hinata scares him by walking in without making a sound. What's all this? Izuku does not jump 6 feet into the air. He doesn't. This, Izuku begins, waving his arms at the display he's made and pretending he totally intended for it to be seen now and not later, is your birthday surprise. Happy birthday. It's nerve-wracking in the actual moment. Because nothing he does could ever actually make up for what she's missing. And he knows that. But he's trying his best, because she deserves to not be forgotten, and despite the nerves as Hinata stares at the table with an uncomprehending expression, he pushes onward. I was gonna try and make the cake myself, but I kind of got yelled at, so a friend of mine pretty much demanded cake rights. He dropped it off for me while we were out today. I know it's not the usual setup you've probably had, but... Izuku freezes, his blood going cold. A single tear is sliding down Hinata's face as she stares at the table. Hinata? Oh, no, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry, I was trying to. Izuku scrambles, and he doesn't know how he's effed up, but he knows he's done something. This isn't how he wanted it to go. Now he's made her cry, and... I forgot. Izuku halts mid-stride to grab a tissue and to keep apologizing. What? I forgot, Hinata says again. More tears begin trickling down her cheeks, and something just breaks. I forgot it was my birthday. Hinata's grandmother had said she hated crying in front of other people. That she would go out of her way to avoid it. Aoba had mentioned, one spare moment during their packing, that when Hinata was a toddler, she would lock herself away somewhere to hide so no one would see her. Izuku has not seen his sister come close to shedding a single tear in the entire time he's known her. But now, staring down at her birthday cake, Hinata's face finally crumples and a heart-wrenching sob rips its way out of her throat. How do I forget something like that? Hinata rubs at her face, but it does nothing. The dam breaks. Izuku can only watch as everything she's held in, every ache and pain, every moment of grief, every moment since she's come to his home where she's been too lost in thought to talk, comes pouring out in heaving sobs that look downright painful. Izuku is a frequent crier. And he's something of an ugly one, because he's always been so emotional about it. Hinata is a girl who doesn't cry often, and it shows in how her expression is one of despair as the tears pour down. It shows in how she struggles to stay upright, viciously scrubbing at her eyes and hopelessly failing to make any difference as the tidal wave comes down. What's wrong with me? Hinata finally chokes out, voice warbling and unsteady and too fragile. How could I forget something like that? Hey, Izuku tries, kneeling down to her level. Hey, Peanut, look at me. It's okay. It's not okay. Hinata cries. Yes, it is. Hinata looks at him, eyes swollen and full of hurt and grief and so many things he can't fathom for a girl her age to know, but she does, and it's not fair, and that's just what they have to live with, so he looks back without flinching. You know why it's okay? Because I told you, remember? Izuku holds steady and strong and fully intent on fulfilling the promise he made. I'm here. I'm here to handle the rest for you. It's okay. I'll remember as many times as you need until you're okay again. Her crying doesn't stop, but neither does he. You're not okay right now. And it's awful. I know it's awful. But I'm here to take care of the hardest parts for you, so you can keep on being not okay while you figure things out. That's what I'm here for. That's what I promised your grandmother I'd do. Izuku takes her hand in his, and he lets her grip him with all the strength she has. I'm not going anywhere. So it's okay. Be as messy as you want, cry as much as you need. I'll take care of it. There is a moment where the only sound is the wet, gasping breaths that come with crying. And the next, there is a heavy weight wrapped around him. Hinata buries her face into his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around him and gripping his shirt with a desperation he normally only sees from civilians he's rescuing while on the clock. Though, maybe that still rings true, in this case. Izuku tamps down on his own tears, because they're not helpful for what he's trying to do, and wraps his arms around her in return. I hate everything, Hinata's muffled voice says into his shirt. I know. I want to go home. I know. I'm sorry. I wish everything was back to normal. I know. I wish you didn't have to deal with it, either. Hinata sniffles, burying her head deeper. Thank you. Izuku doesn't answer. But he rubs a hand along her back, holding her tighter. He doesn't know how long they'll be like this. His knees may kill him in the end for it. But he's going to be here as long as she needs it. They'll have the cake whenever she feels up to it. She'll unwrap the last present her parents ever got her. And if she cries again, he'll be ready to hold her. He is here. Izuku is not going anywhere. When Hinata was little, she was knocked over by a wave at the beach. She remembers it clearly, despite being so young. How it hit her from behind. How her entire body was shoved by the force of it, head plunged under the water, the world tilting and spinning while she tumbled over herself with no control. How sharp the terror had been when couldn't tell anymore what way was up. And she remembers, very clearly, the sensation of her father's hands pulling her out of the surf with the indomitable strength adults always seemed to carry. She had sputtered seawater and gasped, clinging to her father, and she felt safe. She was safe now. Her eyes were wiped clean of any water with a towel, and her father smiled down at her with that crooked grin he always had, and she was just fine. She isn't fine now. She is the farthest thing from fine, now. Hinata tumbles, the world going round and round to the point she can't tell which way the sky is, and no hands pull her out of it. No help comes. She's only left in the confusion of the waves, and the memory of her father's hands makes her sick. Midoriya Hinata is 12 years old now, and she trembles in her new school uniform as the train gently rocks her and the other passengers on their commute. She doesn't remember getting ready that morning. That's been a common thing, the past few weeks. Hinata wakes in the morning. She eats breakfast with her new brother, who talks to her with gentle words. She has spots of him throughout the day, steady and solid, but then he's gone again. Then she blinks. It's lunch now. She blinks. It's dinner. She blinks. The day is gone. She blinks. The day is gone. She blinks. The day is gone. She blinks, and in front of her is a birthday cake. The first thing she's been able to truly taste for weeks. It isn't the same, it isn't right, but the memory alone means she can taste the coffee syrup on her tongue and remember what it was like to be happy. The glimmer of what she's lost sits in her mouth and the feeling of loyalty blooms so harsh and bright in her chest. She blinks. And she's on the train. She wishes her friends were here. She wishes her mother were here. Only a few weeks ago, she was in Yuzu's room debating her entry to Tsukayuoka. She remembers that. The days didn't blur into nothing then. She'd been thinking about braiding her hair. I mean, it would be practical, but I'd hate to make everyone expect me to do it all the time, she had said to Yuzu, who lounged on her frilly sheets watching Hinata tie her hair up in the mirror. It's a huge hassle to get done. None of them need my hair treatments, so they wouldn't know. She'd forgotten it entirely, since then. Why would braiding her hair for her new debut matter after everything that happened? That had been an entire lifetime ago, and she was a different person. Something as trivial as her hairstyle isn't even important, so she doesn't braid her hair at all, instead forcing the top down flat to cram everything into low pigtails. Her phone is still getting messages, but Hinata doesn't answer. Everyone is starting at their new schools. They keep asking if she's okay. She isn't okay. Why can't she open the app and answer? Why can she only stare at the number of unread messages getting bigger? Every day the number grows and the message previews get more desperate, a litany asking if she's okay, is she safe, what is going on? She blinks. She's at the gate. Man, what a throwback, the voice to her left says, impressed. Your middle school's got a way fancier setup than mine. Hinata has spent every moment since the funeral wishing Seigo was here. Seigo would fill the gaps that exist between her and her brother easily. It's still weird to think about. Brother. Her entire life, Deku was just a figure on a screen. A larger-than-life concept. A man who only seemed to exist in Seigo's streams of information, talking about capture rates and big-name villains and constant appearances in God knows how many places across the country helping out in any way he could. Even now, when Hinata looks at the muscled shape of a man standing next to her, he doesn't seem real. He seems even less real after seeing what he's like out of costume. The man who stopped the end of Japan as they know it leaves his keys in the fridge at least 3 times a week. He wore a shirt backwards for half a day and only noticed when the stub where the tag used to be started bothering his neck. More than once, he set the kettle to boil and then forgot about it entirely. Seigo would lose his DMN mind if he knew she's watched his idol, the perfect hero, get so distracted by a video on his phone he cracked an egg directly onto the kitchen counter instead of in the bowl in front of him. And now here is Izuku. Sending her off to her first day of school. It's supposed to be her mother here. Mom would cry and fuss and take a million photos, whining about her baby growing up too fast into a young lady, and Hinata would shake and feel disgusted and complain that she would be late, but Mom would insist on just one more. The feeling of her father's hands in her hair, ruffling everything and ruining her hard work, ghosts the top of her skull. She can hear him now calling her his perfect little girl. She feels like she's going to vomit. I'm sorry I can't stick around for the opening ceremony. The feeling recedes, tempered by the voice dragging her back out of her own mind, and Hinata breathes in. Breathes out. Her brother is still here, and her father isn't. It's fine. You didn't need to walk me this far, Hinata tells him, mentally prying the phantom fingers out of her hair. Of course I did. Izuku insists. You're entering a new school. This is an important moment. I have to at least document it. He's just as earnest as Seigo had always made him out to be. It's a bit touching, in its own way, that he really is determined to perpetually do right by other people. She can see it in the way he looks so genuinely distressed by the idea of not getting a photo of her in her new uniform. She doesn't even like this stupid thing. The bow around her neck feels like it's choking her. The skirt is a nightmare, and the bike shorts she hemmed so they wouldn't show are probably going to be the only thing keeping her sane when she has to sit down in this DMN thing. But he seems proud to see her in it. Less in the smothering way her mother would have been, but just as tearful somehow. Funny how that works out. Still, he blinks back his overly emotional tendencies long enough to turn to talk to her face to face. I don't know if your parents did anything special for moments like this, but my mom always did this for me. Izuku pulls something out of his pocket, holding it up with a gravitas that was definitely practiced. This is a lucky charm. Looks like a rubber eraser. It is. It's a pink rubber eraser. Was he keeping it in his pocket? He's gotta know those things collect lint and dust like nobody's business, especially when they're warmed up. The rubber just attracts it like a magnet. Hush, it's a charm. Mom read a book when she was younger where a little girl's dad did this for her when they were going through a rough patch. The point is, this charm's to remind you I'm cheering you on, okay? It's a good luck charm for a good school year. If the luck keeps, you'll never have to use it, he tells her, placing it in her hand and closing her fingers around it with a tenderness that she instinctively wants to back away from. She can feel the warmth of it in her hand. My mom gave me one every year, and it meant a lot to me that she did. This is, probably the only thing I can really offer that's my own, for a time like this. So I wanted to share it. The warm rubber in her hand feels heavier, somehow. That feeling from her birthday bubbles up in her throat again. The bitter taste of coffee and nostalgia burns her tongue and Hinata's fingers clench around the eraser, her breath stopping short for just a moment before she forces it back. She will not succumb to this in public. No. She will not. Is it really okay for you to dawdle out here like this? She asks instead of saying, thank you. She puts the eraser in her blazer pocket, making sure it's secure, and focuses on her brother's shoulder instead of his face, just to keep some control. She can't deal with what his emotions might make her do. Not right now. It's fine, Izuku chuckles. I'm mostly just waiting for someone. Huh? Hinata. The voice stops her entirely. Hinata freezes, her brother's smile all too calm as he takes on a happy, knowing look. She turns on her heel to look at the crowd, past the students taking photos with their own families, past the returning upper years yawning and complaining about their break being over, all the way to Granny. It hasn't been that long since the day they locked up the house. Factually, it's been weeks. But to Hinata, it feels so much longer, gaps of time missing and filling in the blanks with dark hours that may as well have been years. An entire lifetime ago, Granny Umino held her tightly with trembling hands used to till soil, and it had felt like Hinata's entire world was ending. She can't stop her feet from moving, running away from her brother's side to the slow form of Granny making her way down the street, a bright smile on her face as she carefully walks in the kimono Hinata has seen in so many family photos. She wore this kimono in all of her children's school photos. It hasn't aged a day from the old snapshots in the albums. Hinata only has the smallest thought of being gentle with it before throwing caution to the wind and throwing her arms around her grandmother as tightly as she can the second she catches up to her. She smells like soil. Like matcha. Like home. Granny, what are you doing out here? Hinata asks, voice muffled by the fabric when she refuses to lift her face from the comfort of her grandmother's body. Did you really think I would miss something like this? Never in my life. Granny strokes her hair gentle, knowing not to fiddle with the strands too much after Hinata's mother had taught her the peculiarities of curls, and hugs her back with all the tenderness in the world before Hinata feels her lift her head to look elsewhere. Thank you for entertaining an old woman's whims, Midoriya-san. It's no problem at all. Izuku waves her off. Hinata only pulls away just in time to see him pull out his phone. Now, let's get a photo for the albums, okay? It feels surreal, after that. Hinata takes the photos her mother was so desperately looking forward to standing next to the entrance ceremony sign. Her grandmother smiles at her with adoration in spades, a far cry from the sheer anger that had become a permanent part of her face during the funeral. The gaping holes in their chests haven't even begun to scab over, yet, but here they are. Celebrating the new school year together. Recreating the Umino photo album traditions. Her brother is forced into a photo, too, and Hinata almost laughs at how terrible the man is at having his picture taken. He's so anxious. Eventually though, he looks at his phone and seems regretful. I really do have to go now. I'll arrive home after you, but I can't wait to hear how the day went, okay? Hinata nods, and he turns to leave. The eraser in her pocket begins burning a hole. The taste of coffee and sugar ghosts her throat. Midoriya Hinata has never had an older brother before. She has never known what having a sibling could be like, so many of her closest friends being only children, and she's never cared to think about it. But she's had to spend a lot of her time lately thinking. Thinking about things she's never had to consider before. Thinking about where she goes from here. Thinking about the fact family members she loved and adored her entire life didn't say a single thing in her defense on the worst day she's ever had. Thinking about her uncle, who was supposed to look after her if anything happened, ripping his hand away from her when she reached out to him at the funeral. Thinking about a man who has every reason to hate her being the one to take her in the aftermath. Thinking about how he's the only one who actually seems to give a shit, and has put in far more effort than the adults who watched her grow up. Nizan. The word is foreign on her tongue. Unfamiliar. But she means it when she yells it across the throngs of students, and she hopes he can see that when he turns his head in surprise to look back at her. She doesn't know her older brother well. There are 12 years of missing time between them, of a lifetime spent on both ends unaware the other existed. But he is hers. And he's earned the acknowledgement she's giving him. Midoriya Hinata isn't used to being a sibling, but if anyone asks her friends, they will tell you she is loyal to her own. And she's willing to claim him for as long as he keeps proving he's worthy. Do your best. Her older brother breaks into a smile, and Hinata's heart clenches when he mouths back, "You too." The building is still standing. By some miracle, his agency hasn't actually burned to the ground, despite him being gone for a month and leaving the clowns in charge of the circus. Izuku could cry about it, except he spends the entire journey to the building in the first place trying not to cry about being called Nizan. He fails, of course. He does cry about it a little. But he manages to recover quickly enough that he's able to enter the building with dry eyes and a fresh face for a new day. He's even able to use the front entrance. He almost never gets to do that. The tabloids don't know he's back yet, so for one glorious day, he can use the front entrance like a normal person. It's the little things that really make a day special. Deku-san, the front desk secretaries greet when they see him enter. "You're back." Izuku gives a smile at the attention, bowing in apology. He knows these two must have gone through too much with his departure. Sorry for the sudden absence. Was everything okay? Oh, it's fine, we're just glad you're doing well. Even the young need breaks when tragedy strikes. Chiku-san, the elder of the two secretaries, placates him. She's always been more forgiving of the hectic lives of heroes, but that's to be expected. She's worked the front desk of hero agencies her entire working life. Izuku still feels bad about the stress, though. Maybe he'll send a gift down to them both later as a proper apology. Yukimoto-san is waiting for you upstairs, Nakayaba-san tells him. There's a coy smile on his face that tells Izuku all he needs to know about what he's about to deal with. It's enough to make the color leave his face. Oh? Is it too late to run home? He can make it. He can totally outrun her. Good luck, Deku-san. Nakayaba-san smiles and waves, and Izuku mechanically makes his way to the elevator knowing he's doomed. He's so doomed. He has lived a good and short life, and his obituary will be a lovely one after he's found dead in a shallow grave once Yukimoto is done with him. Maybe he can make it to his office before she tears him a new a-hole? He might be able to finagle it. This time of day she's usually making tea in the break room. He could slip past and... The elevator door opens, and on the other side a woman in a short blue and black battle kimono stares at him with utter disappointment. "Hello, sir. Can I get an explanation as to why I had to find out everything that happened from an email instead of from you?" Yukimoto Yuri, the ice-cold heroine, Yukiana is another sidekick of his. If Damien is his right hand, then Yukimoto is the agency's beating heart. One of his greatest success stories in mentorship. She is bar none the most competent overall of all his sidekicks. She's serious, studious, steadfast, and a terrible person to be on the bad side of, because Izuku is the one who taught her how to give localized frostbite with just a punch. Izuku breathes in, praying she doesn't swat him and freeze off one of his body parts. 20 minutes. I will explain everything in 20 minutes. My office. Yukimoto's stare doesn't abate, and God, she is somehow even more intimidating without the mask that covers the lower half of her face, but she does nod. Thank goodness. Fine. Yukimoto steps aside, allowing Izuku to exit the elevator and begin the walk across the office floor. But I'm still disappointed. I understand. Everything was really sudden, Izuku admits, shuffling his bag on his shoulders a bit. Report. Despite him being on her sheet list, Yukimoto falls into step directly behind him and gets right down to business. Everyone split your regular patrol routes. Scarecrow teamed with Tsukuyami for a nighttime patrol. Hoverfly accompanied Ingenium. Party Animal paired himself with Dynamite. Oh, God! Izuku's stomach drops to his feet at that. How many reports are going to be in his inbox? How many complaints? Which I ended after 3 days to cut back on collective property damage. Izuku slumps in relief. Thank you for that. You're welcome. Once I removed him from Dynamite's care, I sent him on a rescue call. Some teenagers doing urban exploring were trapped in an old mountain train tunnel after a cave-in. He performed up to expectations digging them out. No casualties. They cut directly through the bullpen, which is as active as ever for a spring morning. A few of the management staff are shuffling around with papers and coffees, and off on the far end, another sidekick is checking his emails. It's Kikoa Shinji Hoverfly, the airborne hero who gives a calm wave when he sees them but makes no move to get out of his chair. Which Izuku expected. The weather change always makes his lethargy problems worse. He usually spends the transitional seasons parked in his chair unless summoned. That's good. Izuku nods, filing away a mental note to check on the rescue report. Any big case updates? The Ishigami case has been closed, Yukimoto tells him, dodging his bag expertly when the news makes him whirl around in shock. What? Izuku blinks, all the plans he's been crafting for months now going up in smoke. We were 6 months out from a raid. He was apprehended in Osaka last week. There is a genuine bit of sympathy in her voice. Just the tiniest bit. He left hiding to visit his favorite hostess one last time. Fat Gum stormed the club and made the arrest. He'll be shipped back this way for trial. Izuku groans, loud and immature and frustrated, but continues moving toward his office. Well, that's great. A criminal is finally caught after months on the lam, but all the work his agency's done to track the man and bring him in was all for nothing. Yukimoto doesn't bother saying anything, but he can feel her judgment boring into the back of his head anyway. His personal office finally comes up, and Izuku is so grateful to open the door and return to his sanctuary. Everything's exactly how he left it, save for the pile of folders on his desk. Yukimoto takes her usual spot standing off to the side as Izuku settles in, hanging his backpack on its hook and preparing for a day of work. The complete report is on your desk. Besides random incidents, this was a mercifully slow month. Yeah, it felt slow all right, Izuku mutters, zipping one of the pockets closed after fetching his ID for the support floor. A thought occurs to him that makes him pause. Wait, who did you pair with? For the most part, I ran solo patrols. But I did meet up with Nighthide a few times to exchange information, which you would know if you read the report, Yukimoto tells him with a pointed dig, and Izuku winces before looking down at his desk. The monthly report is, the top one. Good. He fixes the stack of folders up to peruse later and sets the report dead center, so he can read as soon as he sits down. This is about the point where the full roster has realized he's back, and as he finishes fetching his things from his bag to put in their places, Kikoa walks in to take a seat in one of the spare chairs. His mask is off, so Izuku can see just how ashen and tired he is, but today he has enough of a pep in his step to actually walk. That's new. He must have had light patrols this past month. Damien is next, dressed in full scarecrow attire, but his mask parts are left dangling around his neck as he savors a coffee. He looks exhausted. But a normal amount of exhausted for the cave goblin he is, so Izuku doesn't worry when he slumps into another chair and drinks from his little styrofoam cup with the deadest eyes a human being can manage. He'll likely perk up within the next 20 minutes or so. He's never been a morning person in all the time Izuku has known him. The last man they're waiting for is? Loud footsteps thump their way toward the door from outside. The rapid pace indicates running, and soon enough a large body fills the doorway with excited panting. I've bought the child a blahaj. Not how that word is pronounced. Ukami Kohei party animal holds the oversized stuffed IKEA shark with utmost pride and joy, his quirk activated from his excitement and giving him a snout and a wagging tail that's thumping directly against the doorway. His mohawk looks completely disheveled. Izuku suspects he might have run to work today because he was so excited. Is that why you made me switch shifts with you? Kikoa asks, incredulous. First impressions with kids are very important. Ukami defends, clutching the shark like it's a precious child that's been insulted. Everybody loves an IKEA shark. They're gearing up for a squabble which, with Ukami, could take anywhere from 2 minutes to 2 hours, but before Izuku can remind them to focus, Yukimoto beats him to it. Can you pretend to be an adult for 5 minutes and get in here? Her furious but deadpan voice is enough that Ukami remembers where he is and fully steps into the office with a bashful lowering of the wolf ears on top of his head. His quirk begins wearing off now that the excitement is fading and he shrinks down a few inches, his face restoring itself into a fully human one that pouts until Izuku accepts the shark with grace. Behind him, Yukimoto closes and locks the door. Izuku sets the toy aside before facing his sidekicks. He breathes in, nice and deep, and Midoriya Izuku fades away. Deku reports to duty. Okay. I like to believe that I've worked with you all long enough that there's a modicum of trust between us. From anyone else, that may be cutting. But Izuku has poured many hours, and many gallons of blood, sweat, and tears into his team. Into this agency. Into making sure they grow into the potential he saw in them that made him sign them on. His team is an extremely tight and extremely close one that puts other agencies to shame with their cohesion. So his complete understatement gets the point across that this topic is a very serious one. That sounds ominous, Kikoa deadpants, picking up on it. I'm saying that because what I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room. Izuku looks all of them in the eye, lingering for a few seconds each. You all know I left to attend my dad's funeral. Which is weird, because you talk shit about your dad. As much as you talk shit about anyone. Which is barely, Ukumi comments. Yes, well, there was a complication. My father and his second wife both died at the same time. Needless to say, no one knew about the full scope of my father's life, and I now have sole custody of my little sister, because the scandal potential made her maternal family drop her like a sack of hot garbage. Izuku hopes the sheer anger he's still pulsing with at that detail isn't showing, but Kikoa scooting his chair back a few inches tells him he's failing at keeping it under wraps. I'm stressing to you all how much you need to keep your FING mouths shut about this. They look angry. Good. His team does their best work when they're all on the same page like this. Damien, at least, already had the primer on the situation. He's seen the full scope and digested it properly. He sips his coffee, lazily waving a hand to catch the attention of the other three. I already covered the big stuff. Yes, you did, and your wine is in my backpack. I'm extremely grateful. Izuku nods. He really is. He doesn't know how deep the cleanup job went, but he trusts in it enough he doesn't feel the need to check. Is the kid okay? Yukimoto asks. Izuku winces, despite himself. We're working on it. Which is why it's important that you all stick to the incredibly PG press release party line that Damien has definitely crafted for us all. If my little sister has her mental health destroyed by the entirety of Japan calling her a family-destroying affair baby, I am going to return to my war crimes era. He means it. They know he means it. The All Might merch that stares down at them from all angles of his office even knows he means it. Just a question: have you been speaking to your therapist? Kikoa asks, raising one finger to get Izuku's attention. I go in later this week. Izuku looks back to the rest. Further note: anyone identifying themselves as an Umino is not cleared to enter the building unless I personally say yes. If I don't care what you do. Just make them leave. They all nod. Good. He can see determination taking form on their faces, and trusts that if the eventuality ever comes, they'll put 100% of their effort into carrying out this order. God, he loves his team. He wouldn't trade them for the world. Are we following the standard plan for keeping the press at bay? Yukimoto asks. Izuku winces. He hasn't looked forward to dealing with the press side of things at all. He knew they could be annoying, sure, but after he started his career, he finally began understanding the bone-deep vitriol that Aizawa always had for anyone holding a camera in his general direction. They really are vultures that will stop at nothing to bleed their subjects dry in the name of being the top broadcast story that night. Luckily, he has the experience to deal with them. The standard plan is to put Party Animal in front of the nearest camera and let him say whatever he wants. Ukumi likes to go off on tangents about absolutely nothing, and can make up entire nonsense stories at the drop of a hat with absolutely no prep time. When Ukumi was still in high school and just starting to draft his sidekick paperwork for after graduation, Izuku watched him launch into an entirely fictional tale about a hot dog eating contest that lasted 45 minutes and ended with a bratwurst joke that somehow wasn't a double entendre. To Hawk's face. He's the bane of every single news crew that tries to weasel information out of the Dikairu agency, and the ultimate trump card. Absolutely, Izuku confirms, turning over to Ukumi and making direct eye contact. Ukumi, I'm counting on you. I will bullshit the most bullshit I've ever shat in my life, sir. Ukumi salutes. Never say that again. Okie dokie. Do we have an understanding? Izuku asks the room. He receives nods and confirmation in return, and sighs before clapping his hands together. Good. Now, get me up to speed on what we need to get done today. Time for Deku to get back to work. Tsukayu Oka Academy of Math and Science is very different from Kasudaran Elementary. For reasons besides the obvious. Hinata has always been the smartest student in her entire school. She recalls at one point this wasn't all that special. Until it was. Until sometime in first grade when the teacher spoke to her mother, and they went to some building that asked her a lot of questions and made her take a bunch of tests, some of which were actually pretty fun, like puzzles, and Hinata was left to play with blocks while a man spoke to her parents using words like high intellectual potential and gifted children. After that, things got weird at school. Adults started interacting with her differently. Hinata has never really liked this development. It took a few more years before she finally coined the words to describe the feeling of unease and the automatic distrust that clawed its way to the forefront of her mind whenever adults wearing a particular kind of smile approached her and began crowing about how special she was. About how better she was. About how she has so much potential and is so different from the other children. She calls it car salesman behavior. This slimy, scheming sort of attitude adults like to take when it's really obvious they want something from you, but they won't say what and think buttering you up endlessly will make it way easier to get it from you. Just like a car salesman trying to convince you to buy a car. Except these car salesmen are trying to make her buy a car when she isn't even looking for one. More than one teacher at Kasudaran wound up frustrated when they got the most gifted child in the school in their class, only for Hinata to metaphorically slam the door in their face every time they tried to blow smoke up her, but for whatever reason. They might have fared better if they didn't basically call her friends stupid in the same breath, but it's not like she'd give them tips on how to do better. The point is, Hinata didn't apply to Tsukayo Oka because she bought into the idea that she was special and different and was above her classmates. She applied because having this school on her record would be a major boon later. Because she wants to be an engineer, and this school has clubs that would help her achieve that dream faster. Because she thought their facilities looked fun to work in. She was happy that she passed the exam and earned her acceptance, but she applied to a lot of places and would have been happy to go anywhere that challenged her the right way. It takes much longer than it should for her to realize that she might be a major outlier in the student body on this front. She misses the first sign because when the students of 1C make their introductions, she's so busy fighting the fog that's taken up residence in her brain that she doesn't actually pay attention to anyone. She catches a few names, here and there. Takashima Kengo, says one boy, who outright seems to be crowing like a peacock as his voice rips Hinata out of her own exhaustion. I attended elementary school in Hamamatsu, and was part of the Tokubetsu class, where I've won 3 programming competitions within the district. I look forward to working with you. O'Shaughnessy Kimberly, says one girl, a surprising foreigner among the herd, whose long red hair is pulled back in a wavy ponytail. Please just call me Kimberly. I've won a Young Naturalist Award for a summer I spent documenting a rare insect species back in Massachusetts. It's nice to meet you all. Shun Taro, says another boy, adjusting his glasses as he speaks. I've been the top of Bogano Academy's test scores since I was a first grader. Please treat me kindly. On and on it goes, names flying by with Hinata too distracted to recall any of them. Every last one listing what they've accomplished, without her retaining a single word. The room winds down to the row she's on and she only tunes back in when the girl in front of her stands up. Makino, her name is. Hinata doesn't pay attention past that. But when Makino sits down, Hinata stands. My name is Midoriya Hinata, she says, deadpan and lacking the excitement she's always given her introductions in. I grew up in Aizu. It's nice to meet you all. She sits down. There is a ripple through the room that she does not notice. And does not care to notice. Hinata looks out the window, thinking of the warmth of Granny's hugs and the rubber eraser in her pocket, paying no mind to the students who have to go after her that have been left off-kilter by her. Break in the pattern. Hinata blinks. She's sitting in the gym for the entrance ceremony. God damn it. The principal is in the middle of his speech. Hinata shakes her head, frustrated, and tries to tune into what's going on around her. The principal seems excited, gesturing as he speaks and welcoming them all to another year of learning. Students around the room are either enraptured and nervous as the reality of getting in seems to be setting in, or bored to tears as is the custom for ceremonies like these. How do you think he lost the hand? One student a row ahead whispers, and Hinata's eyes trail up to the podium. Ha! One of the principal's hands is a prosthetic. I heard it was a sword fight, someone else mutters back. Are you stupid? That's not how it happened, a third cuts in, a little too loudly. He probably lost it against one of those psycho parents who got mad that their kid didn't pass the entrance exam. There are mutterings around the room like this, students whispering conversations to each other, and with the drone of the principal, the lethargy that's tugged at Hinata's bones for the past month starts rearing its head once more. It's starting to annoy her. She can't keep blacking out like this. She needs to be better. Facts are, if anything else happens, she's absolutely screwed. The funeral proved that much. She's got no real backups if any more misfortune comes her way. She got extremely lucky with how things played out this time, and that kind of luck will never strike twice. So, she needs to make sure she's as prepared as she can be when the other shoe drops. The first priority, obviously, is making sure she can stay in school. Her tuition is taken care of now, but if anything else happens, she'll have to think about scholarships. Which means she needs to keep her grades up. Which means no more losing time. If she starts doing this crap in class, her notes won't be worth a DMN thing. She needs to be better. Now. The lethargy still pulls at her, though, making it so hard to keep her head up and her thoughts straight. She shuffles in her seat, attempting to get some energy back, and her hand moves to her blazer pocket. The eraser is cold now. Hinata rubs her thumb against the rubber, savoring the soft feeling. She feels it warm up in her hand and clenches it tighter, grounding herself with the back-and-forth motion. Granny is here. She's off on the side with other parents who stayed for the ceremony. She looks proud. A bit tearful, a small sag to her shoulders that betrays her grief, but overwhelmingly joyful at being there. She catches Hinata's eye from her spot over on the far wall, and her smile is radiant. Hinata can't find it in herself to return it, but some of the tension in her spine loosens up. The eraser in her hands feels warm again. Hinata holds on tighter, until the ceremony is over. She doesn't blink this time. She misses the sensation of her friends around her when they're released to return to their classrooms. Seigo would always be pressed right against her, arms linked together as they walked, and him talking her ear off about whatever caught his fancy that day, usually a scrap of Deku news he caught over breakfast. Denji would try to walk backwards through the hall so he could stay part of the conversation, and inevitably plow right into some obstacle and hit the floor. Rin would laugh and his tail would swat something or someone as Denji's screw-up attracted a teacher. Yuzu would just fret over all of them and stomp her foot that Denji didn't listen to her when she warned him. Hinata can hear their laughter rattling around in the back of her head and she misses it so much. Tsukayu Oka's hallways and stairwells are newer than Kasudaran Elementary. Fresh paint. Shiny floors. New facilities with the best materials, a step up from the years of scuffing and use in their little local school. Hinata thinks she actually misses the agonizing squeaking the windows made whenever they were opened, but mostly she misses the way Rin would smear the glass with his fingers while pointing at something outside. She knows all the boys are at Kasudaran Middle School now. Seigo said he'd thought about applying somewhere nicer, but that if he wants to take the UA exam later, he needs to focus on body improvement. Kasudaran isn't a bottom-rung school, so he can handle an average academic life if it means he can spend his afternoons training. Denji and Rin just didn't care to even try. Denji's grades are barely scraping AC average and Rin is only good at hands-on learning. She really hopes they'll do okay without her around to help them with their homework. Yuzu is at Niyamosu Performing Arts Academy. Everyone knew she'd be going there. She's been insistent since she was 7 that she'd be a member of the Takarazuka Review one day, and has been preparing for this ever since. She'd been so excited about it that she nearly fainted when she got her acceptance letter, and Hinata had felt so proud of her. She knows how hard Yuzu had been working on her audition for the theater department. She can see her friend now, determined but full of nerves, facing 100 other students with just as much gumption as she has. Hinata sighs, taking the stairs up to the next floor, and hopes they know she's proud of them. She didn't get to see them again before. Hey! A voice drags Hinata out of her thoughts halfway up the steps, making her pause. You're Midoriya, right? Hinata turns, hand on the railing. Someone is standing a few steps below her. Some guy with antennae sticking out of his hair. Right, Hinata answers, confused. You were outside with that was Deku, right? Outside the school? Hinata spent an entire day outside with her brother before the school year began and no one recognized him. Not once. How did this random person somehow figure him out in the crowd? It was, Hinata admits, gripping the railing a bit tighter as suspicion grows in her chest. The random boy doesn't notice, brightening at the confirmation and taking a step closer. Hinata takes one step back. That's so cool, he breathes. His antennae twitch on top of his head, like he's excited. Is it like, hard? Having a pro hero in the family? Does he come home and talk about villain fights? Have you seen him fight up close? He keeps coming closer. Hinata's side hits the rail as she inches away, the boy's body closing the distance between them with each question and very quickly entering her personal bubble in a way that makes all the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. He just keeps going, his voice blathering away as other students pass them by on their way back to their own classrooms. She JRKS back when he reaches to touch her, pulling her sleeve away and frowning at his confused stare. Do I know you? She turns and stomps up the stairs without hearing his answer. He turns out to be the first of many. Is it true that pro heroes only date civilians in secret? The news is a trickle. A few people overhearing her admission on the stairs and then telling a few more. And then those people telling a few more. So on and so forth, until it is passing PRD and someone Hinata doesn't know from across the classroom comes up to her desk to ask her a question when she's reviewing the syllabus they were just given from their last class. Why would I know that? Hinata answers, a bit annoyed but reeling it in so she doesn't make a scene. Her answer is at least deadpan enough that the classmate who asked leaves. The room gets sent into a frenzy of whispers again, and this time the lethargy isn't pulling her under. She hears it and realizes this may be a problem. If you're in Deku's family, that means you know dynamite, right? Have you ever gotten to sample his sweat up close to see how close the compound matches genuine nitroglycerin? Another classmate asks when they break for lunch, some boy who sits in the back, who Hinata definitely didn't catch the name of. She hasn't even unwrapped her sandwiches yet when he invades her desk area, adjusting his glasses and for all intents and purposes seeming like he has no desire to leave. Hinata's eye twitches. Back off and never ask me if I've sampled a man's sweat again, she hisses. This is definitely going to be a problem. You scored 5th on the entrance exam. It's dozens of questions from people she doesn't know until the last bell. Until blissful freedom comes. Hinata is putting her shoes back on at her locker, grateful for the sight of her red high tops, when some girl who isn't even in her class approaches her. She has the general look of someone wound up about something, so Hinata makes sure her shoes are tied properly before standing up straight to acknowledge her. Yeah, I guess I did. Why? She knows she scored high on the entrance exam. To her genuine surprise. The test had been harder than anything Kasudaran Elementary had ever thrown at her, but not impossible. She'd studied every workbook the school recommended for their exam and the material was there. Convoluted as hell and made to trick her at every chance, but it was there. Was it a private cram school? The girl asks accusingly. If Deku is in your family, then the money for that would have been no issue, right? I came in 50th place and I spent every day at Fujieta's top cram school course. Hinata's confused blink must PSS this girl off, because she looks offended at whatever expression she's making. What? I studied at home. There were offers, of course. Her father had asked repeatedly if she wanted to try cram school. Pamphlets came to their house all the time. But the idea of being stuck in a classroom for even longer instead of having any time to herself sounded like a nightmare. So Hinata made time at home. She studied in her room. Or at the coffee table while the TV played. Or between fights at SCA meetings, reviewing notes and reading up on materials. She did all of her knitting last year while reading workbooks on her bed, and even roped Seigo into doing flashcards for her. She's been busting her but for a few years now because she wanted to at least pass that stupid exam. She was as surprised as anyone that she scored 5th. But she can say wholeheartedly that she earned that DMN score. That can't be right. You scored 5th, yells the girl, face flushed red. Hinata's fist clenches at her side, frustrated at the implications and how this day just won't end already. Are you saying the only way to score well is to shell out money for extra tutoring? Hinata asks, keeping her tone even and low. Neutral. Keeping any defensiveness to herself, so that by all means the spectators passing them by giving this conversation a glance won't have anything to work with from her end. I studied at home, and apparently that was enough. Is there a point to this? There is, but it's all nonsense. The girl looks like a fire hydrant and starts literally steaming out of her ears when she opens her mouth to start raving. How this can't be right, how Hinata must have had some advantage, how it isn't fair. Hinata blinks. She's at the door of the apartment. Her brother had given her a key with a keychain already attached, and Hinata stares down at the dangling little green rabbit like she's never seen it before. She doesn't remember the trip home. She unlocks the door and deposits her shoes at the Genken despite it. She spends a long while sitting on the couch rubbing the eraser. Time returns slowly. In pieces. In flakes of the eraser, from her thumb rubbing the rubber clean off. Eventually she finds it in herself to get up. Put her uniform on the hanger for tomorrow. She takes a shower early, relishing in turning the heat up as far as it can go and feeling the steam fill the room like a sauna. She scrubs her skin raw with the exfoliating scrubber. She wraps her hair up for the evening. By the time the telltale sound of a key entering the lock fills the apartment again, Hinata is in her pajamas flicking through TV channels on the couch like she didn't spend most of her day in a fugue state. I'm home, Izuku says, utterly relieved as he dumps his shoes next to hers. His bag looks heavier than it did this morning. Wait. The FING backpack. Every single casual clothes picture of the great hero Deku that Hinata has ever seen in her life all had that goddamn bag in it. She would know, because Seigo is the one who showed them all to her and took utter delight in pointing out the plush dynamite keychain that hangs from the zipper. How it's been his most consistent identifier since the legendary 1A graduated. That's how this mess happened. Welcome home, Hinata returns, instead of yelling, you and your stupid but bag owe me 30,000 yen for my suffering. How was work? All things considered, pretty good, since Yukiana didn't punch me below the belt for leaving her and Scarecrow in charge for a month. Izuku dumps his stupid life-ruining bag in an empty chair, stretching his back with a happy sigh of relief once the weight is gone. I did spend a massive chunk of the day just dealing with paperwork, though. So no patrols? Hinata finally finds a show that's half decent and sets the remote down, slumping even further into the couch. Oh, no, I got to that, too, but I wasn't allowed to get out of my chair until the paperwork was done. Got to punch some idiot trying to rob a konbini in broad daylight within half an hour of going outside. I wish I'd gotten to hit someone, Hinata mutters, envious. Oh, no, what happened? She can't be mad at him. Not with how genuinely concerned he is. Not with how he sits down on the couch next to her, solid and warm, and here Hinata leans into him, melting a bit at the sensation. This is maybe the most grounded she's felt all day. Izuku's been the only person who cares. She can't hold everyone else's stupidity against him. Not when he's the only adult who's proven he's worth a DMN, the only one she has right now, because anyone else she could even think of calling for help is too far away and too powerless. Just a bunch of rude people asking stupid questions. Someone recognized you, Hinata mumbles, staring off at the TV instead of at him as her head uses his shoulder for support. I'm so sorry, Izuku apologizes, and he sounds a little bit devastated. He shouldn't. He's not the one with a lack of common sense in his head about what's polite. Or the one who went through a day full of people invading his privacy. It can't really be helped. It was going to happen eventually. Hinata shrugs. I just can't believe none of them have any shame. It's the truth. This was going to happen no matter what. No one in her brother's position could actually hide a kid forever, not unless he went to some stupid lengths to conceal their relation, which would require passing her off to someone else for actual caretaking, since it's a ticking time bomb for photographers any time they set foot outside of the apartment together. This was always the inevitability in store for them. It's just abrupt that it happened so fast, and a bit of a slap in the face to find out how little tact a school supposedly full of bright minds is. Yeah, that's how it tends to go. Hopefully this is just them being blinded by the excitement and things will be better tomorrow. Izuku wraps an arm around her for a hug, and Hinata allows it. She buries her face in his shoulder so she doesn't have to look at anything, but she allows it. His hugs feel different from their father's. Dad's hugs were always too tight. He was a guy with a lot of energy to burn, and a lot of emotions to show. He favored grabbing on and not letting go, squeezing the life out of whoever got caught in his grasp like a stuffed animal before releasing and laughing. He'd always ruffled Hinata's hair and ruined her styling work. Or, well, Mom's styling work. She always nagged him about it when he messed up whatever she'd done that morning in the bathroom before school, and he always ruffled her hair next as playful vengeance while Hinata cheered him on. Her brother's hugs are strong, but not tight. He's solid enough she knows he won't be going anywhere, but his grip on her is more relaxed. Careful. Not too careful, like he's afraid she'll shatter, but careful enough that she knows he's definitely minding their size difference the entire time. He's had practice handling kids much smaller than him. He doesn't ruffle her hair, either. He keeps his hands firmly away from her head. She isn't sure how exactly to feel about that. All she can really do is focus on the warmth seeping into her body through the contact, keeping her present and aware and time moving as it should, until Izuku suddenly jolts upwards. Oh, one of the sidekicks has a gift for you, he says, reaching over to grab his bag off of the chair and missing Hinata nearly falling into the crater he left behind on the couch. For a short guy, he weighs enough to really sink in the cushions. Party Animal was really insistent on this. It's obvious that it took a fight to fit this gift inside the backpack. Izuku struggles with getting it out, tugging and cursing a bit to himself, before something finally gives and the full shape finally emerges from the yellow monstrosity. It's beautiful. Is that an IKEA shark? Hinata takes it, a small bubble of excitement forming in her chest. It quickly pops when she feels how easily her hands sink right into the body. Oh, wow. The stuffing in this is butt. Language, Izuku warns. Hinata doesn't listen. She rubs her thumbs on the fabric, missing the sensation of rubber but noting that the softness of the toy isn't all that bad either. The stuffing really is butt, though. There's no way she can relax properly holding this unless it's a lot firmer. But, a gift is a gift. And this one came from someone who doesn't even know her. I'll call him Bruce, she decides. Why Bruce? That's the name they gave the robot shark from Jaws during filming. Hinata stands up, stretching out her legs and trying to hide how they wobble a bit. She doesn't know how long she was actually sitting cross-legged on the couch, and something in her muscles aches enough to tell her it's longer than she thinks. I think I have stuffing in one of my boxes to fluff him up a little. Don't make too big of a mess. Is tanjiro and grilled fish good for dinner? Her brother calls after her. Yeah, that's fine. She doesn't know where her sewing supplies are. The boxes sitting around her room are still mostly full, and Hinata clutches Bruce to her chest as she thinks over where she might have shoved her crafting box in the mess. This will be a good distraction. She doesn't need to think any more today about how bad it was. Tomorrow will be better. It has to be. She's going to sit down and do some crafts to forget all about this, and when she wakes up tomorrow, things will be a step better. It needs to be. The next day isn't better. It's somehow worse. The trickle of people who know her as the kid Deku saw off has turned into a wave. Even worse, the questions are somehow getting dumber from a supposed school of baby geniuses. How much do you and Deku have to pay to perm your hair like that? Asks some girl that sits on the far side of the classroom, fascinated as she stares at Hinata's pigtails. Hinata grips her pen and tries to rein it in. She truly does. This is my natural hair. Really? But if you're related, shouldn't your hair look the same? The girl pps her head in confusion. Shouldn't a student at this school be smarter than a bag of rocks? Hinata snaps back, immediately regretting the rudeness when the girl flees as if burned. A few students seem to glare at her for it, but Hinata can only sigh and focus on setting her desk up for the morning. Tuesday is spent repeating that scene endlessly. What's her brother like? What's their home like? Is she, like, super rich? How much does he earn at his rank? Has she seen villains up close? Has she ever been ransomed? Has she met other heroes, and has she specially met insert attractive hero here? By Wednesday, she's not sure if she can take it anymore. Midoriya-san? What? Hinata snaps, a burst of flame escaping her lips when she whips her head around to see who has the gall to interrupt her lunch hour today. It's Makino. The girl who sits in front of her. Makino doesn't look upset by the fire, if anything, she just seems a bit sad. But she smiles and holds up a bento just outside of Hinata's personal space bubble. I found a quiet place to eat lunch. Did you want to join me today? She glances around the room where their classmates have made no effort to hide their staring, leaning in to cover her mouth and whisper. I don't think you want another day of people bothering you while you eat, so I thought I'd offer. Monday and Tuesday had been filled with people coming up to her desk with no regard for her trying to eat. Makino hasn't approached her once. Makino has actually made sure not to interact with Hinata at all, besides offering a polite nod every morning when she comes in to sit down. Makino has minded her own goddamn business like a normal human being. Hinata only allows her skeptic side a moment to believe it's a trap before deciding to pounce on the idea of a quiet lunch. Sure. The quiet spot, it turns out, is directly underneath the large balcony overhang where the botany club hosts their plants. Some of them are large enough to hang down, providing a bit of greenery, but for the most part, the underside is secluded and bare. There are at least a few places to sit and eat. A bench over in the sun, and a nice slab of concrete leading to a support pillar in the shade, hidden by a storage shed meant for the nearby athletic field. There's also a vending machine, so that's a plus. Hinata immediately gets herself an extremely over-caffeinated lemon soda to cope with getting through the rest of the day. It's the most peaceful hour she's had at school all week. Makino is quiet company. She tucks her short brown hair behind one pointed ear and focuses on her own lunch, sipping occasionally on a bottle of uioka from the vending machine between bites of rice and vegetables. Perfectly hospitable to the exhaustion Hinata feels after 3 days of nonsense. It feels too good to be true. Eventually, Hinata cracks and just asks the obvious question. Why aren't you bugging me? She blurts out, setting her sandwich down in her lap. No offense. It's just, everyone else won't shut up, but you're actually minding your business. Oh, it's no offense at all. Makino smiles. She actually does seem to mean it, completely unbothered by the sudden demand. She finishes her last bite of food, setting her chopsticks down just so, before shuffling a bit to face Hinata properly. I guess you could say I know what it's like to be in your position. Not personally, but my cousin's parents had a pretty nasty divorce. And he lived in a small town, one of those everybody knows everybody places. Hinata does know those places. Kasudaran isn't one too big for that. Too many people constantly passing through on their way deeper into Aizu, but the village the Umino family comes from is. Granny still lives there. Hinata can't take 2 steps in that village without everybody and their mother crying out that Miori's granddaughter is there and telling her every single nitty-gritty detail about her mother's life growing up. She really understands why her mother fled to a city college as soon as she graduated. Those small places can be cozy, but so smothering. She can already feel how exhausted Makino's cousin must have felt living in a place like that. So when the divorce process started, everyone knew and everyone talked about it, and nobody would leave my cousin alone, and he wound up moving into my house for a while just to get some peace and quiet. I thought it was really sad that he had to go that far just to be left alone, Makino explains, her face turning a bit sad before she turns her big green eyes toward Hinata, brimming with empathy that's been rather hard to find in Tsukayuoka. I don't want you to have to leave the school just to have some peace, Midoriya-san. That's not fair. And that's the crux of it all, isn't it? It's not fair. It's not fair at all. And Makino's the only person who seemed to realize that. You're a lot nicer than everyone else in our class, Makino-san. Makino shakes her head, moving to start packing up her bento. I don't think I'm being especially nice. It's just common courtesy. Hinata doesn't respond to that. She finishes off her sandwiches instead, staring off into the distance at the athletic field. If it's supposed to be common courtesy, then more than one person would be doing it. Deku's personal life doesn't make the front page news, so it makes sense that it takes the better part of the week for the vague but impersonal statement about his sudden absence and return to worm its way through the hero blog and gossip network that reports every little thing of note about pro heroes all over Japan. His absence isn't in itself a big deal, since heroes go on leave all the time. Some to go undercover or to work on a case that requires them to be seen less. Some because they took a few too many hits and need to recover. Some because they have business ventures outside heroics that need their attention. Deku, however, came back from his leave with a kid. So he needed to acknowledge it in some way. The statement itself doesn't reveal much. There was a death in the family. Deku spent time handling matters afterwards. He's currently looking after his younger sister, as any big brother would. Impersonal. Vague. Almost a complete afterthought, completely covering up the actual shitshow the entire ordeal actually was. Hinata can tell when this information trickles down to her school because the attention shifts to something even more grating. If it was pity, she could handle it, she'd be mad about it, of course, but pity would at least give her a goddamn break. Pity means people would give her an easier time. They'd cut her some slack because she's the poor orphan who the universe cheated on. But because Hinata's luck has been so astronomical this year, it isn't pity. No. It's fascination. Now instead of pondering if she's truly lucky enough to get a glimpse into Deku's personal life, she's the subject of a fantastical story. The dream scenario of a famous pro hero being her Oni-sama. The heartbreaking but inspiring narrative of losing family only to get a front row seat to something larger than life. Hinata wants to scream just thinking about it. She can't, because she needs to do well in school so that she has that safety net in place, so her hand shakes around her new fountain pen as she takes her notes with the frustration of it all. The first student who stops her in the hall to ask about the death earns a flat stare and 3 minutes of complete silence. Hinata refuses to blink until the moron who asked her that slinks off, embarrassed. She's so over it that when it comes time for the yearly club rush, she very nearly goes to find a corner to hide in rather than face the masses all at once. Midoriya-san, did you want to walk with me? Makino asks, turning around in her chair to find Hinata burying her face in her arms on her desk, making a low groaning noise. Hinata only lifts her head enough to send one questioning eyebrow. You're more likely to be left alone if you look busy with someone else, Makino points out. At the very least, I can act as a shield so you can escape if anyone gets pushy. That's not really fair to you, Makino-san, Hinata tries to deflect, feeling bad for Makino going through the trouble. Everyone else actually is excited about looking at the clubs. She'd hate to drag Makino down to babysit the surly antisocial kid the entire time. Oh, it's fine. I already know what club I want to join, so there's no real point in me walking around either. I just like looking. Makino smiles, peaceful and seemingly unbothered by life, and Hinata can't help but wonder what kind of simple existence Makino has in this world. The thing is, Tsukayuoka's clubs are a bit of a big deal. Tsukayuoka's respect comes from their test scores and academic performance. The fact that the exams to get into the school have to be calculated down to exact percentages to determine who makes the cut makes everyone else look like absolute amateurs for their grading criteria. Tsukayuoka graduates go on to fill the halls of the country's most esteemed high schools. Tsukayuoka's legends, however, come from their clubs. Tsukayuoka's clubs are where the smartest children in the country have an outlet for their passions, and are given the means to fully utilize their abilities. These clubs are given real budgets. Real opportunities. National acclaim. Every year, it's Tsukayuoka dominating the annual championships in every academic competition in Honshu. Every year, it's Tsukayuoka students taking the spotlight. Every year, it's Tsukayuoka reaffirming what everyone already knows, that they cannot be beaten, and will become the next generation of great minds. So the yearly club rush is a big deal. And Makino just doesn't seem to care, even as the students flood outside to look at the booths and displays, as the school's massive amount of clubs yell at everyone with a pulse to join their ranks. It's an absolute hell of crowds and loud voices. At the very least, because everyone is constantly moving, no one notices how Hinata and Makino aren't actually stopping to talk to anyone. What club are you joining, anyway? Hinata asks as she studies the botany club's booth from a distance. That's a genuinely impressive number of carnivorous plants they've got piled on the table there. Makino smiles, proud as punch. Badminton. Huh? Hinata blinks. I didn't expect that. The athletic clubs aren't really well regarded. For all that Tsukayu Oka's legends come from their clubs, the athletic clubs are the perpetual exception. Not that Hinata is very surprised. Wizards who spend their lives studying the arcane always have weak constitutions, after all. That's how these games are played. No one who puts in the effort to get into the smartest middle school around is going to spend their time outdoors, at least, not enough to actually be a real athlete. She's pretty sure Tsukayu Oka has never once had a baseball or soccer team in its entire existence. The few sports clubs that the school does have tend to be middling at best, and filled with kids just trying to round out their experiences or have something they can have but without consequences. Well, my mom always says that you need to have a healthy body to keep a clear mind. I figured staying active and having time every day where I'm not studying will help me actually study better in the long run. I can't stay cooped up at my desk all the time, Makino explains, folding her hands behind her back as she takes in the sights. The math team, the debate team, and the science bowl clubs all have booths right next to each other, and the squabbling over convincing people to sign up is starting to become the loudest ruckus in the area. The quiz bowl team, Smug, sits a fair distance away and is picking up all their stragglers. Hinata understands where Makino is coming from now. Good for her. The kids in the academic competition clubs must be the craziest in the school. They pass by a lot of booths as they walk along. The student council is overseeing everything with a collective calm that seems out of place. The foreign language club is displaying flags for every country they've studied the language of, yelling invitations in all of them in rotation like a theme park announcement recording. The school paper and the chess club are giving each other death glares while the literature club snipes their prospective newbies from the crowds with the allure of books. The shogi and go clubs are right next to each other and 2 seconds away from brawling. The academic decathlon team has draped their entire booth in their collection of medals. The few athletic clubs are getting a bit of attention, too. The kendo club is showing off their training gear. The tennis club is waving their rackets around. The table tennis club is bouncing ball off their paddles. Were you thinking of joining a club at all? Makino asks, pulling Hinata's attention away from the archery club's booth, where a first year is being allowed to touch one of the bows. Hinata's eyes slide over to the far end of the booths. A group of students are gathered around a little battlebot, cheering as it turns and spins in place, and Hinata can't help but remember the lifetime ago where she was shoving her phone in Seigo's face, watching the bot take the championship trophy. I was actually really excited to join the robotics club when I put in my application. It had been one of the big factors in applying at all. There were other things, of course. Bigger and more important things. Like the weight this place would have on her high school applications. Or her father cheering her on for aiming for the prestige of going overseas to MIT one day. The thought feels heavy now. She rips her eyes away from the booth and stares straight ahead instead. I don't think I can deal with it right now, though. If Makino notices how the exhaustion takes hold, weighing her body down like she's walking through mud, she doesn't say anything. That makes sense. Makino nods, like the respectful person she is. It's good you're taking the time to rest without pushing yourself. The club will still be there when you're ready. It will be. But Hinata only wonders if she'll ever feel ready. The Hinata that put that application in the mail is an entirely different Hinata to right now, watching the nation's brightest minds trample each other trying to get to the astronomy club's booth to look at their model rockets. This Hinata is just tired. So tired. The club rush passes by in blurs. Makino seems to enjoy watching, while Hinata only catalogs the sheer number of clubs that manage to exist in the school. It's pleasant until it's time to leave. There's a specific pathway Hinata takes after getting off of her train. It crosses over water, the trickling sound in the middle of the city being a relaxing break in her commute, and this entire week, Hinata has either been so out of it or so annoyed she doesn't even take in the surroundings as she stomps her way down the sidewalk. Today is different. Today, Hinata walks, deep in thought, and pauses when a blur of pink passes in front of her eyes. The pathway of the water below is lined in cherry blossom trees. She stops. She looks down. The trees are in full bloom. She's been so distracted this year she hasn't even been paying attention. It's Hanami season. A petal blows through the air and lands on her cheek, startling her out of her stupor. Hinata plucks it off of her skin and stares down at it, uncomprehending. It's Hanami season. She's supposed to be making a Hanami bento with her mom. 3 tears. They're supposed to all go together. They're late this year. They're late, because they always do Hanami right after her birthday, and her mom always says the trees bloom because they're celebrating her being born, and her father always buys her a treat from the stands and says it's a late gift just like she was a late baby who made them wait. Hinata blinks. She's inside the apartment, slumped against the door. Her throat is raw. Her eyes ache. She feels like she screamed herself hoarse, her body trembling from the force of it, but she doesn't remember how she got this way. The petal is still clutched in her hand, absolutely crushed in her fist, and she shakily lets go to watch it pathetically fall to the floor of the genkan. She follows, only a few seconds later. She slides down the surface of the door and hits the hard floor with a muffled noise in her throat, feeling absolutely painful from. She doesn't even know. Her face feels sticky. Breathing hurts. Everything burns, not in the temperature way, not in a way she's never actually felt thanks to her quirk, but in the way where it feels like she's lit a fire in her skin and the warmth just spreads with no control. She can't deal with this. It needs to stop. It needs to stop. Hinata jolts so hard she slams her head against the door when her phone buzzes. It takes a lot of fumbling to fish it out of her pocket. Her hands shake, unable to grasp it at first. Hinata realizes her nose is absolutely clogged when she sniffles out the most pathetic whimper the third time she drops the phone before finally activating the lock screen. It's not her brother messaging her. Saigogo. Hinata. Saigogo. Hinata, what is this? What's going on? Link. Saigogo. Hinata, please pick up. Hinata, I'm getting really worried, what's happening with you? Saigogo. Hinata, this isn't funny. There are links in his messages. From the blogs and gossip networks. He's seen the statement now. Hinata wants Saigo here with her. She wants him so bad she could choke. She needs something familiar. Something she knows. Her fingers don't move to swipe. Saigogo. Hinata, whatever is going on, can you at least talk to me? Your auntie took all your stuff from school and now your house is empty. Hinata, please. Please. She wants to. She wants to so much, but her hands shake. Her breathing picks up. Her throat is in agony as she chokes, tears building up in her eyes again, even though she feels like she has nothing left. She flips her phone over and all but slams it on the floor. She doesn't notice when the buzzing eventually stops. When the screen finally goes dark, Hinata buries her face in her knees and falls apart. The thing they don't tell you about dealing with a fire is that most of the time, it's pitch black once you're inside the building. Bit of a ripoff, honestly. The smoke tends to hang heavy in the air, and without the light, you're forced to find your way around through guessing the layout and running directly into furniture. Which might be why the movies never portray fire honestly, Izuku thinks, because watching the hero of the hour ram their shin directly into a coffee table isn't the most inspiring visual. He certainly feels like a bit of an idiot as he grasps his way around. Saki-chan, he calls out into the darkness. Saki-chan, are you in here? It's far from his first fire. This sort of rescue is one they train hero students in extremely early, so it's simply the work of old practice to move around in his protective gear and keep an eye out for the missing civilian. The rest of the occupants on this floor were evacuated, but the screaming mother next to the firefighters insists that her 8-year-old is still inside, so Izuku isn't leaving until he finds her. Saki-chan, he calls again, stepping farther and feeling at the wall. It drops and opens into a hallway, which he tentatively enters while keeping his ears out for any response. The other thing they don't tell you is how much noise is involved in a fire. The roaring. The groans and cracking. The goddamn sirens going off outside, which are giving him a headache when combined with how the smell of smoke is still choking him through the filters in his mask. The wall drops off again, and a figure hidden under a table in the room beyond moves just enough that Izuku can see her through the limited light given off from his equipment. Saki-chan, he asks, kneeling down. A terrified and wheezing little girl meets his gaze, clutching to her chest an equally terrified cat that has got an iron grip on her shirt. Deku. Izuku's heart releases at the sheer relief in her eyes. Are you okay? We're here to get you out. Izuku gives her a once-over as he helps her crawl out from under the table, keeping low to the floor and making sure she doesn't hurt herself as she scrambles into his arms. Teacher said, she coughs, rough and ugly in a way that makes Izuku wince, when there's a fire, you gotta get down low, so I grabbed Mr. Marmalade and I hid and Mama was gone and… Hey, you did great. You did so well, doing exactly what your teacher told you to do, Izuku soothes her, patting her head before reaching for his shoulders to unlatch his cape. Can you hold on to Mr. Marmalade real tight while I wrap you in my cape? We're going to get out of here and go down to where the firefighters are. Saki is agreeable to being wrapped up, thankfully. Mr. Marmalade less so, hissing a bit when Izuku makes sure they're both tucked in and wraps the cape so he can carry them on his chest, but he's so focused on gripping onto Saki's shirt that he doesn't take a swipe at Izuku's mask once. Which he'll count as a victory. He can feel the girl trembling against his suit as he stands back up, one arm supporting her and rehashing the layout of the apartment in his mental map as he tries to figure out the fastest exit. His hopes of going back the way he came are dashed when orange lights up the darkness at the end of the hallway. The fires spread through the walls up another floor, Izuku says, pressing his earcom to send the message to his team. Hoverfly, I'm sending a night eye special out my exit point. Get in position to assist. Yes, sir. There's a window still intact in the room Saki had been hiding in, far enough away from the fire that it shouldn't cause any problems. Izuku can make it out just enough to aim. Deploying the Night Eye special is as simple as a flick of the wrist. The weights fall from a compartment in his gauntlet directly into his hand, and after rolling them around to adjust to the heft and feel, Izuku sends one solid throw shattering the window in one go and making Saki squeak from the noise. Exit spotted. Waiting in position, Hoverfly's voice sounds off in his ear. Saki-chan, I need you to close your eyes and keep your head down. We're about to make a big jump, and I promise everything is going to be okay. He feels Saki nod before curling up even tighter, and Izuku wraps both arms around her body before backing up several steps. He activates his boot thrusters as he takes the running leap to the window, curling up into a ball to crash through the remaining glass and making sure his armor takes the brunt of any damage while Saki shrieks her displeasure into the sky that opens up around them. There is a beautiful moment of complete freefall, gravity taking them downward, before the familiar feeling of cessation overcomes Izuku's body and he comes to a gentle stop in midair. Hoverfly awaits some distance away, already moving the glass from the window to fall elsewhere while Izuku and his precious cargo begin a much slower, kinder descent back to Earth. Beginning descent, Hoverfly confirms in the comms, Izuku changing the thruster power in his boots to ease the transition along. Saki pokes her head out of the cape to look around and gasps at the sight. The crowds below are caught between terror and delight, a few cheers sounding off as they finally touch solid ground once again. The paramedics immediately rush over, and after that, it's all routine. No visible injuries, but she and Mr. Marmalade here definitely inhaled a fair amount of smoke, Izuku informs the woman who takes Saki from him, pulling her from the cape with ease and a gentle hand. In the distance, Saki's mother breaks from the crowd to wail and start the long run over. She's definitely ignoring the firefighters telling her to stay behind the line. Izuku can't find it in him to be annoyed at that. Thank you, Deku. Saki beams at him, grateful and alive and starry-eyed now that she's in the light of day. Izuku pulls his mask down to return that smile twofold. You're very welcome, Saki-chan. Be good for the doctors, okay? Yukiana is who finds him first, as he shakes out his cape, checking for embedded glass before clipping it back into place, and then practically huffs oxygen from a tank to clear fumes from his lungs. Great job in there. She hands him a water bottle that he takes with immense gratitude. She also politely ignores how he has to spit the first mouthful back out because it tastes like straight ash. Is everyone else evacuated? Izuku asks when he's done with the nasty smoke water. Rest of the building is clear. Fire Marshal says that since the fire's in the walls, chances are the whole building is toast due to the structural integrity being compromised. I froze the upper floor solid to at least keep it from becoming an inferno, but for now, the rest is up to them. Yukiana gestures to where the fire department is handling things, and Izuku feels a bit relieved that their end of things is more or less finished. Scarecrow emerges from the throng of first responders pulling off rubber gloves, seemingly finished with stabilizing the injured people they had pulled from the lower floors when they first arrived on the scene. He spots them easily and makes a beeline away from the onlookers. Ugh, God, I'm gonna smell smoke for days. Izuku wrinkles his nose before he tries another sip of water. Still smoky, but at least drinkable. Top-of-the-line mask respirators my butt? I feel like I'm dying. Just eat barbecue for a few days straight and you won't even notice, Party Animal suggests, emerging from who knows where, vaguely smoking from his fur. Izuku's about to scold him for running around open fire with no gear on before a commotion draws his attention. The onlookers have been invaded by cameras and microphones. Izuku frowns as he recognizes some familiar faces among the litany of questions being yelled. He counts the logos and already his headache is coming back from how many of them are ignoring the firemen to look directly at him instead. Media's here, Scarecrow sighs, turning his back to them and pointedly refusing to look. Izuku rolls his eyes before clapping Party Animal on the back. Animal, you're up. Hell yeah. The Wolfman cheers. He immediately takes off toward the cameras, tail wagging furiously. Howdy. I hear you guys have questions. There's immense satisfaction watching in real time how many of the reporters' eyes glaze over when Party Animal is the one to respond. It's the little things that really make a day beautiful. You're going to have to talk to them eventually, Yukiana reminds Izuku. Pointedly. I know. But maybe when I don't feel like I've been snorting straight charcoal dust. Izuku grabs for the oxygen again, trying not to cough. There's nothing to say. Since when do I even talk about my personal life with reporters? Never. But they're jonesing to be the first. Scarecrow shrugs. How is the kid doing? Curious, Yukiana pps her head a bit. Izuku's grimace is immediate and resigned. That good, huh? Hinata hasn't been telling him the details. She's not exactly an open book when he gets home, usually doing her homework or eating a snack in front of the TV. During dinner, she minimally talks about whatever it is her classes covered that day. Or something she saw outside of school altogether. Izuku actually has more information on a nice old woman who lives down the street from Tsukayu Oka's campus than he does about her classes. It's breaking him a bit and he feels the immense urge to go and get on his knees in apology to his mother for hiding all of his problems as a child, because now that he's on the other end of this, it's driving him up the wall with anxiety. She isn't showing signs of the worst possibilities, though. Izuku knows exactly what to look for to spot that. So there's that little bit of relief that whatever is happening at school, she's coming home every day unscathed. She's handling it the best she can, but apparently no one really leaves her alone. I don't want her to be miserable while she's at school all day. I remember how much I hated middle school and I want her time to be better, Izuku admits, frowning at the memory of last night's dinner. Hinata had looked exhausted. She willingly did tell him what was wrong this time, though there's a flood of people trying to follow her social media accounts. Thank God he'd told her after the first day to private every account she had. He doesn't like to think about what that mess would look like if she'd kept them public. That's a tall order, sir. Hoverfly appears from above, keeping his body only a few feet above the ground in a static position. He must be done keeping things contained for the fire department. Yukiana offers him a water bottle, too, but Hoverfly shakes his head. I mean, I know I had a terrible time, but one of you must have had a decent go of it, right? Izuku asks his sidekicks. No, Hoverfly answers. God, no, Yukiana scoffs. I got offered blow in the bathroom once, Scarecrow admits as if he's talking about the weather. Like every other time Damien has ever admitted anything about his life in Los Angeles, everyone stops to stare at him. Hoverfly is somehow radiating immense judgment despite having full face mask coverage. I didn't take it. Scarecrow blusters, defensive. Well, now Izuku's worried about Hinata's school life, and a new, secret fear of middle schoolers with drags. Just another concern to add to the list. His concerns don't actually get any better when he asks Hinata about it next. Which happens to be at the hospital. Hawks has had to resort to a bit of blatant bribery to really earn any trust in his current position, and one of the biggest bribes to his new underlings and the general public was the construction of hospitals meant to cater specifically to the needs of those directly related to heroics. From victims of villains and disasters to pro-heroes and their families, the new hospital line was constructed to serve the many in need in these trying times, and to erase the memory of Dr. Garaki, who had an entire legacy as a benevolent and beloved figure in medicine before the raid that kick-started the war. Izuku can't say he fully trusts a hospital created by the former Birdman, but he also knows mutation specialists are some of the most direly needed and underrepresented experts in medicine. So he aims directly for the one that practices just a few floors away from his GP's office. Shudo had said she was personable and good at her job and he trusts that recommendation. He also books that appointment directly after Hinata's visit to see his GP, so that they can kill two birds with one stone. The checkup is at least normal. The information in her booklet from the house in Kasudaran isn't too outdated. She's gained a few pounds, grown a few inches, and the doctor gets a baseline read on her vitals for future reference. They're in and out relatively quick. The appointment with Dr. Tatsuno takes a good deal longer. Scans, sampling of her hair and skin cells, blood draws, intensive questioning from the nurses on her family's quirks and mutation history. Hinata bears all of it with intense boredom, but more patience than most kids would have. Izuku is extremely proud of her for it. He's also bored to tears on his own end, since he just gets to sit around and watch. Was all this really necessary? My old doctor never sent me to a specialist, Hinata asks while they're waiting for the results. She's been playing a game on her phone since the tests wrapped up and at this point has slumped down so far in the chair she's practically horizontal. Impressive. Izuku wishes his own spine was still that flexible. That's a pretty common problem, actually. There are a lot of people who never see a specialist because they're not a big, obvious mutant, or their mutations seem too simple to bother, and they miss out on some pretty vital medical information. Izuku rubs at the fuzz on the back of his head, considering his words. Invisible Girl has a severe vitamin D deficiency. Her invisibility means she doesn't absorb sunlight properly, and it gave her these awful health issues until she hit high school and Recovery Girl figured out what was wrong with her. Pinky has a pretty serious problem where her acids react to certain cosmetics and perfumes and gives her skin irritation. Cack and sweat being what it is means his entire heart situation is pretty perilous, but he's also really smug about being the star of a whole round of medical studies. Izuku loves quirks. He loves quirks and he loves quirk science and he loves learning about the ins and outs of quirks. Which means it's genuinely been driving him a bit insane that no one has checked on Hinata when she has a fire quirk directly attached to her lungs. There's so much that could go wrong there. Things he's directly seen go wrong on other people. He's at least aware that this is a common problem for minor mutations, though, so instead of spiraling about it, they're here. Getting it checked out. This is the sort of thing he's supposed to do as the adult, and he's doing it. He is doing his job exactly as intended. So today could have us told I'm just worrying over nothing, but if there's something about your quirk that hurts your health, I'd rather know right now instead of down the line. He smiles, just a little, and Hinata snorts. You're definitely worrying over nothing since you refilled the inhaler. I err on the side of caution. There's a lull in conversation, after that. Hinata fiddles with her game some more before exiting it and opening something different. How's school been? Izuku asks. It's been a few weeks. Has the noise died down a bit? Hinata makes a face and her phone drops down into her lap, shattering any hope Izuku had that things may have improved. I think the brochures lied. Tsukayuoka's full of idiots. She shuffles upwards, sitting properly in her chair again, and for a moment, she looks exactly like the management staff from the office when they're about to stomp away from their desk for a chain-smoking break outside. They stopped bothering me all day, at least. Well, except for this one guy. Takashima. I think he's mad that nobody cares about his CEO dad because I have a pro-hero brother, and that's way cooler to all of them. But he's acting like a huge turd, like it's my fault? I didn't even ask for the attention. I'd rather have everyone talk about his stupid CEO dad. Hinata throws her hands up, frustrated, before doing a motion that Izuku can clearly tell is miming wringing someone's neck. The immediate guilt is crushing. I'm so sorry, Izuku tells her. It's not your fault my school's full of morons. It is his fault that she has to deal with them, though, and he wishes things were better. He should have done more preparations for this sort of thing. He didn't even consider what the kids at her school might think if he was seen, and that's on him. He forgets that he isn't the same nobody he used to be, and his absent-mindedness is costing someone else their peace. He should have asked his friends with experience in this area. Hell, Tenya would have made an entire slideshow if asked about socially navigating having a famous family, but he never even thought about it. This is Izuku's screw-up. He doesn't get to say any of that, though, because that's when Dr. Tatsuno finally appears. Hello, there. Dr. Tatsuno greets, teeth glittering in the exam room lights. So, I have good news, and worrying but not urgent news. Which would you like to hear first? Izuku knew of Dr. Tatsuno offhandedly from Shudo, and finds the other man's description of her was entirely correct. She's a thickly built woman, solid and sure with each movement. No nonsense in how she enters the room and sets down her materials. Her attitude makes her seem very easy to speak to, speaking casually but not too informally for the benefit of a rapport with her patients. She's also very good at making sure her head, which is that of a dark red dragon, practices exaggerated facial expressions so that she doesn't come off as threatening when her teeth are bared. Good news, Hinata answers before Izuku can even think of responding. Dr. Tatsuno takes it in stride, focusing on her entirely with a kind twinkle in her slitted eyes. The good news is that your combustion system is perfect, Dr. Tatsuno says. Textbook perfect, actually. Even with your lungs being the size they are. You're one of the cleanest fire breathers I've ever had in this office. I can't foresee any issues developing with your respiratory system. You're very much in the clear on that front. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief as Dr. Tatsuno fishes something out of the pile she put down on the counter, setting up an X-ray and one of the scan results on the wall so they can all see. For the most part, they look just like his own. But Izuku looks closer, counting the details, and can pick up on the things that differ. Hinata's lungs are twice as big as his, which is apparently a common mutation in the Umino family. She and most of her cousins have it. There are organs that Izuku doesn't have, an extra pipeline running up her throat. Little things that add up and paint a picture of exactly why he wanted to bring her here in the first place. See this? This is your insides, Dr. Tatsuno explains. Gross. Hinata wrinkles her nose, then leans closer. Cool. Your lungs are down here and all these bits? That's your quirk's functioning organs. You're the type of fire breather to use a fuel supply, so this little sac right here is where it's being held. We can't say for sure what your body uses. Is there a way to check? Izuku asks, intrigued. Not unless you want to knock her out and perform a biopsy. Dr. Tatsuno shrugs. Izuku can feel Hinata's eyes boring into the side of his head, the ominous threat of what she may do to him if he makes her lie down to get cut open just to satisfy his own curiosity radiating off of her in waves. Perhaps he shouldn't test that. She knows where he sleeps, after all. No, thanks, Izuku answers. Thought not. Dr. Tatsuno seems amused at him before turning back to Hinata. Do you have any cravings that have been regular since your quirk developed? Sometimes quirks that run on a fuel source manifest that way to tell the body what it needs. I eat a lot of spicy food, Hinata admits after a moment of thought. Not like wasabi spicy, that doesn't do it for me. I mean real spicy. I put ghost pepper flakes on my cup noodles yesterday. She's downplaying it. The cup noodles she ate yesterday were such a violent shade of red that Izuku started coughing when he got a whiff of them passing by. He's pretty sure they count as a chemical weapon that violates the Geneva Convention. She ate it all, though, and didn't even get a drink until after she threw out the cup. Dr. Tatsuno hums, rubbing one finger against her scaly chin. Capsaicin, huh? Not the most unusual potential fuel source I've ever seen. Just keep following that craving and you'll most likely be fine. What's the worrying news, then? Izuku asks. Ah, right. Dr. Tatsuno turns her head to him, her expression making a transition to serious. My concerns are with one of Hinata's RSMs. Do you know what that is? Required secondary mutation. Izuku replies automatically. He's known about those for years. He did a 10-page paper on it for Aizawa once, that he thinks the man actually kept to use as a formatting example for the students that came after his class, but he'd known about them long before that assignment. It's one of the basic things you need to learn to do any kind of serious quirk analysis. A what? Hinata asks, confused. Dr. Tatsuno, ever the professional, turns her head to speak to Hinata directly. A required secondary mutation is something we call the mutations required for a body to actively use its quirk properly. A power that seems simple sometimes requires completely rewiring the body that hosts it from the standard medical baseline so that it doesn't kill its user. Most people are born with all their secondary mutations lined up and ready to go, like you, but not everyone can be that lucky. For example, most people with super strength quirks have incredibly dense bones and muscles so that they don't shatter every bone they have the first time they lift something bigger than they are. Dr. Tatsuno looks at Izuku directly at that mention, which has him shrinking a bit in his chair and hunching his shoulders out of shame. If your quirk gives you intense biting strength, you get a lot of modifications to your jaw to support using it without breaking your bottom jaw completely off. Speedsters tend to have some of the weirdest DMN tendons I've ever seen to account for not breaking their legs when they do a turn at top speed. RSMs are varied, and one of the bigger parts of my job is seeing how they might interfere with the rest of the body. One of yours has me a bit concerned. Dr. Tatsuno turns away from her then, selecting a file from the counter with one hand and using the other to pull out a peculiarly designed pair of glasses. Izuku is a little fascinated watching how they fit over Dr. Tatsuno's head to rest in front of her eyes properly, seeing as how she doesn't have human ears for them to hook over. She hums as she flips through the papers in front of her before settling on something. Miss Midoriya, your quirk information says that you're fireproof. Hinata nods. Yeah. Completely immune to all temperature burns? Dr. Tatsuno asks, looking over the top of the file for Hinata's answering nod once more. And your father wasn't. His throat would get real messed up if he breathed fire for too long. His voice has always been kinda scratchy and hoarse, Hinata answers, only lightly shuffling her feet at the mention of their father. But your mother had a transformation mutation, Dr. Tatsuno clarifies, not quite a question but not quite a statement either, flipping a page in the file. Yeah. She got all scaly when she was wet, like this. Hinata reaches for her phone, pulling up something or other and flicking through photos until she puts one in particular on her screen. One that Izuku now knows is from a family vacation the previous year, where Amain smiles at the camera in a bathing suit cover-up, with her flawless complexion replaced by shiny, shimmering blue scales. Dr. Tatsuno leans forward to examine the photo closely, nodding at the details before setting the file back on the counter. I see. May I? Dr. Tatsuno puts a hand out for Hinata's own, which she gives without hesitation. Dr. Tatsuno rolls Hinata's sleeve up a bit, breathing deeply before leaning down closer. Hinata and Izuku both watch in interest as Dr. Tatsuno's nostrils flare, a jet of flame erupting on the exhale directly onto the tanned skin of Hinata's hand. The flame maintains its jet for a good 7 seconds. Afterwards, Dr. Tatsuno feels the area with her human fingers and something in her expression shifts, just slightly, before she speaks. I was afraid of that. You still sweat when you're out and about, right? Yeah. Can you say you notice when you start sweating? Would you notice if you stopped? I think I notice when my clothes get damp and gross. Hinata shrugs, pulling her sleeve back down. I think I'd only notice if I stopped because dry sweat feels bad. Is there something wrong? Izuku asks, a sliver of anxiety working its way up his spine. Not wrong, but potentially a problem. Dr. Tatsuno crosses her arms, one hand starting a finger-tapping pattern against her lab coat. Miss Midoriya, I don't think you're fireproof at all. I think you're a heat conductor. Hinata looks confused, but Izuku's mind automatically begins worrying as he considers what that would mean. Your mother's cells reacted on contact with water and were built in a way where their interaction with it was inherently different from a regular human skin cell. You obviously inherited that mutation, but instead of water, your quirk revolves around heat and fire. You said in your exam that you never feel too hot, ever. Everything is always pleasantly warm. When I breathed my own fire on your hand, it absorbed that heat like it was nothing. So I think rather than simply being immune to burning, your body is built to absorb and conduct heat, Dr. Tatsuno explains, glancing at Izuku occasionally as she speaks, but for the most part focusing on her patient and keeping her tone even and calm. This isn't inherently a bad thing. It gives you a lot of protection from your quirk harming you. But because you still sweat, that means you still have the capacity to overheat from the inside. Izuku arrives at the conclusion before Dr. Tatsuno can say it, the light turning on right above his head and tuning the panic back down to manageable levels. Simply put, you're a rather high heat slide risk. Tenya's family have the same problem, but with the cold Izuku found out about it the first winter they ever spent in the dorms. All of them have engines with exhaust pipes that stick out of their bodies, and all of those pipes are made of metal. The skin around those pipes by necessity cannot be too sensitive, or they would perpetually just feel like they were burning alive any time they used their quirks to move. This worked great in the summer months, but in winter, that lack of feeling around the pipes meant they couldn't tell when their pipes were too exposed to the cold and spreading the cold to their skin. All of them run a major frostbite risk. Tenya wears leg warmers under his pants all winter long as a preventative measure. Izuku had found it interesting back then, noting to himself to make sure he never kept his friend outside too long to ease the burden, and hasn't thought much about it since. But now it propels itself directly to the front of his mind, and his fingers twitch for a notebook to write down questions, which he has to clamp down on the urge to do because the doctor is still talking. Damn it. People who feel heat normally get that first warning sign to cool down when they feel too hot. You don't have that. The second sign is excessive sweating, followed by not sweating at all because they're dehydrated and lost their fluids. But if you don't keep track of your sweat, that's another sign you won't notice, Dr. Tatsuno explains, kind and gentle with all of her focus on Hinata and not the fidgeting adult in the room. Oh, Hinata blinks, dazed. Izuku can see her taking in all the information, rolling it around in her mind as she considers what this will mean for her. Probably also comparing it to the summers she's already experienced, if her deep-thought face is the same as his. Dr. Tatsuno lets her do so, acknowledging Izuku next. This is, however, completely manageable. It's not the end of the world. Izuku gives a single nod of acceptance. How do we proceed from here? Pretty simply, actually. Drink lots of fluids. Water is great, but water goes right through you. Have some sports drinks. Teas. She's going to sweat out a lot of nutrients in the summer, and replacing those consistently is key. I'll also have a list of foods made for her to eat during the worst of the summer to keep her electrolytes high. Until the day she can consistently manage herself, just follow her around with a Pocari Sweat and make sure she takes regular breaks. That's pretty doable, all things considered. He's fairly certain he can manage that without much difficulty. Her time spent at school worries him. He knows a lot of buildings refuse to turn on any air conditioning, but maybe he can buy a nice insulated bottle for her? Taking iced drinks to school in her bag would be an easy enough step. Maybe also make sure she has a UV umbrella. They should make some travel-sized ones that won't take up too much space. A to-do list starts forming in the back of his head, and Izuku can see exactly how to navigate this. It doesn't relieve the sting of failure from the school conversation, but having a problem he can fix is 1,000 times better on his mind than the looming one he can't. Yes, ma'am. Izuku gives a light bow. Thank you very much. It's no problem at all. Dr. Tatsuno smiles, making sure to address Hinata once more before she stands up to leave. Miss Midoriya, you're what we in the field call an invisible mutant. Your mutations are subtle, and most people and most doctors will brush you off and not put you where you count. Remember that. Don't be afraid to come right back to my office if anything new develops or your quirk gives you any problems. Checking out is simple and quick. After that, the front desk gives them the list of foods. A checkup appointment a year from now is made. Despite being an office for adults, a lollipop still finds its way into Hinata's hand on their way out the door, which she unwraps and jams in her mouth without hesitation before they get to the elevator. Izuku's only a little jealous about it, since it's blue raspberry and he doesn't really like that flavor much. She was nice, Hinata says in the silence of the elevator. She is, isn't she? Izuku laughs a little, relieved. Shudo told me about her and says she's great for fire quirks specifically. I'm glad I could get her for you. Oh, I was talking about how she was one of the only doctors today who hasn't wanted to explode your head by glaring at you, Hinata admits, staring at the floor countdown on the little screen instead of the way Izuku's expression falls. He'd almost forgotten about that. The palpable frustration of everyone looking him over for the expected injury was unbearable the longer they were out and about for the first checkup. The stick for Hinata's lollipop twirls in her mouth a bit as she misses the signs of his despair. I have a thick file. Even the receptionist gave you stank eye. A really thick file. Asano Michiko isn't surprised that she's the most hated first year at Tsukayu Oka Academy. She's been the most hated student at school for years now. That's just how life is. But she is a bit surprised that she doesn't have more people up in her business about it. Then again, smarty pants types have always been the most self-centered kids at any school, so maybe they're just too busy running around like headless chickens to bother spending all their time glaring at her in class like she's used to. God, like her scoring first on the entrance exam was a personal slight. As if. She's just doing her job. When you're a student, your whole job is to do your best, and her best just happens to keep planting her right in first place. If they want to beat her so bad, then maybe they should study more. It's not her fault they keep underestimating her. They just take one look at her pink fluffy cardigan and her shiny nails and the 8 clips holding her hair which, today, is bright baby blue with orange in it, because she saw the absolute cutest bag on the train this morning and felt so inspired she had to copy it. It took like 5 seconds to run her fingers through it all and get the color right, and they think that just because she's adorable and stylish and so not happy with the black and white uniforms that she's slacking on keeping up. Her grades. It's so bogus. Just because she's filing her nails during the study hour doesn't mean she's not thinking about her science notes. She's just not totally freaking out over memorizing them the day of. She's not gonna stress herself into early gray hairs, no, ma'am. Not unless the gray is cool. There was this silver hair trend a few years back and she's so mad that her skin tone does not give the silver lavender look justice. But like. The whole school seems to be bogus, from what she's noticed. Michiko's mother has been very clear, ever since she was little, that first impressions are, like, the worst ones to go off of. The first impression doesn't tell you diddly. The first impression is usually someone trying their best to impress you, or suppressing anything that makes them seem weird, or they're just so nervous that they're basically a purse dog about to pee in your bag from shaking too much. It's garbage. That entire first week of classes proved Mumsy's theory correct. The first day everyone was friendly. Eyeing her with suspicion. Holding back when they realized her placement on the exam score list, trying to find whatever secret she held to her success, and only turning to hostility when Michiko seemed to let them down. Which was probably when she started applying lip gloss during passing PRD and not even looking at the handouts explaining the next math unit. Whatever. Her lips smell like cherries and her classmates smell like envy, which is gross. That first week saw everyone's patience for her really waning as each day went by. During the placement quizzes, she kept getting back perfect scores, and now the pot has boiled over. Michiko has kept silent and watched the entire time. It's been several weeks since the term began, and now she has what she believes to be a proper read on her classroom. Most of these kids are totally lost causes. Big fish from small ponds. Which is, like, super tragic. They're gonna burn out real hard because they just can't deal with not being the smartest person in the room anymore. More schools really need to prepare their top students better for this sort of thing. It's just sad to watch. These kids cannot cope with the fact they're in a room with kids just as smart as they are and that the perfect score isn't going to be easy pickings like it was all the way up to now. They hate her the absolute most and they're not gonna learn to adjust their attitudes until it's too late. There are a few friendlier faces. Kimberly the American has been nothing but peaceful. She doesn't seem all that concerned with her ranking, she's just happy to keep her average firmly at an A, and actually asked Michiko what body spray she uses. It's Baker's Vanilla from Don Quixote, if anyone cares. Makino is also a peaceful person, all the way on the other side of the room. Makino hasn't given her a nasty look once, or even laughed at some of the unkinder comments passed around about her. She minds her business. She's a quiet pillar in the chaos of the classroom. She thinks Michiko's nails are very pretty and she likes to buy cute stationery accessories with frogs on it, which is adorable. The one that catches Michiko's attention, however, is Midoriya. The one person everyone seems to hate about as much as they hate her is Midoriya. For really stupid reasons. Midoriya scored 5th on the entrance exam. So everyone already wanted to know what her business was. But then she didn't offer squat during her introduction. Hilarious, what an icon, and spent half the day ignoring anyone who looked at her. Then came the big doozy. She's got a famous pro hero in her corner. Which, whatever, whoop-de-doo, pro heroes have families, too. Everybody knew that already. But then everybody lost their minds about it. It's, so rude. Now everybody hates Midoriya because she didn't want to stand around answering stupid questions all day. What did they think would happen? Half the crap they asked about was totally not cool and the other half was absolutely brain dead. It only makes sense Midoriya started snapping back when nobody minded their business. So after 2 weeks of bothering her every day, the class switched to a new tactic. Now they just ignore her. Deliberate shunning in return for pushing her far enough to call them stupid. The funniest thing is, Midoriya hasn't noticed. Because she doesn't care. That's the thing that caught Michiko's attention. Midoriya just does not care. She doesn't care about her test rank. She doesn't care about the classroom social dynamics. She doesn't care about the clubs. Makino, the absolute saint who doesn't belong here, keeps checking in on her with her big sad Bambi eyes, and Midoriya just keeps telling her she'd prefer it. Everyone kept ignoring her. Iconic. Legend behavior. But it goes on from there, and Michiko twirls her hair around her finger in interest as she takes it all in. Most Tsukayu Oka students wear the full uniform. There's prestige in it. The school doesn't actually force them to do it, but most of them do the whole thing every day because there's endless bragging rights and social clout in walking around advertising that they got into one of the most elite schools in the country. Very few actually choose to take pieces off or wear one of the alternate options. Midoriya stops wearing hers after 3 days. She starts showing up without the blazer, wearing the mid-length sleeve button-up and a sweater vest instead. She starts loosening the bow so it hangs too low. Michiko's pretty sure she's wearing shorts under the uniform skirt, too, but she's not some weirdo who's gonna steal a look on the stairs. Everyone got huffy about her uniform choices, but again, Midoriya just doesn't care. She's definitely not apathetic because of status or anything. Michiko would know. She went to a private elementary school filled with other rich kids and she knows the type. Midoriya isn't holding herself the way they do. She has the money to do so if she wishes, but she's not. Michiko can tell because Midoriya is a little too casual, whipping out the evidence of Deku's tax bracket. Her phone case? Top-of-the-line protective gear. Here and there among her school supplies are the big buck items that you only have when your family has the money to throw around. Midoriya does not care, and it sparks an interest that has Michiko glancing over at the girl every day to see what's next. The thing that seals the deal was one morning when it was raining buckets. Which is totally a bummer. Michiko's leg warmers were soaked through because some JRK blew through a puddle at top speed while she was walking and didn't even stop to say sorry. She was groaning and wringing water out of them in the classroom when Midoriya walked in. Midoriya was wearing a jacket. It was handmade. It was obviously handmade. The fit was too perfect to Midoriya's measurements for it not to be. Sure, lots of rich kids get their stuff tailored to fit better, but Michiko could see the telltale signs of a passion project when she looked closer. The stitching wasn't even. The thread wasn't the same color all the way through, which showed Midoriya ran out halfway through and had to scramble to try to find something that matched, and this was probably the best equivalent the store had. There was a lot of embroidery on it for decoration, which was admittedly very well done, but when Michiko looked past the design, she could see it covering up a total disaster from where one of the sleeves attached to the body. Tying the whole thing together was that this jacket was not made of synthetics. God, no. It was wool, it was wicking the moisture of the rain, and it was all organic and hand-dyed. Michiko has been putting together looks since she was 6, and has only been altering her own clothes for 3 years. Most of which was under her mom's supervision. Midoriya is the first person she's found who can understand the passion and complexity of textile engineering, and that was the day Michiko decided Midoriya Hinata is going to be her best friend. She does have to approach this carefully, though. Midoriya may not care about a lot, but she's, totally done with everybody after the stupid nonsense she was put through. Which is valid. Michiko's sure she has a chance, though. The proof came the day someone approached Midoriya with a not stupid question. Blessed be, it was Kimberly the American who did her this glorious favor. Hey, Midoriya, I have a question. Kimberly had approached the desk without much hesitation, and Michiko pretended she wasn't keeping an eye on it from her own desk. Nobody watched what she did anyway. She just kept on chilling by her lonesome, swiping one finger over the pointer nail on her other hand, trying to figure out what color she wanted that day. Purple? Highlighter yellow? Neon blue? Either way, she got to see the way the rest of the class bristled at Kimberly acknowledging Midoriya's existence, and the way Midoriya herself tensed up. Angry. Expectant. You grew up in Aizu, right? Is it true you're not allowed to camp on the beaches during summer? Kimberly asked. And just like that, Midoriya's anger was gone. Michiko had paused her little color experiment to pay attention to how fast it was. The tension in her shoulders vanished, the wariness receded to less obvious levels, and her hands stopped clenching the book she'd started reading during every passing PRD like it was a lifeline. That's the thing about this whole mess. Midoriya keeps giving everyone a chance to not be a bonehead. They just keep letting her down. Yeah, that's right, the ban is in effect for pretty much all of the warm months. There's a loophole where you can do it in winter, but you still need to check with whoever owns the site you're interested in. Some of them keep the ban up all year round, Midoriya had explained, her voice low and casual and lacking the irritation that had been present all the other times Michiko had heard her speak. Kimberly had frowned, putting her hands on her hips with a sigh. Shoot. My dad and some of his army base buddies wanted to camp by the water. If he wants to set up next to the water, the Fuji 5 lakes have campsites he can use. Just check the individual rules of each one for stuff like fires before he gets there. Renting fire stands and all can get costly, Midoriya pointed out. Kimberly had seemed pleased enough by the bonus information, humming and nodding. Huh? All right, then. I'll tell him that. Thanks. And that had been all the proof Michiko needed. Which leads her to today. Operation Bestie. This operation requires a delicate touch. Midoriya. Michiko calls out, loud and completely destroying the quiet vibe of passing PRD. I have, a super important question and I'm dying to know the answer. Midoriya, on her part, only appears confused as she looks up from her book. Yes, there it is. The wariness. The distrust. Not immediate dislike, though that's been the thing through every single encounter that really captures Michiko's interest. Midoriya doesn't automatically mark her opinion on anyone until after they've put their foot in their mouth. She gives them all equal shots. Michiko can see how Midoriya takes her in the fluffy cardigan, the blue and orange hair, the strawberry stickers that Michiko plastered on her face during homeroom that morning, but that immediate dismissal that always comes with being clocked as a gyro doesn't appear, and Michiko smiles. She can't wait to be friends with this girl. It's going to be so fun. Do you like boba? Midoriya blinks. The rest of the room looks ready to fall over in their seats. What? Boba? Michiko repeats, putting her hands down on Midoriya's desk and leaning in with a smile. There's a boba place, 3 streets over from the school, and they're supposed to have this ube flavor that's so sweet. I want to try it so bad. So I want to know if you like boba so we can go there. Totes fine if you don't, but, you can get those star jellies in your drink at this place, and it's so cute I want to die. She knows the rest of the room has fully written her off as an airhead. They already were before, but hearing her speak now is cementing the image so firmly in their minds that Michiko knows, down to her bones, that she will spend the rest of this school year labeled as a bottom-tier moron no matter how many times she gets a perfect score back. But she doesn't really care what they think of her. They've made up their minds and it's not her job to change them. She's here to make a friend, and it only matters that her new bestie can get a drink she likes when they hit the town. Midoriya blinks again. She glances over at Makino, who Michiko can see in her peripherals making a shrugging gesture of sheer confusion, before her attention turns back to the gyro in front of her. She closes her book. Michiko kinda wants to know what it's about. Midoriya's been reading it every day, but all she knows is that the cover has a dragon on it. You want to take me, who you've never spoken to, out to get bubble tea together? For no reason. Midoriya asks, and the skepticism in her voice is so thick you could use it as a honey substitute. Duh. Yeah. Why else would I ask? There are a lot of very blatant reasons why someone might ask Midoriya to hang out, with ulterior motives. But Michiko doesn't care about those. That's not what she's here for. Midoriya doesn't know that, though, and the disbelief on her little freckled face doesn't let up. Good. Her soon-to-be bestie is so smart. Are you, worried I'm gonna ask about your brother? Michiko asks, knowing the answer. Half the room chokes on some kind of noise over the fact she just came right out and said it, instead of circling around the problem, as etiquette demands. I don't really care about all that. Why would I want to know what he does at home? Everybody does the same thing at home. That's like asking how he organizes his spice cabinet or something. That's lame. What kind of loser wants to know how a famous person chooses their shampoo or whatever? That's been the real core of why Michiko thinks everyone else has been so stupid. Why would you waste your time trying to dig into the details of a famous guy's life when, the human experience is basically just a million variations of the same thing? Everyone has the same routine when you get down to it. A famous guy still goes home and eats his dinner, takes a bath, and watches TV before going out the next day to do famous guy stuff again. The total deification of a fellow human being by acting like they're a separate species from the plebeians and somehow exists on a tier above the rest of humanity is, like, totally toxic for the psyche. That's why idol fans get so crazy. Besides, she doesn't really care about Deku. If she had to dig into some hero, it would be Best Jeanist. And even then, she'd be digging his grave over his crimes against fashion like, seriously, who the hell approved his last spring line? Those high-waisted jeans he was peddling look like he's trying to make everyone look like they have balloon thighs. It's not flattering and it's kind of insulting when his line doesn't even have a petite and curvy selection available in stores. Know your audience, a-hole. But that's a tangent for later. Right now, Midoriya is staring at her with an incredibly contemplative expression, doubt still swirling in her eyes, and Michiko is staring right back with a smile on her face and determination burning in her soul. You know what, sure. Why not? Midoriya is humoring her. Blatantly. But that's fine. Yay! Michiko cheers, clapping her hands. This is gonna be so fun. Operation, Bestie needs a delicate touch. Today Midoriya is just humoring her, likely waiting to see the other shoe fall once Michiko has her off campus. But that's just the first step. They're going to get boba. Michiko is going to ask about what sewing pattern was used to make that adorable jacket, and by the end of it all, she's going to have a foot firmly in the door. And that foot is all she needs to kick the door open and park herself right on the couch like she belongs there. Izuku thinks he needs to acknowledge how much he loves his friends more. He especially thinks this when he emerges from the fugue state of post-morning patrol paperwork, realizes he's starving, and opens his office door to Tenya's fist preparing to knock with takeout in his other hand. It takes a moment for Izuku to realize what he's looking at, and another to realize Shudo is right behind Tenya holding even more food, and once his brain finishes catching up, he's overwhelmed with how much he has truly been blessed by the world. I love you both and would die for you, is what Izuku winds up saying. Shudo barges past both of them with his bags, having had enough of waiting around. Please don't. We meant to stop by earlier than this, but after your leave PRD, we assumed you would be too busy to take guests. Tenya is a lot more polite with his entry, smiling a bit on his way in. Izuku closes the door behind them and turns back around to start clearing his papers away so the food can be set down. It hasn't been too bad, actually, Izuku admits, shuffling yesterday's incident reports off to a shelf where he can fetch them after lunch. He pauses, remembering something. Besides finding and losing Belladonna again, apparently. Oh, yeah, Cammy told me there's a new graduate who says he's gonna be the one to catch her. Shudo pulls several containers out of his bag, setting two in front of Izuku's chair. He sounds amused. Izuku snorts. Pfft, sure. That's what they hear every year. Belladonna, a woman with a nightshade-based plant quirk and a frequent name in the underground information networks, has evaded capture for several years now and will probably keep doing so until they all die. New graduates are always so offended by it that there's at least one a year who claims they'll bring this criminal to justice. Never mind that Belladonna, while technically a wanted criminal, flip-flops heavily between criminal activity and vigilante justice so often that she's become very good at her job and a staple of the underground networks. For a woman who's green all over, she's gotten DMN good at disguising herself. She's also never killed anyone or passed the threshold of damage to go up a level on the villain rating scale, so for the sheer amount of effort it would take to catch her, it's mathematically not worth it. Every graduate who's tried to pull her in has wound up worse off. How long was it before the last one had a meltdown, again? Shudo asks, dumping a pile of napkins in the center of the mess while Tenya frowns at the lack of organization. He immediately begins straightening the pile when Shudo turns around to pull chairs closer. 6 months. She left a sticky note on their bathroom mirror. Izuku recalls that one with a sigh. That poor kid never stood a chance. You told your agency you were coming here, right? I don't want pigeons storming the place and killing me. Shudo rolls his eyes before sitting down in a chair, opening a container of some kind of noodle stir-fry. I told her I was coming. It's a valid question, though. The last time Shudo didn't tell his secretary he was taking off, Izuku thought he was going to lose his head. Crisis averted, seemingly, so Izuku drops the last of his morning work in a pile and sits down to the heavenly aroma that's been taunting him since the door opened. Oh, you two are so good to me. It's chicken katsu curry. 2 servings, even. His friends are wonderful. I forgot to even think about packing a lunch today. Tenya beams, proud, and that tells Izuku exactly whose idea this was. We just wanted to do a check-in. Texting can only cover so much. How did the specialist appointment go? Tenya asks, draping a napkin over his lap before he attempts to eat. He scoots a bottle of cold tea closer to Izuku, who takes it gratefully and cracks it open to take a long drink after his first bite of food. Went fine, honestly. Minor hiccup with her quirk, but it's something that can be managed. Tenya nods, satisfied, and opens up his meal. That's good news. Medical issues are nightmares for parents. I'm told mother likes to tell us all how the first time Tensei came down with something serious, she went into hysterics. Your mom goes into hysterics about the pigeons outside, Shudo points out, noodles halfway to his mouth. That's not hysterics, that's dramatics. She loves her little, pigeon soap opera. Tenya makes a face at the last bit, and Izuku laughs a little while chewing on the delicious crunchy chicken cutlets in front of him. He's heard about Tenya's mom's fascination with the pigeons outside their home. Not the weirdest thing a retiree can get SCKED into. But it's definitely out there. How's the rest of it going? You've got all the paperwork stuff cleared, right? Shudo inclines his head toward Izuku, curious. Izuku notices how he takes in every inch of him, eyes roving over and checking for the telltale details of exhaustion. Of overwork. It's taken years for Izuku to feel comfortable with the way his friends fuss over him, to tamp down on the urge to shove them away and insist he's fine, so he doesn't comment on it and allows Shudo to look as much as he wants. It's how they show they care. Most of it. Still waiting to hear about her house, but Yumano-san and I agreed that when it finally does sell, the money from the sale is going into her trust. It's a shame it couldn't be saved for her. Tenya shakes his head in disappointment. I know. Maybe if she was older, but 6 years of paying property taxes until she's of age would be too much of a strain. Izuku had half a mind to offer to pay it himself, but Yumano-san had also pointed out that by all means, Hinata may not want to return to Kasudaran after all that time passes. Especially with the taint their father's actions could have cast on her memories there. I'm going to have to look for a new apartment, too. Now? Shudo raises an eyebrow. Not now, my lease just renewed, but by next year I'd like to have another place lined up. I need an office. Izuku winces, despairing at how lately he's been doing so much of his work sitting on his bed. You'd think it would be comfortable, but instead he just keeps getting distracted. I haven't reached out to any companies yet. I have time, but now I have to think about kid-friendly apartments on top of everything else. Her school commute is going to be the real big thing to worry about. The last time he had to hunt for an apartment, his needs were extremely simple. Enough room for one person. A second room to use as an office. Close enough to the station that the walk wouldn't kill him if it rained or snowed. Private and secure enough he'll be left alone. Even then, the entire process had been agonizing, and he'd been in despair every second of it until he found his current location. So many places that failed to meet major needs. So many other places that wanted to overcharge for a place with a broken door or a closet-sized kitchen. Apartment hunting was one of the most soul-skinning processes of adulthood he'd experienced in his life, and now he has to completely re-evaluate his criteria for the next round. He's dreading it, honestly. There's a vague hope that family-friendly apartments will be better, but given the stiff competition between other families that may be moving, he doubts it. I commend your dedication, though. You're taking to the challenge without hesitation. Tenya praises, and while it warms Izuku's heart that his friend has so much faith in Izuku as a person, it falls a little flat on this front. That's less me being a stellar human being and more me knowing if I drop the ball too much I'm probably going to screw a kid up for life, Izuku points out. Still better than a lot of other parents, Shudo deadpans. Like always, the implications of I know from experience brings a sledgehammer down on the room. Izuku points at him with his chopsticks, frowning. Stop using your terrible childhood to leverage arguments. No. Despite it all, it's nice relaxing with his friends like this. They chat over the food. Izuku finishes both his helpings before he realizes it and Shudo tosses him a candy bar, which is delightful and appreciated. They talk about everything that's gone on since the last time they met up. Tenya had to chase someone across an entire city, whose quirk allowed them to glide on their feet like they were on ice. Shudo's sidekick Bunny Drop is officially in charge of his agency's social media, and keeps posting videos of him as clickbait. Tenya's last intern is in the workforce now, and managed to score a sidekick position under a hero called Speed Devil down in Osaka. It's a slow-paced sort of afternoon that Izuku appreciates. He takes his time explaining some of the things that have happened in his own agency. One of his previous interns sent a message that he's settling in well to the new school year. He's fourth in his class now instead of dragging along at the bottom. Yukiana got a promotional deal for a toy line based on her fans. Scarecrow got dragged to the Healers Guild for another course on quirk application in first aid, which had him crawling back to the office trying not to cry. It's in the middle of a story Shudo is telling, about attending to an accident where a kid got thrown from a car and somehow landed at the top of a tree completely unharmed, that Izuku remembers something important. Something he needs to resolve immediately. Actually, I do have a big favor to ask. Izuku sits up in his chair, turning a bit to give his full attention. Tenya, would you do me the honor of being the second emergency contact on Hinata's paperwork? His friends are shocked. Tenya's jaw opens, flapping uselessly for a moment before he remembers how language works, but he still blusters a bit and adjusts his glasses before actual words come out. Me? Of course I would be honored to help, but... We thought Bakugo would be your top pick, Shudo cuts in, blunt as always. It's Izuku's turn to go still at that. Izuku tenses his fingers in front of his face, leaning forward on his desk as he tries to maintain a mask of neutrality. Well, Kaken hasn't left a very good impression on Hinata. And it's only getting worse. The initial impression was bad. Izuku knows it was bad. Katsuki has never shaken his habit of being a rude little a-hole whenever possible, so Izuku is used to every single first impression the man ever gives being terrible on all fronts. He loves Katsuki, he really does, and he's known for years that if he ever did have children, he would want Katsuki to be a part of their lives. He didn't account for his first kid being old enough to have opinions. Or for Katsuki's miraculous ability to be so hateable. Besides the first impression, which ended with Katsuki grumbling and drunk while everyone ate pizza his stolen wallet paid for, there has been more. His general conduct on the news, which Hinata sees on TV whenever it comes up and has started making a face of disdain toward. His notes that he's left around Izuku's home, like the one she found in the fridge saying, "Buy some more FING garlic, numb nuts." The worst of all has definitely been the voice memos, though. Katsuki loves to just talk into his phone and send Izuku his ramblings instead of typing it all out, and this means when Izuku checked his messages after getting home last week, Hinata got to look up from her homework to hear his phone blasting Katsuki's voice, which went on a 3-minute tirade of insults over some incredibly minor slight that ended with a crack about Izuku's but getting too fat for his suit. Izuku is used to tuning him out. He knows Katsuki just likes to hear himself talk and that this whole thing is just Katsuki sulking over not being able to come over whenever he wants, but Hinata's general loathing only increased with every word. I'm pretty sure if she was having an emergency and he showed up, she'd start biting people like a rabid badger, Izuku says as diplomatically as he can manage. It says something that Shudo and Tenya immediately catch his drift and don't ask any further questions. Understood. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Izuku rubs at his forehead in relief. I've been stalling on filling that in. It's not like I could ask my mom to do it. I could have done it, Shudo points out. Izuku whips his head toward Shudo so fast his neck cracks a little. Absolutely not. You're banned from the contacts list. Forever. What? Why? Shudo sits up in his chair, offended, and Tenya just sighs in resignation for what's coming next. Shudo, you are one of the worst enablers I have ever met in my life. I'm not an enabler. If you got a call saying Hinata got into a fight at school, what would you do? Izuku questions. He sits back in his chair for the demonstration. Well, did she win? Shudo automatically asks. There's a long beat where no one answers him, and he looks between them both before he realizes exactly what he just asked. Oh. Tenya I can trust to show up and plow through whatever problem has happened like a human bulldozer. If you show up, you'd punch a cop if she asked you to. Izuku points at him accusingly, and Shudo doesn't even have the decency to look scolded. Which is another reason he's not going on the paperwork. Shudo just crosses his arms and looks petulant instead. If she's asking me to punch a cop, then she probably has a good reason. There's some real sheet cops around here. Shudo. You heard what he said in there, right? Shudo doesn't ask until after they leave. They're back on the street, ready to tackle the afternoon half of their shifts, and Shudo is tempted to say he feels smug now that he knows what he knows. Tenya makes a noise of acknowledgement in his costume, inclining his head so that Shudo knows he's listening. The kid hates Bakugo. Shudo smiles, small and seemingly carefree unless you know him well enough. We have a shot. He expects Tenya to be excited. At least a little. This is something they've always wanted, but never thought they would get. Izuku has always had a special regard for Bakugo that made any kind of pursuit seem fruitless. They've never held it against him, that's just the luck of the draw sometimes, but now that they know that a permanent fixture in Izuku's house hates their biggest competition, well, the playing field just leveled itself a bit. But instead of excitement, Tenya just sighs. You realize we have to redo the entire plan, right? To account for the change in status to single parent? Shudo abruptly stops walking. The 100-step plan to romance scrawled on a marker board in his apartment flashes across his mind, and in despair, he realizes Tenya is right. Every single part of that DMN thing only accounts for the interruptions of hero work, not parenthood. Sheet.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.